Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday stream with everyone's favorite, the guy I never have to shock to get him to be in the chair, Adam Friendon.
What's up? And you better not shock me. I
Place.
feel so bad for that dog.
Place.
I feel so bad.
I know.
I feel horrible for that dog.
It's insane. It's insane to me now. Now everyone's going back through his son's footage and they're finding all these clips of like the dog
He's been shocking it regularly.
Yes, of the dog not in the exact space, and you see like he'll just reach over conspicuously to that one area, and he presses something off screen, and the dog gets up and goes into place. Oh wow! You know, what a surprise! What a shock!
Yeah, he's drifting out of camera frame.
Anyways,
yeah, what are we talking about?
Today, we'll watch everyone highly requested Dave Smith versus the Colman Hughes debate. Now, yes. This conversation is very interesting, very fascinating to me. I think Colman Hughes mostly does a fantastic job in this conversation, going through a lot of the talking points that we've heard on the whole America bad perspective of anything relating to foreign policy.
Yeah, he's definitely done his homework.
Yes, Colman Hughes is very smart.
He comes in with the receipts, big time.
Very smart, very well researched, and a very, very, very good communicator, especially in this conversation.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, ready to jump into it? It's long.
Yeah, let's do it.
So hold on.
Get ready.
Now I skipped the little intro because it's just whatever. But
who cares? Yeah.
Who cares? Yeah.
Why I disagree.
Sure.
So when it comes to why, say, Al-Qaeda hated us, I agree they didn't hate us because of our freedom, right? That is a line that does very well with Americans in a political context because we love freedom.
Freedom!
But it's also not true that they hate us because of foreign policy grievances that would make sense to say, in a secular context. In other words, when Al-Qaeda writes its declaration of war on the United States for occupying the Holy Land, what it's complaining about, its main grievance, as evidenced by the fact that it's in the title and dominates the text, as you know, is that we had troops in Saudi Arabia that were there at the invitation of the Saudi government and stayed there for several years with permission from the Saudi government because they were afraid that Saddam might invade Saudi Arabia. Now, the only way that this is a legitimate grievance is if you add the special ingredient of radical Salafi Islam, which says that Christian crusader troops can't be near the holy sites. And by analogy, you imagine a situation like South Korea, where we were invited to put our troops over there during the Korean War. We fought a war. We've kept tens of thousands of troops there for much longer than Saudi Arabia. But there's no South Korean group flying planes into our buildings because they don't have that extra ingredient necessary, which is there's no Korean religion which says American troops can't be in Seoul. So this would be my core critique of the idea that they hate us for as Sam Harris would say, terrestrial grievances.
Yeah, I mean,
you got to unmute yourself, Sitch. I know it's been a long week, but
it has been a long week. Yes, I just saw that dog kept getting shocked over and over in my mind, and I kept screaming, so I had to mute myself. I agree with everything that Colman said. It's all completely true. I think what would be useful, and I don't know if we could ever get this. I don't know if this would be like a viable thing, a realistic thing, would be if every time we have troops overseas somewhere or we're engaged in some sort of foreign interaction, if the U.S. government, because unfortunately, like right now, the American public is in this mindset of like everything has to be transactional. Like, what are we getting out of it? People aren't really going to buy like, well, we're doing it for freedom or ideology, right? They want to know like, what are my tax dollars gaining me for having troops in Saudi Arabia or South Korea or whatever? And I do feel like it'd be very helpful for the American government, and the Trump administration could definitely do this, to be like, here is like what we're spending and here's like what we're getting back from doing this action.
Explain it from a transactional perspective.
Yes, because so much it's very annoying in like a lot of this conversation because so much of the argument against a lot of putting troops literally anywhere in the rest of the world is always, I don't want to spend money on X, which that's a completely rational, logical argument. Okay. That 100% makes sense. But the idea that like the American government is decided that we're going to position troops in some location or spend money on something and not get anything back doesn't make any sense. Like, obviously, we're doing this action to gain something from it. We're not, the American government is not some sort of charitable institution that's just doing things out of the goodness of its own heart, right? It's either doing it because it's gaining something, the country is gaining something back, or some corrupt politician or corrupt business is gaining something from the action, right? So
Yeah,
presuming
definitely.
that there's something good coming out of it, that the American government and thus the American people are gaining some benefit from the action, like that needs to be broadcast, because then you have a lot of people like Dave Smith and a lot of other people who just don't like America. They'll like latch on to the intuition, the rational intuition, the logical intuition of why should I spend money here? They'll latch on to that to use that to convince people to further their goals of just having America essentially bury its head in the sand and allow the rest of the world to be taken over by China or whoever is, running crazy.
Framing it so it's in all Americans' interests, though, could be difficult. Obviously, a lot of the support for Israel is because there's a huge evangelical component to the Republican Party, and those people want to see support for Israel. But there's a lot of libertarians that don't really care. They don't want to see their tax dollars going to Israel. So,
well, yeah, if it's something like ideological, but for example, like with Saudi Arabia, if it's like, now again, this could be, what I'm saying could be very hard to like quantify into dollar amounts.
yeah,
And it's
definitely.
also complicated because it could be things you don't necessarily like want to broadcast exactly directly. Like, well, we have troops in Saudi Arabia because now that lets us have influence over Saudi Arabia to the extent that we can
Use their
convince
airspace.
them to produce oil at higher amounts, thus lowering global oil prices or something, right? Like,
Yeah, sure.
and how
That's a good one.
exactly could you couldn't like really quantify the exact number of that, because it's like we're talking about influence. It's sort of like, it's not exactly a tangible thing.
Right.
It's the same thing with Israel. It's like, well, Israel and the U.S. Share a lot of intelligence that they use to basically spy on a lot of other countries, along the globe. And do you write that, like, how do you quantify that into some sort of number amount?
Yeah, yeah. Obviously, the safety component is difficult to quantify.
So a couple things on that. I mean, number one, like the comparison, say, to like South Korea is just, it's really not a one-to-one comparison. I mean, there's a difference between having a military presence as we do in Germany or in South Korea or in Japan or something like that, where you have these are democracies. These are Western countries that again, I'm not like defending modern nation states or democracy or anything like that, but there is at least somewhat.
Is it weird that he has to throw that in there?
I know.
Like his
It's
audience is so against the concept of democracy. He has to throw in there, like, listen, guys, I'm not defending the concept of democracy. Okay.
right. These are democracies, so we should. Wait a second here. He almost made the argument that we're making.
Yeah,
He almost made our argument.
I know.
Of a somewhat of a free market, somewhat of a democratic situation. The people like participate to some degree in their government. I don't exactly believe that, but at least that's the way the thing is sold. What you're talking about in Saudi Arabia was using military bases. The purpose of the military bases there was for the bombing and blockade campaign against Iraq. And bin Laden, in that letter that you're talking about, laid this out very clearly. Now, I'm certainly not arguing with you that there is like no effect that Islam has on the way that, say, bin Laden or his men were thinking about these things. But if you're talking about, and there's been many books written on this, but if you're talking about like what actually gets people to sign up to give their life and go kill other people, it's almost always the result of where, like, it almost always comes from a situation where your recruiting shtick, if you're bin Laden trying to get suicide bombers, is to point at all the innocent people who have been killed by this group that you're going after. In fact, even our own FBI, when they do these sting/entrapment runs, where they've done dozens of since 9/11, that's always what they go to them with. Aren't you pissed off about American foreign policy? Don't you have all these grievances about what they do over there? And so, yes, of course, these were radical Islamists, and so everything is filtered through that worldview. And I have no desire to absolve Islam of any problems that it has. Certainly not radical Islam. But look, at the end of all of that, what you're still left with is that they do not want our troops in the Arabian Peninsula. They do not want our bases in Saudi Arabia. And it's a fair enough question, even if you're going to say it's some combination of the two, to say, well, why exactly do we need to have those bases there? Why is that? Is that worth the price of dealing with this terrorism issue? And even if Saudi Arabia was concerned that Saddam Hussein was going to invade the country, are there other ways that we could give Saudi Arabia some security guarantees? Are there other ways? Do we really need to be slaughtering Iraqis in a non-war period? So again, look, and by the way, it's not just the military bases. There's a long list of grievances that they have. Some.
So, again, the question of what benefit does America gain from having military bases in some location, I think is a completely fair question, and a logical question, and a rational question. And it could be hard to quantify because I said a lot of it's influence, a lot of it's just America benefits from having outposts that it can project military force all over the world so that it can influence other countries with both soft power and the threat of hard power. And it's the problem. I guess the problem with sort of all the framing of that is it's incredibly difficult to quantify in a number. You can quantify how much it costs. It's very difficult to quantify the benefit gained from that, because the only way to really measure is well, hypothetically, what does the world look like if we didn't have that? And obviously it's a hypothetical, so who knows what the world will look like without all that. So
it'd be a mess, be a total mess.
I think so. But so even though it's a completely fair question, it's an incredibly difficult question to answer. And I'm sure there's some people that have answered this question and blah, blah, blah. But you always get into this trouble that when you have these very difficult to answer questions, you're going to have enough gray area that people can just lean in whatever direction they want to lean in. So if our intuitions are more pro America, having influence around the world, it's easier for us to lean on that research or that, study that says that. And if you're very America isolationist, I'm sure there's going to be a research or arguments that you can just lean on in that direction too, because it's such a gray area. And that's kind of what's kind of annoying about the conversation, I feel like, from Dave's perspective, which is that I don't believe that Dave Smith arrived at this conclusion because he's well, I looked at a bunch of information completely independent of my priors or my moral intuitions about America being bad, and decided that we should listen to terrorists, okay, that America should give into the demands of terrorists and say, hey, even if local governments want us in this region, even if it benefits us in some tangible way through oil prices or military projecting power, we should just listen to the terrorist demands and do what they say. That's not something, I don't believe for a second that Dave Smith arrived at that from some sort of logical basis. It's more no, he just doesn't want us to be there for what he just has this emotion of America should just not be anywhere. And so if the terrorists give an excuse, then that's the excuse he's basically going to accept in order to justify the preconceived feeling.
Yeah, he doesn't want the American government to do anything. Yes. Nothing. Anything the federal government does is bad in his eyes.
Yes. Because if this was something, I would argue, if this is something based on a logic argument and not just America bad argument or a moral intuition argument, you would expect that the person would say, well, every situation in the world is going to be different, right? And so you'd expect, well, that would mean that if you're just using pure logic and pure facts, you'd be like, okay, well, America should be here in these circumstances, in these situations, and America shouldn't be here in these circumstances, in these situations, because every tiny situation is going to be a little bit different. So you'd have to go through each individual one. If someone has the argument or the worldview that America should be projecting its military in all situations at all times, then that person's obviously just biased, because you're like, well, that's impossible. It's impossible that America should always be in that position. And the same thing is true on the flip side of that. If your argument is, or your worldview is, America should never, ever be in any country for any reason projecting any military power, then it's the same thing. It's like, well, you're not operating under some sort of logical argument. You're just being biased at that point.
Yeah. Whenever I say this, libertarians always point out, no, they want the night watchman state. They want the government to be able to prevent crime and stuff like that. They want a police force. So I don't want to straw man the libertarians.
Well, it's generally police force domestically. There's always an intuition against any sort of foreign involvement whatsoever. And as I said, I understand there is part of the intuition that is completely valid, which is, if we are spending our money, we should be gaining something from that. And if it's just going to help strengthen a corrupt government or help strengthen a corrupt business, then we should not be engaged in that action.
Which I've been convinced all foreign aid is kind of that problem. We're giving money to some elite who often is oppressing or repressing their population. So
right.
That are completely incoherent and just not justified. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, the element of it's the element of American domination over the region that I think is pretty predictably going to lead to resistance.
So a few things.
Notice the word domination. I keep saying this. It's going to sink in sooner or later for people. Libertarians use the same exact oppressor-oppressed lens on the world that progressives use. The only difference is the libertarians have a different oppressor in place. The libertarians always think it's the government, and the progressives always think it's the rich or the business or industry or corporations.
Right.
But they still have the exact same lens. They just use a different oppressor. So I don't think that's a great lens. I mean, obviously there are times in history when that lens was useful, right? Slavery, right? Seems obvious that was a situation, an oppressor-oppressed situation. So
it seems like there's very few people, and maybe this is like impossible, and maybe it's just unreasonable to expect there to be a society of like perfectly morally, intuitively balanced people that can perceive things from all different angles. Like, that's not the way humans seem to be structured. That's not the way that human society seems to be structured. It seems like you have people that are sort of to the left, people that are sort of to the right, people that are libertarian, people that are more authoritarian, and they kind of all like pull the country in various directions. And sometimes, and well, I think always, you need people pulling the country in all those various directions at all times, because that's what creates the balance. It's sort of like the pulling between all these different factions, and then they have to compromise. And what they're going to have to compromise is going to be a more moderate position than any of those people, any of those groups would necessarily feel comfortable existing under. And in my mind, part of what made America, and still does make America, the richest, strongest country, is that America was very strange in that it was like the first country that was really founded, I think, on a more libertarian leaning value system than any other country before then.
That's unusual.
Right. And because at that point in human history, it was like almost every country was founded on a more authoritarian, a monarchy system or something to that effect, or an empire or something to that effect. And America was really one of the first countries that's like, no, this is like this libertarian principle of, self-governance and individual rights and freedoms and all these other things. So, like me and Adam are be doing a lot of libertarian bashing probably today. It's really not like libertarian bad. It's that this extreme version of libertarianism that I think Dave Smith he's on the so far libertarian camp that he doesn't like democracy. as a
Yeah,
concept
yeah.
can. Whereas that, and the problem is, I don't know if there's really like a word for that, because it feels wrong, I think, to call Dave Smith a libertarian, because he's not really. Like, there's, if you were to take every libertarian in America, Dave Smith would be like the very extreme version of it. Like, he would not be in the average libertarian worldview, I don't think.
Right. I mean, I like democracy for the same reason I like capitalism, but everyone always disagrees that democracy is a kind of market. They're
Right.
like, well, it's a market that you are forced to participate in. Well, yeah. I mean, so's
Right.
food, right? That's a market you're forced to participate in. So,
Right.
so's healthcare. That's a market you're forced to participate in. So, on the compromise thing, in addition to compromise, there's also this giant shifting environment around us. So the libertarians might not be needed in a certain environment, but then the environment changes, and all of a sudden everyone is getting massively oppressed by the government,
Yes.
right? A
Right.
fascist regime has taken over. So
Right.
then all of a sudden their ideas are not radical. They're totally needed and necessary.
Yes.
So
Exactly. Yeah.
a lot of times people, I mean, right now, a big problem is we have such wide, varied perceptions of what our environment is right now. We used to have a media that really oriented everyone kind of on the same page. So we knew during the Cold War that we were in this struggle against Russia, which they may have a political economic system that could rival the United States and even displace the United States. And everyone kind of believed that because the media sold that narrative continually. Now we have such a fractured media that they're not really able to establish any sort of norm.
Mm-hmm.
So just determining what that environment is difficult. Like, obviously we have a lot of people, these kids are all anti-fascist because they think we're living in fascism right now. So
Yes. Yeah.
yeah.
It's a difficult trade-off, because it's like, yeah, back in the day, media was more aligned. The benefit of that is that there was a more shared worldview. The con of that is that if that worldview that we're
Is
being
inaccurate,
sold
yeah.
is inaccurate, right? It's more difficult to adjust accordingly, or easier to manipulate the population into doing, X, Y, Z. And then now we're living in like the polar opposite world, where everything is completely fractured. There's so many different narratives that are being pumped out at all times that people can essentially just pick and choose whatever narrative that they feel comfortable with. And thus there's literally not literally, but there's no great unifying view of the world in America at all.
Yeah.
And then we can't really galvanize or orient, I should say. We can't really orient ourselves as a country along like what are the goals that we're trying to accomplish, and how exactly do we accomplish those goals?
Tough times.
Yeah. So I think I'm going to, so as I said, I don't like calling Dave Smith a libertarian because I don't think he is. I think I'm going to refer to him as a radical. And I think he refers to himself in this conversation as a radical too.
Oh, well, then it's totally fair.
Yeah.
I'm going to refer to him as long face.
Okay.
One, I would say you drew a distinction between a democracy on one hand, like a democracy we have our troops in, and a non-democracy. South Korea wasn't a democracy for a very long time, so I would just point that out.
Fair enough.
What I'm arguing,
they may not be anymore, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, what I'm arguing is
enough about democracy. Coleman's beard. Do you think he shaves it like that? As someone who has an unusual beard myself, I got to admit,
I'm assuming it's like too perfectly like angled, right?
I don't know. Maybe he just, because I have that too. I don't grow any. There's no connection between my.
Not me.
mustache.
I got the full obnoxious.
I don't get the connection spot.
Yeah, it looks better that way though.
It looks pretty cool though.
Yeah.
He looks like a Marvel supervillain.
Yes, I wish mine like had that cool, shape to it.
more than that. This gets filtered through Islamism. I think the equation, if we were to make a recipe of what makes a terrorist group like Al-Qaeda tick, it has to have all the ingredients. It has to have these grievances, but it also has to have a jihadi ideology that we are not responsible for,
well,
right? Because otherwise otherwise the behavior just doesn't make any sense, right? Like another one of their grievances was that we allowed Bosnian Muslims to die for too long in the 90s, right? I.e. that we didn't intervene soon enough. Mm-hmm. Now, all over the world, we don't intervene soon enough. We didn't intervene in Rwanda soon enough. We didn't intervene in Liberia soon enough. We could have saved, in many of these cases, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of lives, but we don't have Rwandan terrorists flying planes into our buildings. We don't have Liberians blowing up embassies. And so there has to be this additional variable that is the lens through which they interpret all of these foreign policy decisions.
Yeah, I'm really glad he brought up the Bosnia thing, because that is really counter or really destructive to Dave Smith's perspective or argument on this. Because you can, like, if you say, well, we shouldn't be involved in foreign conflicts because that's what makes them hate us. And then in the thing that they talk about why they hate us, one of the examples they give is because we're not engaged in foreign conflicts. They're just complaining
it's always our fault.
Yes. They're complaining about the foreign conflicts they don't like that we're in, and they're complaining about the foreign conflicts that we're not involved in, or we're not involved in quick enough. And to me, if you look at someone and that's their ideology, it should become very clear, like, what's actually going on. And
yes,
it makes perfect sense. Anyone that studies, the region and radical Islam, these sort of power movements, or really any power movements, it's very clear how so much of this works. You have a guy or a group that is trying to galvanize a population, and the best way to do that, to get a population to combine under, a charismatic leader and organization, is to say there is this outgroup somewhere. There's this enemy out there somewhere. There's your watchman giant squid out there somewhere, and we need to unify against it to fight. And America is the perfect enemy for a lot of these regions. When in reality, I think it's really Christianity that is what's going on here. Because it really seems like, when I've heard a lot of these people talk, and this is just my vibe, but it really seems like a lot of the issue that not everyone, but like a religious extremists in the Middle East have with the rest of the world is that Christianity, I think Christianity benefits from the fact that it was a religion that was based around, or was a religion that was primarily promoted by slaves at first. And this kind of comes up in the whole Nietzschean conversation about Christianity. And so Christianity kind of has a worldview where you can have people that are in bad situations or are out of power, political power, and they could still believe that Christianity, like the framework and the ideology of Christianity, makes sense to them. Because it's about, like, well, it's not necessarily like you can suffer in this life, and maybe that's part of God's plan, and you're going to be rewarded in the afterlife if you believe in Jesus, or, blah, 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 right? Like, it's built sort of into the framework of Christianity that you can be losing and Christianity still makes sense. I'm not sure that's the case with Islam. Especially when you look at like Islam being a religion, at least when it started, was more of a religion to excuse or to give an ideological justification to being a conqueror. And when you have religions like that, and Islam's not the only religion like that, but when you have religions that are kind of built around winning, it always puts you in this weird psychological state of mind if you're losing. Because then it's like, well, how do you justify your religion at that point? And it does seem like that a lot of, right. And it does seem like a lot of extreme or fundamentalist Islamic organizations have this like massive chip on their shoulder, that it's like the fact that the quote West or Western European countries, as we call them, have won, in finger quotes, won in terms of being the most dominant, politically powerful, rich, blah, 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 blah. I mean, there's obviously a lot of rich, Middle East countries now. But since those countries have been kind of perceived to have won the game of things, I think that causes a lot of like psychological strife. And America, at least at the moment, is sort of the figurehead that represents that. And so to me, even if we had some magical scenario where there was no American troops in Saudi Arabia, it still seems like it would be very likely that America would be the enemy that obviously these groups would point to just as a justification to rally behind, because they need the enemy to rally behind in order to get everyone to support them.
In terms of the Nietzschean slave morality versus master morality, you're saying Islam is a master morality.
Yes.
And because this morality is not really making them superior in any way, shape, or form, it's actually counterintuitive, but the slave morality is actually the one that is more economically viable, produces a population that's more successful. They're very upset about it. They feel abandoned by their own ideology.
Yes.
There's this conflict.
Well, it's not, I don't know if it's that they feel abandoned.
Unresolved conflict.
I don't know if it's an abandonment feeling. It's more of a feeling of like anger towards this other ideology that's producing positive results, because if it's producing positive or better results, there's a feeling of like,
true.
Yeah. Does that mean that my ideology is wrong?
Right. Yes, it does. It means your ideology is crap.
Well, I mean, it could. It depends on what exactly you're, in terms of the grand spiritual truth of the universe, it would be disconnected, presumably, right?
Right.
But it's kind of interesting because this is the flip side of this sort of is what helped, supposedly in the book Hawaii, which I think is supposed to be somewhat true, is what helped a lot of Europeans or Americans sort of, colonize or take over Hawaii, is that when they came to Hawaii, when like the Christian, people came to Hawaii to preach, they'd be like, oh, well, you have like superior technology, so therefore your religion must be more correct.
Yeah.
At least, like, not everyone thought that, but like some people would come to that conclusion in Hawaii.
Yeah, I mean, I've read books where they talk about different tribes just going out. If their tribe is failing, if their birth rates are down, or their crops are dying, or their animals are sick, they go around and find another tribe and figure out. They find the tribe that's thriving the most, and they figure out what they're doing.
Yes.
I think I told you the story about where they adopted singing to the pigs because this one tribe was really successful and they all sung to the pigs. So
yes.
They were like, we have to sing to our pigs.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's such an important story to show how human behavior works, is that
they just
see someone successful, we copy it. Now we try to copy everything because we don't know what is the thing that's successful and what is the extraneous.
It's shocking the dog. Shock the dog.
Shocking
you got to shock the dog. That's how you're successful.
Exactly. You have to have a dog in frame and shock it every time it moves a millimeter in the wrong direction.
What a terrible world we live in.
Yeah.
Well, so are you saying that, okay, so like, as I had already mentioned, yes, I don't think all of the grievances are legitimate. That certainly was one that isn't legitimate. But there were several other that I think are. But what exactly, when you're saying they need to
well, just I hate to pause again so quickly, but it's annoying because in the Osama bin Laden letter, where he's like, why we hate you, why we did 9/11, it's like, okay, so them saying that we're not involved in Bosnia is illegitimate to Dave Smith. I presume Dave Smith would also say Osama bin Laden complaining about America having gay marriage and giving out loans with interest rates and allowing gambling and allowing women to work and all these things that Dave Smith would be in favor of, those are all illegitimate. But when it comes to the complaints that he just already agrees with, like, well, we shouldn't have American troops in other places in the world, that magically makes the a legitimate criticism.
Funny how that works, isn't it?
Yeah, that's interesting.
What do you think's going on there?
And
might be a little biased.
And it's annoying to me too, because now I don't know if Dave Smith did this. I feel like he probably did, but I know Glenn Greenwald did this, where when there was that meme, I think it was like last year, the year before last year, where TikTok, the definitely not Chinese propaganda machine, was spreading all those videos of all these people who were primarily on the left or the far left, pushing the Osama bin Laden letter as if it was like some good thing.
I know.
Yeah, they would completely focus on the whole, like, well, you support Israel and you have military troops in Saudi Arabia, and they'd ignore the other half of the letter that said all the other things that, they would be hard pressed to be against.
Yeah. That's how it works. Selective editing.
have this Muslim element to it as well. In order for what? Like in order to do terrorism?
Yeah,
you're saying?
To justify killing civilians on the basis of these other things. In other words,
I mean, I don't know. There were Irish terrorists, there were Jewish terrorists, of course, as you know, in the lead up to the creation of the state of Israel. There's been terrorists.
Right, but those were local ethnic disputes between the Irish and the British, between the Jewish and the Palestinians. What justifies going abroad, flying planes into buildings thousands of miles away, except for the fact that they interpret all of these foreign policy actions that we do everywhere? We station troops in South Korea. They don't fly into our buildings, right?
Yeah,
they
I
don't have that additional religious element.
It doesn't really prove anything. Like if you were going to say, if there's, let's say there was like a husband, he comes home, his wife is in bed with another man, he pulls out his gun, he murders both of them. And you were to say, I think the motivating factor here is that she was having an affair, cheating on him. And then you were to say, well, I know another situation where a guy was being cheated on and he didn't murder both of them. Like, okay, that still doesn't prove that that's not the motivating factor here. And it doesn't even prove that there's any needed extra element other than sometimes it goes this way and sometimes it doesn't. But the idea of like, I mean, if we're just playing out this hypothetical, if you put the shoe on the other foot and you imagine that China, no, let's just say like China had overthrown our government and propped up a dictator and then started, occupying us or putting military bases in America. I think there'd be some Americans who would be grabbing their guns and they would become terrorists in the eyes of this new ruling regime. And I bet they'd be screaming about Jesus while they did it. So I don't actually think that's right. The Irish became terrorists against the British because they were the ones who they had a beef with. Now, if you're saying, well, why do they come halfway around the world as if that's some huge different factor? It's like, oh, because I guess America is the world empire and we are really the final sovereign over all of this area. And there are airplanes now. So I don't think there's anything, like, again, I'm not trying to absolve Islam of any responsibility that they might have. I think we're losing.
Ironic, because he totally is. I don't know why he just doesn't acknowledge. Okay, yes, the ideology. If the ideology is some benevolent ideology that's like, don't hurt a fly, right? What's the one that Sam Harris is always bringing up? Jainism. Yeah. If the ideology is Jainism, you put as many bases as you want over there. They're all Jains, right?
Right.
I mean, the point is solid. Why is he disputing it?
Well, I think if he was being more objective, even if you disagreed with it, you could say, okay, well, you have to have two, maybe you could make the argument that you have two compounding factors, a radical ideology, and then also you have a presence there that radical ideology doesn't like. Because if you just have an idea, you're right. Like if you just have an ideology, people that don't like it, and it's not a radical ideology, then it's not going to lead to this. There's, we still have troops in Japan, and there's a lot of people in Japan who don't like that. And they're like, oh, they want American troops out and they want to rebuild the military and blah, 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 blah. I mean, until recently, nowadays, America is kind of more on board with that because of China. But in the past, America wasn't really on board with that idea. But those people, I think there might have been like an occasional, terrorist attack in very, very small numbers, but it's never created some sort of 9/11 type situation or some sort of mass movement in Japan.
If we are being the security for all of these nations, I mean, that's a good position to be in. If they're managing their own security, their military could be turned on us at any time. I mean, our military is not going to turn on us.
That's why so much of this conversation, it's annoying because so much of the conversation, at least when you have it, people, they give the logical argument, which is, what are we gaining from doing this action? And the answer to that, I think, is difficult to quantify, even though I think the people really pushing the argument, the Dave Smiths of the world are really pushing the argument, they don't care about, like, there's no information. Like if he had a crystal ball that told him that, yes, America 100% financially, culturally, politically gains more from being the world police than it cost, he still would be against it because he's just against it on some sort of deep ideological level.
Right. He would say it's principle, but
right. Well, that's fine. Listen, if that's his principle, that's totally fine. But then don't use the economic arguments or the quote logical arguments, because that's not really the real argument. The real
Well,
argument
yeah,
is
look,
whatever this
your
principle
principle
is
could
based.
have terrible outcomes, obviously.
Of
Like
course
if
it
we
could.
pulled
Of
our
course it could.
military out from all over the world and we had 4 or 5 countries that developed their own military for their own security, right? And then those militaries started going to war with one another or even ganging up on the United States, and it was a big threat to us. Then all of a sudden we could say, well, your ideology of pulling back was awful.
Yes.
Fuck
Well, of
that.
course.
I mean, the September 11th was kind of, well, he would make the opposite argument. He would say that September 11th happened because we engaged with the world.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, I don't think is the case. You have, and this is an argument I made before, and you have to be hard pressed, I think, to not have a good grasp of history or human nature to be against this, which is the America monster argument, which is, and it's weird because I think Godzilla is kind of like a perfect example of this. Is, you have like the Godzilla creature, and it lives where it lives, and the world is kind of broken up into different territories and these little different monsters, and they all kind of like protect their territory. And there's always monsters that are looking to expand their territory and encroach upon other monsters' territories. And America has its own monster. It's our government. It's this giant Leviathan, the chain Leviathan. It's this giant monster that goes out and it does things in America's interest. And the problem is there's like this very naive idea that is completely, it's as utopian as the idea of a sort of socialist communist utopian country working. It's that utopian idea that if we just take the American monster, the American Godzilla monster, and we just say, get back in your cave, America, hide in your cave, border up the cave, and just stick your head in the sand. Okay. Like the ostrich, even though ostriches don't actually do that. That like we'll be fine because we'll just like, we'll just hide behind our big walls and our big fences. And then everyone else will just play nice. And they'll all just, all the little countries that exist will just protect their own little kingdoms, and everyone will be, fine. And everything will be stable. It's like, there's not what happens. That's never what's happened in all of human history. What always happens is there's powerful countries that are going to expand their influence, either by just expanding their borders or by just expanding their influence into other countries. And as they sink their influence into other countries, they're going to create policies all around the world, which we're all, invested in getting goods and products and services from everywhere else. They're going to create a bunch of policies that help them and harm their competitors.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, so we go retreat in our cave. So now China gets to expand its monster tentacles more and more and more, further and further and further, and who's going to stop them? Maybe Europe has to push back a little bit, but it's not, if America's hiding, there's no one really to stop China from just expanding. And then one day we're trying to get goods and service. We're trying to get goods and import things and export our own products out of our country. And we find out, well, everything that we're trying to import costs more, and everything we're trying to export, we have to, make costs even less because China has completely controlled the entire world economically. And you better hope
terrible.
that that's where it stops. It stops economically. It doesn't also continue militarily.
Yeah. Sad.
So you'd always rather your monster control the world. And I'd prefer it not just be our monster, but be a monster that's based around the principles of Western democracy.
Yeah.
As opposed to authoritarian communism.
Yeah, I say it over and over again, but democracy just aligns the motivations of the economic and political elite with the populace. If you don't have democracy, you don't have those aligned, and the political and economic elites, they're going to just take advantage of the population. I mean, this is what's happening in Russia and like a lot of these areas where they don't have a true democracy. So,
yeah. If we had a magic Superman who flew in the atmosphere and was like, okay, here are the rules, every country, you have to maintain your borders as they are, and everyone has to do everything fair. And if you don't, I'm going to come down and laser vision, the president and the army, right? If we had the magic Superman flying around, like enforcing international law, then I'd say, okay, Dave Smith's 100% correct. We can do that. That worldview where we just retreat back to our cave and everything is fine, that could exist. But we don't live in that world. We don't have a magic Superman enforcing international law.
Because we have the doomsday weapon.
Yes.
A lot of people don't like democracy, though, because there's this power sharing component. The political and economic elites are split into parties. So obviously when the Republicans are in control, they're really, their motivations are aligned with the people that got them there, with their winning coalition, their voters. So those motivations are often in conflict with the party that's out of power, obviously, right? The Democrats are in power. They want open borders. They want to let all the immigrants in. The Republicans are in power. They want no regulation. They want businesses to be able to do whatever they want. So
yeah. Having the Dave Smith intuition in America is useful to prevent overreach, to prevent authoritarianism, because there are factions in our government that do, have very stupid ideas. We lived through that. Everyone lived through the neoconservative movement under, George W. Bush, where there was this idea that we're just going to, start invading countries all around the world and we're going to make them all become little Americas. And that obviously doesn't work.
I love it.
Yeah. Obviously is a stupid idea and didn't work. And you definitely need people with the Dave Smith intuition to push back against that. But there has to be some acknowledgement of like the grand platinum rule of balance is key in most of these situations. Ideological balance is key in a lot of these situations, or all these situations, really.
Yeah,
contact
obviously
with with these analogies, because we're talking about a situation where mostly Saudis flew planes into our buildings, and we had the permission of the Saudi government to be there, right? So we're not talking about a situation where we overthrew the regime in Saudi Arabia and now the Saudis are pissed. We're talking about a situation where we had every right and the invitation of the Saudi regime, and there's this terrorist veto. And I guess one of my questions to you is that if we live in a system of nation states, if the whole, liberal international order is to work, it has to mean that we can't take the veto of a terrorist organization within a country to mean more than the word of the head of state that says, actually, we have an agreement. They want us to be here. The king of your country wants us to be here. We have his permission. You don't get to veto us being here by killing civilians.
Yeah. Okay. So just to be clear, you're right. We're mixing up things here a little bit. Yeah. No, I'm not claiming that America overthrew the government of Saudi Arabia. I guess it's just the point I'm making is we're getting into like whether radical Islam, how much of a necessary ingredient that really is. And so I was just saying, like, imagine some faraway power overthrew our government, but yeah, we did overthrow the government of Iran, Iraq, Libya, Syria, Somalia, Yemen. We've done quite a bit of overthrowing governments in that portion of the region, many in the last few decades. And so, look, I mean, to say that you have, I don't exactly know, like, where, like, at least the claim, like, I'm a radical libertarian here, man. So I really don't believe in much of government being legitimate at all. But the idea that, like, I think the general view of things is that we view the legitimacy of government as being derived from the people. That I don't think actually makes any sense, but that's kind of the belief in the Western world. I don't know what the invitation of the Saudi government means in terms of legitimacy. So we have a right to be there. Yes, the dictatorship that we prop up and keep in power allowed us to be there. So I guess that's true. No, I'm not suggesting that terrorists should get a veto. If we are doing something that is moral, that is correct, and that is within the interest of the United States of America, and that comes with the price that terrorists are going to be mad at us and want to attack us, well then, I don't think we should just allow them to bully us out of doing that. In other words, if the terrorists actually had a problem with the fact that America is just such a darn free place, and wanted to attack us for that, well, then we got to fight them. Like, screw that. We're not going to allow terrorists to have veto power over what we do. The point, I think, is...
I'd be very curious, and I don't think he asked him this, I'd be very curious for Dave Smith to answer the question, can you give a single foreign policy action that the U.S. government has ever engaged in that you would be like, yes, that is worth terrorism or potential terrorism attacking us, that you think it was morally right for America to be engaged in some foreign action. Because I'm not sure there is one at all. Maybe he would support going after, I don't remember. There was some conversation, maybe support going after like the Barbary pirates or something.
World War II, right?
Right.
Obviously.
I don't know. I don't know
War
if he
II.
would support that. I have no clue, because the problem with this in the framing and in the sort of the way that he's looking at this is, as he just said, he's a radical. He does not really view, or he does not really justify or view justifiable, like even the concept of democracy. He just said that, which is kind of insane. He does not even really support the concept of democracy. And it's like, okay, well, if you don't really,
how are you supposed to do decision? Well, first of all, it's not about decision making as much as it's about aligning the interests of the people who have the potential to oppress you with the people who are likely to be oppressed. That's the power of democracy.
I don't know, because I've heard him say sort of like he doesn't like democracy, and then sometimes he says like, well, he doesn't necessarily have like a better system. So it feels kind of like the cop out like answer, which if you say that in the terms of like, why don't, he doesn't really like democracy. So then everything that kind of extends from it in terms of, the whole like world, Western European capitalist order that kind of exist because of democratic countries and democracies, then it kind of aligns in this direction of like, well, then you are in favor of the terrorist veto in terms of, or you don't really care. You don't really care about capitulating to the terrorist veto in this instance, or really in any instance. That's why that question to me would be very interesting, because he says, oh yeah, I'm not in favor of the terrorist veto. But whenever we're engaged in these situations, it seems like that's always like the first justification that's brought up is like, well, the terrorism. So it's like, okay, well, you are arguing in favor of the terrorist veto.
It's democracy keeps the elites in check the same way capitalism does. I don't see why that's so impossible for people to see. Like, they don't turn the guns on the populace because they need that populace to vote for them in the next election. The bitter battle that they have is with the other Democrats and small d Democrats, like people competing against them for status in the next election.
It's weird, and this comes up a lot later in this conversation, because a lot of this conversation is about like Israel. It's kind of interesting because this conversation took place before that peace agreement was accepted. Well, we'll see, but like it's supposed to be accepted. So it's interesting that in the conversation about Israel and Gaza, there's sort of this heavy like somewhat justification of the terrorist veto and the terrorist action. And yet for some reason, when it comes to Russia and Ukraine, that seems like it all goes out the window. And it's very fascinating to me to see that difference between the two positions. Because usually when you see it from people on the left, it's because they're viewing it through like the racial lens of, they just view Israelis as white Europeans and Palestinians as native brown people. And that doesn't apply obviously to Ukraine and Russia. But I'm assuming that Dave Smith does not see things through that racial lens. I don't think he sees things that racial lens. So I don't know why there's this disconnect between those two things, when you should have a very similar, like if your argument is, well, Israel needs to stop being, evil against the Palestinians. They keep occupying them, blah, blah, blah. I don't understand how you can't have the exact same position for Russia invading Ukraine.
Right. I mean, you obviously Ukraine never did an October 7th though. So
that's why I'm saying it's even, you think that your position would be even stronger because Ukraine didn't do it. Like Ukraine didn't do anything. And yet it seems like this is where the America bad lens just is so powerful, because it seems like the dominating factor here is like, well, whatever side America supports, you should just, and this is the Hassan worldview, you should just take the opposite side. Whatever side the Western powers support, you should just take the opposite side.
Well, Dave would say we shouldn't be supporting Ukraine. And if we didn't support Ukraine, Ukraine would lose to Russia. And he's saying we shouldn't support Israel. But look, if we didn't support Israel, Israel's still going to clobber fucking Palestine. And they're just going to take over the land, and you're going to have Dave Smith complaining about it.
Yeah.
Which is weird, right?
This question is asked later in this conversation. What would Israel look like if it didn't have America's support?
They would have zero restraint.
I think Israel would be 10 times more brutal, because without American support, I don't think they'd have Iron Dome. And if you don't have Iron Dome,
it's over. You're taking over the West Bank. You're just going to just kill everyone to demolish them, because you have no way of protecting your citizens. Yeah, that's a great point. This would have been over forever ago. We're the ones that are prolonging it.
In a weird way, yeah, I think so.
Yeah. But I mean, prolonging it in a way that conserves life, so.
Right.
Ultimately.
That if you recognize that this policy comes with the cost of these people hating you so much, maybe we should re-examine this policy. And we can sit.
Dave just wants to be liked, Sitch, okay? He's worried about people hating him.
Okay, maybe.
Here and say, look, like in the same sense that if like all the propaganda that Joseph Stalin used to put out about how racist America was, which he loved that. And he would put out all his propaganda about how horrible black people were treated in the South in America. And, now any of us could look at this and be like, okay, the biggest hypocrite of the world, Joseph Stalin, like you care about human rights or something like that. But that at the same time, that doesn't mean you don't go, you know what? It is actually pretty messed up the way we're treating black people in America. Like maybe we ought to examine that. That's not me giving Stalin veto power over American policy. It's just pointing out that number one, like if you were in the Cold War space, you're giving them a giant propaganda talking point here. And it's also a bad policy. It's wrong what you're doing. So yeah, you should stop that. I've heard it argued by some, I'm not exactly sure if this is true, but that actually had that was a big part of the civil rights movement and getting like the national security apparatus on board with it, because they wanted to plug up that hole in the propaganda war. I'm not sure if that's right or not. But the point is that, no, I'm not saying the terrorists get.
It's funny because the only people that would make that argument historically were critical race theorists and very far left black activists were the ones making that argument. It was an argument that was framed in terms of, we don't want to give America a win, and we specifically don't want to give white America a win on the civil rights movement. So we create this justification of like, well, they only did it. They even talk about some CRT. It's called converged interest. White America only ever did the civil rights movement purely for their own benefit of being able to stop this propaganda campaign from the Soviet Union, which was a retarded argument to think that, yes, America is going to go through all this stuff. All the people are going to fight and die for the Civil War and the civil rights movement and all this stuff, just because we're like, well, we got to stop Stalin from being able to push propaganda about like how we treat black peoples in the South is not good.
Right. That's a good reason to go to war, though.
A veto over it.
I don't think that's right. I think that was a very minor factor in my opinion.
Yeah, that might be right. I'm really honestly not sure about it. I've heard it argued before. But regardless, there certainly were people who wanted to plug up that hole in the propaganda war. Not saying that that's what percentage, that had to do with it actually going through. But I would say that I'm not suggesting bin Laden get to dictate our policy. I'm saying that when bin Laden states his list of grievances, and they are, you have your military bases in our Holy Land. You prop up Israel, who mistreats the Palestinians. You've been slaughtering children in Iraq for the last, I guess, decade at that point. Go through. You prop up brutal dictators in the region.
We didn't intervene soon enough in Bosnia.
Right. I'm saying that one I don't.
They're not anti-U.S. military intervention. They just want it specifically prescribed in their.
Yes, but I'm not a bin Ladenite. I'm not coming on here to tell you that I think he was. No. But I'm saying I'm not saying he was right about everything, and I'm not claiming that bin Laden was a non-interventionist libertarian like myself. I'm saying I, as an American who cares about this country remaining free and prosperous and safe, I can look at this list of grievances and say, yeah, Colman, that one about us not intervening enough is complete nonsense. The one about us killing a whole bunch of Iraqi kids, he's got a point on that.
So
the one about us propping up
Israel. Here's what I want to say, Dave.
Well, let me just real quickly, I'll just end this very quickly. It goes, this is kind of the whole spirit of George Washington's farewell speech. That it's like, look, you get involved in all these entangling alliances, and it causes nothing but disaster for your own country. So yes, I think it's reasonable to look at some of those grievances and go, we should have no part in any of this.
So, a few things, and then I want to move on to Ron Paul's other big pillar. Sure. You said the big awakening for you.
I mean, well, I just want to say, regardless, it's annoying that, yeah, you can look at a bad person's motivations for doing a bad action, and you can say, yes, let's go through this list of actions, and we can say, yeah, maybe we should self-reflect and not do some of those things. That's totally fine. It's always, to me, massively telling and massively dishonest that when Dave Smith and Glenn Greenwald, all these people, whenever they talk about it, they never talk about it honestly. They never say, here's this letter that here's some writing that Osama bin Laden put out. Half of it is like just completely insane and unhinged bullshit. And then half of it is things that I think we should agree with. And they never frame it that way, because obviously if you start talking to an audience and you say, here's a crazy bad guy, and half of what he said was like fucking unhinged and stupid, but here's half of it you should listen to, that's automatically not persuasive to people, right? That's automatically not persuasive. So what they do is they just focus on the part that they agree with. They say, well, here's the part I agree with. We shouldn't be supporting Israel. We shouldn't be having foreign troops in other countries. And I think the problem with framing the argument that way is you are, unless the people in the audience have all read the Osama bin Laden letter, or they've all heard from someone else, that like half of it is about, free, like they hate us for our freedom. That's literally fucking true. Unless they've done that themselves, they've read it themselves, it is going to create a worldview of like, okay, well, America must be bad and Osama bin Laden must be justified or good to some extent, because all you ever do is talk about the parts that you think he was right about. You never talk about the parts that you think he was wrong about. So even if that's not the intention, that is the result. That's the end result, even if that's not the intention of the people that are parroting this stuff.
Yeah, it's pretty sick, obviously. If you're using Osama bin Laden to make your arguments, something's wrong with you.
Yes. And also, I mean, he's conflating different Osama bin Laden letters, because he said like, the letter where he's talking about us killing people in Iraq, obviously 9/11 preceded that. He wasn't, the letter where he's talking about Iraq, he's talking about the Iraq war after 9/11. He wasn't talking about like, for whatever it was called, the operation where George H.W. Bush, was in Iraq for, a week or 2 weeks or however long it was. And then that was it.
Right. Yeah. Operation Desert Shield.
Yeah. So.
Was this Ron Paul thing of why they hate us. And I'm really addressing myself to that point very simply. If Al-Qaeda did not believe in a Salafist extreme Islamist ideology, which is the most radical corner of Sunni Islam, I'm not saying it's all of Islam, not even most of it. Take away that one ingredient, we could do everything else the same in the Middle East as we had done. Overthrowing, backing the overthrow of Iran, the tough sanctions on Saddam Hussein, which caused a humanitarian crisis, putting our troops in Saudi Arabia, and they would not have flown planes into our buildings. That is my claim. That's my claim. And I think, and I'm addressing myself to this question of why they hate us. I agree with you. It's not they hate us for our freedoms. It's that they hate us because they have a very powerful ideology which makes them prejudge any actions by what they consider to be non-Muslim, Christian crusader, etc. And to me, it's crucial to understand if this issue of why they hate us, in fact, is important. And I'm not sure, I don't think that we can live with, I don't think the world, I don't just mean America, I don't think the world can live with a foreign policy that factors in the worst, most destabilizing elements of other societies, right? Because the Saudi regime, complain about their human rights all you want, and obviously one can write a book, and books have been written on that. They have a much better chance of ruling Saudi Arabia and ruling it in a way so that the people flourish than the bin Ladenites. And if it were the case that in Korea, with our troops there, if there was some Korean terrorist group that said we can't have these Americans on sacred Korean soil anymore, it would not make sense to listen to that terror group over the Korean government and risk taking away our deterrence and make our foreign policy basis on that decision when the Korean government is trying to get rid of these groups anyway in order to create flourishing societies. So I think we have to be on the side of the elements in these societies, these developing societies, that are trying to haltingly and with with many foibles bring their countries forward and make their countries prosperous.
Yeah.
Okay, last word, and then let's get to the other pillar.
Yeah, I guess I just am fundamentally unconvinced by this assertion that Islam is this necessary ingredient. I mean, there's been
radical Salafi Islam. I just want to be very precise.
Well, I don't know. The Iranians seem to have a lot of resentment toward us for overthrowing their government.
Oh, by the way, sorry, just to clarify, I'm sorry to interrupt. What I mean, any ideology, which many ideologies could fit this hole. It's not only radical Sunni Islam. Other ideologies.
I don't think it's only Islam. To be honest, I mean, look, violence is used all the time, and groups who are oppressed violently often use violence in retaliation. We had slave revolts in this country that were incredibly violent. There's been all types of violence used by every major religion, maybe not every minor one, but every major religion for sure. I just don't agree with that at all. I think that the obvious element that when missing, none of this would happen, is America's domination and killing of innocent people in this part of the world. You know, when the King Crane Commission went to Syria after...
He keeps saying, but it's fundamentally, bafflingly untrue, because he even acknowledged earlier, if America was an Islamic country and it followed whatever Islamic doctrine that Osama bin Laden liked or agreed with, we could be killing 10 times the number of people in the Middle East, and he'd be cheering it on. That's a fact. And he even acknowledged that was true. And if that is the case, then how can you possibly make this argument like, well, it's not the religion, it's the fact that we're there. It's the fact that we, had military there that killed people there. How can you possibly make that argument and also acknowledge, well, if we were on their ideological side, we could kill 10 times that number and it would be totally fine.
Ideas are contradictory, Sitch. You can't make both those arguments.
That's why it's a crazy argument to make.
Yeah. Ideology is driving the ship.
Yes. And even if you had a situation where it's like, not just as a very extreme radical ideology, but it's a very extreme radical ideology that, as I talked about, is a master philosophy instead of a, slave philosophy. It's also a philosophy that believes in, or at least is advocated for, suicide in order to gain a benefit in the next life. That's where you get into like the hyper dangerous territory okay, well, you can't possibly like coexist with neighbors who have a philosophy of extremist where they say, you have to follow my ideology. If you don't, it's an affront to my religion and you are bad. And also, if I kill myself in name of that philosophy, I gain a benefit from it. That's like the triad of, oh my God, these people are going to cause violence and, they need to be stopped.
Yeah, that's scary.
It's so obnoxious to me because when you talk to like radical people in the Dave Smith camp, and we've talked to people like this, and they make this argument, democratic capitalist individuality or individualism is a toxic ideology because it like permeates from America. And you look at every other conflict in the world and you're like, oh, people are being oppressed there, so we should help them. Like it's a ideology that's all consuming, right? That this is the argument they make. Like it kind of breaches out and it makes you want to be involved in conflicts where you see that there's human rights abuses because it's kind of like a universalizing ideology. And it's crazy to me because I've heard Dave Smith make this argument, but then it's like, well, how do you not accept the same argument for radical Islam which literally argues, like you're arguing with democratic capitalism, that's sort of like a subtle argument. It's sort of a subtle influence. With radical Islam, it's very directly, it's very explicitly like, no, everyone in the world must believe this religion. And if they don't, we are going to use force to make them believe that ideology. And
yeah, it's weird that they side with those supremacists, because it really is a supremacist ideology. Yes. And then they at the same time want to call liberalism, which is a tolerant ideology. I mean, it is an ideology, and there's some level. I think all ideologies have some level of this ideology would be best if everyone adopted it, right?
Right.
But liberalism, the ideology, is an ideology of tolerance, which allows for a wide variance in ideologies, as long as those ideologies are tolerant of other ideologies. The problem is so many of them are intolerant of other ideologies.
Right. Well, and ironically, liberalism is permissive because it has a libertarian view of like, as long as you don't, fuck with me, then we won't fuck with you.
Yeah, attitude. But since so many of these ideologies are supremacist, can't we as liberals just like nuke them?
Well, if they fuck with us, like that's the whole thing. Like it's really annoying to me that a lot of people in this sort of camp, the America Bad camp, will have this like, they're only making the arguments they're making because they view the radical Islamic ideology as weak. They don't perceive it as an actual threat. They don't perceive it like, if we lived in a different world where half the world, was a radical Islamic ideology and it was spreading and it was engaged in military action, none of these arguments would fly, because you'd be like, oh, we have to stop this shit because it's spreading. It's weird to me that there's this attitude of like, yes, there's a group of people and they have this insanely like horrible fucking ideology that, would be insanely dangerous if it existed on the power scale of America. But we just hand wave and poo them because
they
like,
would
so
literally
far
nuke it.
Right, because so far they don't have that power yet. It's like, oh, okay, so I guess we should just stick our head in the sand until they do have that fucking power. That's a great idea.
No, we should work our asses off to make sure they never gain that power. Zero Smoke in the chat says, liberalism in 2025 is a tolerant ideology, Adam? LOL. Respond to that, please.
Me? Well,
I can
the
respond.
Problem is, I don't know what this person... When this person says,
obviously our whole conversation about wokeism, well, they're thinking progressivism is liberalism, which I don't think it is. Obviously, there's a giant contradiction on the left where wokeism is the manifestation of that contradiction, where the progressives are not tolerant at all. I completely agree with you. They stand under the banner of liberalism, but they aren't liberals. So, I mean, that's kind of the problem we've been fighting for 10 years now.
That's why I was saying America or democratic capitalism or individualism is, there's some group of people. Now, I don't know what the chatter was saying because I don't know what they were referring to, but there is a group of people that if you say the magic word liberalism, that's it. They will not hear anything you say after that because they will only
individual freedom. We're going to stop
right.
using the term liberalism. We're going to say individual freedom. Yeah.
Right.
We are for the ideology that wants to maximize individual freedom. Yeah.
They will never, ever, ever, ever give you any charity or good faith to be like, well, when you say the word liberalism, you're not talking about liberals like American liberals and American conservatives. Then you're talking about the philosophy that came out of the Enlightenment, which is the fundamental philosophy, which is a libertarian philosophy that was the building blocks of American society.
Yes.
That you have
the building blocks of capitalism.
Yes. The building blocks of capitalism, that you are an individual. You should be treated as an individual, that you have natural rights, and that the government's role primarily is to protect your natural individual rights from encroachment of other governments, of your government, and from your neighbors and other people around you. That's what liberalism means. Very few people understand that. Because the term liberal has become associated with the Democrats or the left, as opposed to the philosophy of individual rights.
Right.
Yeah.
Landorf in the chat. Oh, you got something else?
No.
Landorf says, no, Adam, let's not abandon liberalism. It's so hard to argue when you say individual freedom, because who wants to argue against individual freedom? What American wants to argue against individual freedom?
Yeah.
Right?
The philosophy of individual rights is a permissive philosophy in terms of saying, as long as you're not infringing on my individual rights,
Right.
then
You can do
can
pretty much
go
whatever you
do,
want. Yeah.
yeah, you can go do your own thing.
Yeah.
And
Or
that's part of
infringing on
why,
anyone else's individual rights, obviously.
right, of course,
Yeah.
of course. And that's part of why the individual rights philosophy has been so good at creating all these first world countries across the globe. Now, I would agree with people that we've strayed too far into the sort of allow business to do whatever the fuck it wants, even if it's detrimental to everyone in
Buyer
society.
beware. Yeah.
Yes, we strayed too far into the let the far left progressives sort of dictate the cultural policies, though even though they were taking a very anti-individual rights policy because they were taking a complete group perspective of saying, if you are, we're not going to view you as an individual, we're viewing you as part of a group. We're viewing you as like a white male, and therefore you must be penalized on the basis, not as an individual, but as the basis of your group identity.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. And that is the contradiction with the progressives standing under the banner of liberalism and just being completely illiberal. So,
right. Well, that's why it's based in communism. It's a collectivist ideology.
This contradiction exists on the left, but I'm not sure you can. The right never claimed to be a liberal philosophy, so I don't know that you can accuse them of being contradictory.
Conservatism, both parties in America are parties that exist under the framework of individual rights and the framework of liberalism.
Right.
So in America, now there are people to the far left and the far right that are obviously outside the bounds of individual rights and do not like individual rights.
Right. Yeah.
And then it's weird because you get people like Dave Smith who are so far in the individual rights camp that it's like they're advocating for something that would lead to the destruction of individual rights because you have no one to protect those individual rights. The Leviathan, the state, is so weak and feckless that you're basically creating. It's interesting because we said this a lot. The left is very sensitive to rich people and elites essentially taking over and abusing underclass people. And the right is far more sensitive to the concept of like, you need a hierarchy, you need order, because if you don't, there's a barbarian horde that will come and take over your shit.
Yeah.
And it feels like the people in the Dave Smith camp are completely blind to the barbarian horde issue. That's why they don't really seem like the right wing. They're completely blind to if we weaken the society, the bounds of society so much, the barbarian horde will form and will come and take all your shit and kill you.
Of course, yeah. There's always those people pushing at the boundaries of society.
Yeah.
Who want to take your shit.
Right. And you see this is exactly what you see in a lot of Central and South American countries where the government is so weak that you have the barbarian horde, aka the drug cartels, that form, and they just completely take over entire areas of the country, or they take over the government itself.
I think the concept of natural rights is a good concept, but I object a bit to the metaphor just because the implication is that if you do nothing, they just magically appear. And I don't believe that at all. Those rights, the rights that we have are the rights that we fight for, the rights that we fight to maintain. So, and it is not a natural process. It is very much an unnatural process. The natural process is the Matthew effect, where people just accumulate wealth and resources and subjugate everyone around them. And nobody has any rights. Yeah.
Of course.
That's the natural effect.
Right. And just to be clear, because I know some people will take issue with what you're saying. We both understand that the philosophy, the concept of natural rights says that you have to defend them via government or your own actions. But you're saying is that the implication is when people hear that word, it sort of puts in their mind this concept of like it's springing out of nature in the quote, the natural state of order or the natural state of things. So therefore you shouldn't really have to act to defend them.
Exactly. Right. I do think that kind of deceives people into thinking that they're acquired very easily. That it's just that it is the natural state of things.
Right.
Look, the communists believe this. This is why they think primitive communism was just everybody lounging around and doing nothing and having a great old time, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the way that they think prehistoric man lived. And I think prehistoric man obviously was probably in small tribes trying to kill off one another and steal all their women and resources.
Of course.
It wasn't a nice family potluck style loving.
No.
Yeah.
And it's funny because that is what, I mean, that's one of the big criticisms of the, like a lot of left-wing philosophies, is that there was this sort of fallacy, about the Indians were all, living in harmony with nature, right?
Right.
And, therefore it was the evil, capitalists and the evil Europeans that came in and destroyed all that.
Ah!
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, what was Dave smirking about?
After World War I, and they held this huge polling apparatus that tens of thousands of people were interviewed, and they overwhelmingly voted that they wanted America to rule over Syria in a League of Nations mandate. And the reason it's really the opposite of what the George W. Bush administration said. It's not, they don't hate us for our freedom. They actually kind of loved us for our freedom. They viewed America as the good guys. America were the ones, the city on the hill, who were all about liberty. They hated the British and they hated the French. Why is that? Well, because they were dominating them. It's like the most natural human tendency on earth to hate the people who dominate you and violently oppress you. And it's quite often the case that people embrace violence in response. I don't think that's unique to Islam. I think that's more of a thing that brings us all together. I don't mean to be such an egalitarian on your show here.
I would buy Dave Smith making this argument if he actually supported the U.S., going across the globe and toppling evil governments and replacing them with good governments. But he doesn't support that at all. He says, no, there should be zero, influence. There should be zero, interacting with any of these countries whatsoever. So his argument doesn't make sense then from that perspective, because it's always just going to be the situation of like, yeah, well, whoever's in charge, whoever's in power, there's going to be a coalition that is against that group, and they're going to paint whoever's in charge as the bad guys.
Yeah. Assure you I'm not one. But I think that is one of the things that humans have in common. So I just don't see it as, violence. I think that violence, we like to distinguish between terrorism and counterterrorism, but that's really usually not much of a distinction, or at least there's usually not a very objective definition for it. Israel is quite comfortable using lots of violence right now. They're quite comfortable killing a building full of innocent people to get a guy that they don't like. And, there's been acts of terrorism. Some argue Israel introduced terrorism.
Is that really happening? They're they're destroying a whole apartment complex just to get one guy.
I don't know.
They always say that they give a warning,
right,
to clear the building because they're going to demolish it or something.
A claim. I kind of always hate the fact claims about Israel and Gaza, because the information I feel is so propagandized in both directions that it's almost impossible to really make sense of what is like objectively true. Because I remember there was a claim of like, and this was like last year or something, like, Israel said that they would kill like 100 innocent people to get one like Hamas leader or something, right? That was the claim that was essentially made. Now, I don't know if that was ever turned out to be true or not, but that was the claim that was floating around. So I assume that's what he's referring to. But it's, well, whatever.
Into the pre-Israeli Zionist settlers introduced terrorism into the region. I don't think.
I was going to kind of, there's like I feel like invoking a little Jordan Peterson vibe here, which is I think when you bring up this whole concept of like, when you challenge the definitions and you kind of create the subjective fog around the concept of terrorism and counterterrorism, that's a very dangerous thing. I say you do that at your own peril, because there is something that is called terrorism, and there is something called counterterrorism. And you can make an argument that certain countries that are engaging in what they call counterterrorism shouldn't be and should be considered terrorism, or considered, I guess when we consider terrorism with a government, but it should be considered, an immoral act. You can completely do that. But to me, at your peril, hand wave away, subjectify the entire concept of terrorism. that really just breeds ground for people to engage in all sorts of violence whatsoever.
It's something that's unique to Islam. And I don't think, okay, I essentially do agree with your point that most of these dictators in the in the Middle East are preferable to the bin Ladenite, head choppers. I agree with you. And in fact, I've been very critical of our foreign policy for siding with the bin Ladenite head choppers in Libya, Syria, Yemen, and I guess not in Iraq, but next door in Syria. So yeah, I certainly don't think we should be backing the bin Ladenites either. But that it's not a choice between do we prop up brutal dictators or do we back the bin Ladenites who oppose them, which seems to be the binary choice that the American foreign policy establishment has been working within. But there is a third option there, which is that we don't have to do any of this. And it's not in our national interest. It leads to horrific outcomes. We get nothing out of it. And it was never, and it's also just completely unconstitutional. It's not at all what our government was formed to be. We're not supposed to be the world empire. We're supposed to be a limited constitutional republic. And the people never got a vote on this.
It's just such bullshit because you are backing. If we pulled out of Ukraine, we'd be backing Russia. If we did nothing, we'd be backing Russia.
Right.
It just, just because you do nothing doesn't mean you're not backing somebody.
Right.
There was never a referendum on do we want to become a world empire. And in fact, if you look down the track list of American elections, the anti-war candidate seems to win just about every single time. If you run back the presidential elections, who was the more anti-war? Was it Kamala Harris or Donald Trump? Or at least was perceived as more anti-war. It was Donald Trump. He wins. Him or Hillary Clinton, Trump, he wins. Obama destroys McCain. George W. Bush in the year 2000 ran on a humble foreign policy, no nation building. And it's like, I don't think
This says absolutely nothing about the state of the world. It just says that people want the anti-war candidate, which makes perfect sense. Obviously they do.
Right. But also, I mean, this is all in response to, and this is wrong to bring up W in this. This is all in response to W's wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. Because before that, it was the opposite. There was a party that was rah, Team America. This is part of why Ronald Reagan destroyed Jimmy Carter, was that everyone was like, oh, Jimmy Carter and the Democrats are weak pussies, around the world, and we need to be strong. And we need to be strong around the world. And that's part of why we're like, going to support Ronald Reagan. So this idea that America, this is all in reaction to the bungling nature of George W. Bush's conflict. This isn't some sort of natural state for America. And it never has been.
Right. It's a response to Iraq, basically. If a presidential candidate came out and said, if America is attacked, we will not respond. We will not get involved. Do you think that candidate would win?
No, obviously.
Yeah. If America is brutally attacked, we're going to just forget about it. Don't you worry, we're going to withdraw.
Right.
I mean, that's just like saying attack the shit out of us.
Yes, of course.
American people want this. And I think if we ever actually, and I don't think it's good for the country. So I'll wrap on that.
Okay, so let's move on.
I love Colman Hughes. He's so good. He's like, all right, you had your little rant. Let's move on.
So this other idea of Ron Paul's is that the economy and the military are linked, right? The economic problems we experience, the inflation, the debt, and so forth, is linked to military spending. Now, my question here is, obviously that story was true of World War II and Vietnam, and you can just look at the numbers, look at the inflation that happens as a direct result of money printing for wars. But in the past 40, 50 years, right, Reagan, he expands the military budget, and inflation goes down. We fight these wars in the Middle East starting in 2001 through the financial crisis. Inflation is in normal rates. It's at between 1% and 3%. This story that I think you believe, and Ron Paul certainly believes, seems like a true critique that is 50 years out of date. And I don't blame Ron Paul for that, because he's of the age where he would have opinions that are 50 years out of date. But
you
yeah,
on the
what's
other
going
hand,
on with you?
Yeah.
You knucklehead.
But what do you find compelling about this idea?
Well, I don't think that it's out of date at all. I think it completely applies. It applies even better to the last 20 years. You know, there's a real problem with measuring inflation by the CPI. And I think, like, even today, I'm pretty sure I'm right about this, but like if you were taking if you were trying to get like your Series 7 or your Series 63 license to go sell stocks and bonds, and they asked you on the test for your license, you know, like, is inflation if it was like a multiple choice and they were like, inflation is rising prices, you will get that wrong. That's not what inflation is. Inflation is an increase in the money supply. It's more money chasing fewer goods. And so if you want to measure, say, the prices going up.
I fucking hate. I hate whenever anyone talks about economics, because more money chasing fewer goods. Well, productivity's up. The reason why they increase the money supply is because it's more money chasing more goods. That's how you keep price stability, you dumbass.
Well, first of all, he just said inflation isn't the rise in prices. It's more money chasing after fewer goods.
Well, it's price inflation. There's monetary inflation and price inflation. People conflate the two. So
right, because generally when people talk about inflation, they're talking about
almost price
exclusively
inflation.
about price inflation.
Yeah.
Right.
Nobody thinks about monetary inflation, but monetarists.
Yes. Now a lot of the reason for price inflation is, as he said, more money chasing fewer goods. That's that is the reason. But to define
that's what causes price inflation.
That's what causes it. But to define it as such, in order to make this sort of, I would say, very Weasley argument where Colman says, well, wait a minute. How can you say that all this all this military spending causes inflation when here's all this military spending that hasn't caused it? And then he says, well, that's because I'm redefining inflation away from
price inflation.
From price inflation. It's like, okay, well then wait a minute. That's insane, because you're basically redefining the term inflation just so that you can automatically win an argument. Because then you say, well, yeah, prices didn't go up, i.e. price inflation, the thing people cares about, but the money supply increased. So I'm just going to redefine inflation to be the price, the money supply increasing, even if it has no detrimental effects whatsoever.
He's not really redefining it. Monetary inflation is a concept in economics. And I think monetary inflation came before price inflation, but I'm not super sure about that. They definitely work in tandem. The only thing that I'm objecting to here is the fact that he's saying there's this thing called monetary inflation, printing money, the money supply getting bigger. And obviously he's saying that leads to price inflation, but it doesn't necessarily, because he tricks you when he says it's more money chasing fewer goods, when the real situation is it's more money chasing more goods. The reason why we have monetary inflation is to gain price stability, to avoid price deflation. Which, and look, a lot of people want to argue about price deflation, but it's so simple, okay? If you can buy something cheaper tomorrow than today, Sitch, you are stupid. You're literally retarded if you buy it today, right? Wait till tomorrow. Well, capitalism runs on sales. And if everybody's waiting till tomorrow because it's always going to be cheaper till tomorrow, what's going to happen? Nobody's going to buy shit.
Buy anything,
yeah, exactly. So price deflation is a problem, is a huge problem. I mean, we get into cycles. I mean, the housing crash was a price deflationary incident with housing. And nobody wanted to buy houses because everyone's like, where's the bottom? Where's the bottom? I don't want to buy today. I want to wait for the bottom. Yeah, so this is going to happen with the market. Where's the bottom for the market, Sitch? Is the market going to go up tomorrow?
I don't know.
Did you know the market went down?
I did.
Barron was trading again in his crypto account.
Did you see the Voidzilla video?
I did, yeah. Of course I did.
Talked about somebody.
I said I suspect this is Barron. Barron is peeking over his dad's shoulder. I don't know if Trump knows what's going on, but he's like, "Oh my God."
Somebody in the Trump administration or Trump family is engaged in some massive insider trading.
Yeah, they're watching his tweets. They know what's going to happen.
Yeah, and made how much was it? Like
$100 billion or
no,
$100
like
million?
$160 million, or some large amount of money. shorting cryptocurrency. So
I have trouble with that just because I think if you're in the, crypto is such a fucking scam. It's gambling. It's the same as going to Vegas. So,
well,
you have
Sam is gonna be
better
very happy to
odds
hear
in
you say
Vegas.
that, because we had a long argument about this,
Mhm.
and basically her attitude is, since crypto is a scam, it's okay for everyone to scam scammers.
Yeah.
It sounds like you're
well,
saying the same thing.
pretty much. I
Okay.
do have a tough time
There you
having
go.
any sympathy for them. But look, if you're into crypto because your favorite influencer got you into crypto, and I do see a lot of these YouTubers that, I mean, they seem to know what they're talking about. They look like they know what they're talking about. I personally think they're full of shit. But
hmm
if they're the ones selling you on crypto and you're just, I don't know, you just fall for it.
Right.
I guess I'm less sympathetic because I'm here and I'm the one telling you that crypto is a scam and you shouldn't be wasting your money on crypto. And if you're still doing it, then you've been warned. You've been fairly warned.
hmm
I don't know. We've definitely got some people in our audience that have crypto and have made money off
Yeah.
crypto. But whenever I talk to them, they seem like they know what's going on. They're like, "Oh yeah, this is not for the long haul. I'm just making some money and I'm getting out." So they seem to have the concept that it is kind of gambling. Sitch thinks the stock market, unfortunately, is equivalent with gambling. So I keep
It's a
trying
form
to,
of gambling, sure. Yeah.
it can be, but
Yeah.
you're investing in a tangible asset. So
Okay. We don't have to get in that conversation.
no, let's fight it out. No, let's
Okay.
move on.
The problem with that is that there's just, like with anything else, there's a lot of factors going into it. So like, for example, if you raise the minimum wage in a state and unemployment goes down, that doesn't prove that raising the minimum wage lowers unemployment, because it might be that 3 new factories came and opened up in your state, and that's why employment went down. So there's lots of factors leading into why prices go up or prices go down. But the point is, it's still inflationary. So like, in other words, right, if let's say you had an economy where
Supply and demand is still king for prices. Like, sure, you could have a bunch of changes in the supply prices, so you're forced to raise your prices of the commodity, but at some point demand is going to fall off. Like, you're going to raise your price where demand falls to a point where it's just not profitable to even make the thing anymore. So that is the chief metric.
You were about to go through a steep recession and prices were going to drop by 50%. There was going to be a massive deflationary event. And then the government just like doubled or tripled the money supply. And so prices didn't change at all. You could sit there and say the CPI didn't change at all.
I get that it's multi-causal.
But that infusion of cash still created a huge amount of inflation there. So no, it's not a
monetary inflation. It'd be easier if you just said monetary inflation.
Well, no, he means price inflation now.
No, he means monetary.
No. He means price inflation, because basically what he's saying is that, well, if it was, because Colman says his argument is you can't say that all this military spending has caused inflation because we look at the numbers and it literally hasn't. And then he says, yeah, but if it wasn't for the military spending, all those prices would have gone down. They would have been deflated. Right. So actually, it did cause inflation. You just can't see it.
Oh, because it's price stability. I get it.
Now, it's interesting that he makes this argument, because later in this conversation, he chastises Colman Hughes, saying, you keep relying on these like hypothetical counterfactuals that are unprovable, because, you know, we don't live in that world. And yet here, that's the first thing he leans on.
He's making
a hypothetical counterfactual that no one could ever prove. We say, well, if there wasn't military spending, then prices of everything would have dropped, which you can't actually show that or prove that.
Well, I mean, I would bring in the economies of scale, obviously. If you're getting some sort of military contract, obviously you're going to get enough purchasing power that you're going to have some economies of scale going on, where you might not actually, some things are not even viable to make in the private sector or for private consumption, because they're just not going to be used enough.
I think the main intuition here is that when people are happy with their financial situation, or even their just situation in life, then they will be inclined they'll be vibe oriented to say, okay, whatever the economy is, whatever our system is good because it's working for them.
Right.
And if it's not working for them, if people are not in a good place financially and are not in a good place economically or even socially, then they're going to automatically say, well, obviously, I'm going to side with the argument that says that the economy is corrupt or bad, or the economic philosophy behind the economy or society is corrupt and bad because it's not working for them in that moment.
Right. That would be logical. But now I'm seeing all of these polls showing that if the party that they're affiliated with is in power, they believe their economic situation is good.
Yeah.
It's right, which is completely
right.
I mean, they're not really even measuring their economic situation in that. Like they're in the same exact economic situation, right? But their guy is in power, it's great. Their guy is out of power, it sucks. But but it's the same situation.
Well, that's why I'm so hesitant to sort of jump on board the like whole economy is doing fantastic now.
Yeah, me too.
It was only like 2 or 3 years ago that you had everyone on the right saying, well, the economy sucks. And all these people would point out to their own experiences that the economy sucks. And then all the Biden people would point and say, well, look, we have all this economic indicators.
Economy in 20 years.
Yeah. Look at all these numbers. Look at all these, economic indicators. Everything's doing great. Right. And it's like, okay, but there seems to be something wrong. There seems to be something that the numbers aren't showing. And then it's like, okay, then the administrations flip. Now we have Trump in charge, and now everyone's just switched positions. Now the left is saying the economy is fucking terrible and horrible, and the Trump side is saying, oh, look at all the numbers. The numbers are so good. I'm like, I don't know what, and you're right. People's perceptions on it seems to be so based on whoever's in charge. So it's hard for me to really make heads or tails of what's going on. It seems to me, I would say, to cut through the bullshit, there's something fundamentally wrong economically and socially in America, because people seem to be overwhelmingly unhappy, or at least the younger generation seems to be overwhelmingly unhappy.
Right. But they might just be unhappy because Trump is president.
Even people on the right, I think they're happy about Trump doing things, but there seems to be an unhappiness, I shouldn't say overwhelming unhappiness. There seems to be a general attitude of unhappiness about people's lot in life currently, even if they're Trump supporters. They're happy about things Trumps are doing, but beyond that, there seems to be a general unhappiness.
There's this weird thing that the stock market is this kind of metric for the state of the economy. And I just think there's a split, obviously, between people who are doing well and people who are doing not so well. So the stock market really isn't a good metric for that. Like the tax cut that Trump passed, if it does overwhelmingly favor rich people, what are they going to do with that money? I mean, they're not going to buy a fourth car, right? They're going to buy Apple stock.
Yeah.
And that's just going to make the stock market go up. But obviously, young people still can't afford housing, right? The job opportunities are getting worse. Supposedly a bunch of corporations are not hiring because they're getting AI to replace people. I mean, things don't look good.
Well, there's also something that's interesting too, which I haven't really heard anyone talk about, which is when you expect that a lot of people are doing economically not as so good, there should be theoretically a cutback on people buying a bunch of consumer goods, especially consumer goods they don't need. And yet I know that at least where I live in South Florida, Sam will go out and she'll buy these like little knickknack things. And it's funny because she says that the people that work at the store say that they just they churn through this stuff. It sells like so quickly. You have to be so on top of buying these little knickknack things. Otherwise they sell out so fast. And you're like, how is that possible that we're living in an economy where people is kind of going down or people have money and yet everyone's buying this crap? And there's either two answers to that. Well, there's three answers. Either A, the economy is actually doing very well and people are just deluding themselves and people just actually do have a lot of money. B, people don't have money, but they're buying a bunch of useless crap on credit, which is horrible. And maybe that's what's going on. Or here's the third thing, which I haven't really heard a lot of people talk about, is that there's the secondary market for selling stuff has exploded. so many people will go into these stores and the like home goods stores or any of these stores, and they'll buy like 10, 20 versions of whatever. And then they go and they try to sell it
They
for
sell
a
it on
jacked up.
Amazon.
Yeah, they try to sell it well somewhere. They try to sell it somewhere for a jacked up price. It seems like
Huh.
the secondary market for all this stuff is just crazy high. So I do wonder if there's going to be some kind of like housing market crash, but for this sort of secondary good stuff. Like how many people are buying things on credit and then they try to like turn around and sell it for, 50% more on the internet.
Right. Yeah, who knows? I'm in the same boat as you. I don't necessarily know. And I don't know if I believe the financial press these days
I don't
on
either.
what's going on. And look, now the government shut down. We are not even getting jobs reports. It's like,
Right.
where are we?
Yeah.
What's happening? The great realignment is coming, Sitch. Don't you worry.
Okay.
Everything's going to be A-okay. Let's get back to Dave Smith economics here.
Theory that war spending, drives the debt. It's a fact. We're spending trillions and trillions of dollars, and this is all being added to the national debt.
How important can that fact be? If America, with all of its excess, massive military spending compared to, say, Europe, has the same long-run inflation rates as all these European countries and pretty much the same debt to GDP ratio, it's not a one-to-one correlation. Obviously, all of these economies are complicated, but it does undermine the idea that the military is the difference between Western Europe spending 1.5 of GDP on their military and America spending 4% of GDP on our military is showing up at the grocery store in any way that a person could actually detect.
No, again, that's just not right. I mean, it's not the case that like if you're getting drunk and getting behind the wheel of your car and you go, oh, but my neighbor's shooting up heroin and getting behind the wheel of his car, and it seems like we have the same outcome.
Why do we have the same long-run inflation rates as all these European countries that don't have empires?
Typically speaking, they've embraced.
That was a terrible hypothetical or analogy. Yeah, that was a terrible analogy completely. Because no, you're saying if we do X action, it'll have Y outcome. We're doing the outcome, or we're doing the action, and yet we have the same outcome as all the people not doing the action. So therefore, the correlation you're trying to create here doesn't seem
exist.
To be. Yeah, it doesn't seem to actually be correlative.
More generous welfare states than we have. They have big government of a different variety, and that also requires money printing. And we also kind of act, at least to some degree, in uniform. I mean, the central banks of Europe and the United States of America do, coordinate quite a bit together. But yes, you're right. It is absolutely the case that America has embraced more of the militaristic big government, whereas the European countries have embraced more
and even in the case of America, our spending is, 1 part military, 3, 4, 5 part welfare states. So
100%.
So it's, okay.
Yeah, they're all huge. They're all huge drivers of this. But look, and I'm as against the welfare state as anybody you've ever talked to, Colman. I can assure you that. But there is a difference between paying for grandma's hip surgery.
We could reduce military spending to 0 tomorrow, and we would still every year be increasing the debt to GDP ratio in this country. So to me, the idea of focusing on it is like a firefly to the sun. If we're talking about issues like in inflation and the debt.
No, I mean, look, it's not a firefly to the sun. I mean, yes.
I'm exaggerating slightly.
No, but not even slightly. No, it is.
To the sun.
I mean, it's kind of like a third of the sun to the sun. So yes, there are other sections that the entitlement programs are slightly bigger, but that's it. After that, it's I guess interest on the debt now might be overtaking it, but then it's the military.
It annoys me because every time someone has this conversation, it's like someone saying, if you say, okay, Sitch, I want to start a business. I'm going to open a restaurant. And you say, okay, I'm going to put down $1 million. I'm going to spend $1 million. Okay. I'm going to spend $1 million to buy the property, to buy the location, to hire the initial staff, to, to buy all the food, all the silverware, all the things, right? And I were to look at you and say, I can't believe, Adam, that you just took $1 million and you just evaporated it. Okay. That's so irresponsible of you. And you'd be like,
evaporated all your money?
yeah, you just took $1 million and evaporated it. And it's like, well, wait a minute. Why? You're only focusing on what was spent. You're not focusing on what was gained. If you spent $1 million to open a restaurant and then you make $2 million, that's a pretty good investment.
Yeah, of course.
And so whenever it comes to this military spending or any of the spending the government does, no one ever looks at, they never say, well, what was the gain? Yes, the government spent X amount of dollars.
How many houses did those soldiers buy?
Right. What was the gain on the economy for that?
Yeah, exactly. How many breakfasts at Denny's did they buy?
Right. We've spent something like $20 trillion since the collapse of the Soviet Union. And that's a huge driver of the $37 trillion. But you are absolutely right that with the
it sounds huge when you don't include the biggest GDP in the world in the denominator.
Yeah, no, it sounds like a lot of money for the government to be spending, which is currently $37 trillion in debt. It's not, the GDP isn't spending money on defense, right? It's not, it's the government spending this, and they do not bring in enough money. The spending numbers
only have meaning in comparison to the denominator.
No, I don't know if
it's true. Okay. So do you want to move off it?
That was so interesting. Did you see that? Dave Smith says he's at first is saying that's not true, but then he stops and he just kind of gives the eyebrows like, okay, maybe.
He gives up.
Because obviously that's true. That's what Colman Hughes just said what I said. He's like, you have to, how much are we gaining? If we're spending X amount on our military and that's improving our overall, wealth overall to more than what would cost is, then that's a good thing. That's beneficial.
Hell yeah, it is. That's the difference between investing and consuming.
Do you want the last word?
No, go ahead.
Let's move off this. Okay. So I'm curious, do you support, I don't think I've ever heard an example of a military intervention that you support. And I'm curious, in your anti-war philosophy, I know that you're okay with, if for some reason Mexico invaded us, you'd be okay with us pushing them out. You're not... Sure. Everyone supports a purely defensive war.
Yes, absolutely.
So is that the limit of the wars that you support, or is there any war in the past?
I mean, we get to take a little bit of Mexico, right? for the effort.
We get to take Venezuela, obviously.
That should just be part of the rules of engagement, right? If a country invades you, they should know that if the country pushes you back, they get at least 1/10 of your nation.
Oh, okay. I like that.
What do you think?
That's good.
Yeah, come on, give a little teeth to pushback.
100 years that America has fought, that was not, or let me just say, any military intervention that was not purely defensive that you support.
No, I mean, I think in American history, right, the Revolution and the War of 1812 were purely defensive wars. And that's, leaving aside any of the stuff about how conspiratorial the founding fathers were about what the British were about to do. None of that really matters to me. They sent an invading army, and I think people have a right to declare their independence, so that's a legitimate war. In terms of a war that I could support, I can't think of an example of one. I think that there's, like, if you're...
Does that mean he supports the Civil War? I mean, you can't really say that. The Civil War was a war of independence.
I'm assuming he would not. I don't know. I'm assuming he's been talked about it. A lot of the radicals in the Dave Smith camp were against the Civil War. They should say, like, we should have just, the North should have just let the South
secede. Okay,
that was it.
So then it is a war of independence, right, in their estimation. Fascinating.
I like, just talking in theory here, right? I do think that if you're attacked and if you have reason to believe that you can't stop attacks from continuing to come, and that the only way to save your people is to, God forbid, kill some innocent people on the other side, I could see there being a horrible consequentialist argument for it. But I don't, I don't support any of the wars that America's been in my lifetime, for sure.
Okay, so I can give you two examples of wars I definitely support. One is Korea. If we hadn't intervened in Korea, there would be no South Korea. It would be, the whole peninsula would be ruled by the Kim family, and every humanitarian consequence that's come as a result of that in the past 70 years, including all the famines and the repression and the purges. And so to me, it's easy to make a consequentialist argument that our intervention in Korea, though it did increase deaths from what would have resulted, was in the long run a good choice. And then I can also easily support the military intervention in Liberia in 2003, where this country has been at civil war, hundreds of thousands of deaths, people slaughtering each other left and right for 12 years. Clinton does nothing. George Bush shows up, sends 2,000 Marines. Within a week, the civil war is done, and the country's been at peace for 20 years, and they fly American flags there. And these seem to me both examples where your philosophy of war would not allow us to go do things like that, whereas mine would.
Yeah, so I guess like the Liberia one certainly did work out fairly well. Korea, I don't honestly.
So you support Liberia?
No, I said it worked out fairly well.
But you don't support it, even though it worked out well.
This is the point that I'm getting to, right? Is that so? No, I wouldn't have supported the policy, but it did work out a lot better than the other catastrophes. But if you want to sit here and say that, like, my philosophy wouldn't allow Liberia to have happened, like, okay, fair enough. But your philosophy won't prevent Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, Libya, Somalia, and Yemen. And I'll take that trade.
I wouldn't say my philosophy is pro-Iraq. I wasn't pro the Iraq war.
No, it's not a matter, but you're saying my philosophy of not getting into these entanglements will not allow us to have the success of Liberia.
That's correct, right?
So then, right, yes, sure. But then the flip side of that is that then you also have to credit that my philosophy would not allow the catastrophes that I just rattled off.
So it's a trade-off.
Forget your point.
Your philosophy is...
It's so funny because if you catch what just happened, this is very interesting reframing. He's like, okay, my philosophy, my blanket philosophy of saying no involvement anywhere. Yeah, these, humanitarian crises, these horrible situations you're talking about, those would all happen, but we wouldn't be involved in these other places. Your philosophy, Colman Hughes, gets you into those other places. And Colman's like, no, it doesn't, because he doesn't have a blanket philosophy of intervention. He has a philosophy of you have to look at every individual situation philosophy, which is the way you should actually engage with it. And then it switches to, oh, well, yeah, my philosophy at least keeps us out of the bad ones. It's like, okay.
Well, you're always trying to improve your hit. You're trying to learn from your mistakes and improve your successes, right? So if you have the philosophy that you look at each situation and you're trying to improve your success rate, then, theoretically down the line, we could get to 100% success rate, right?
Well, you never do, because unfortunately, the way that we seem to most people come at this is you say, okay, well, we had a bad outcome intervening, so now we just don't intervene. Or the flip side, we had a bad outcome not intervening, so now we just intervene. It's like, that's as far as the thinking generally goes, unfortunately.
Yeah. I'd like to think we can like to think we can learn from our mistakes at least somewhat.
Yeah, well, I think we've definitely learned from the mistakes of Iraq and Afghanistan.
Right.
We definitely have learned from that. And I'm not convinced, Dave Smith and a lot of people are 100% convinced that Donald Trump, if not for their pushback, it's not for their pushback, that Donald Trump would have sent troops on the ground to Iran. To do some sort of regime change, which they've never really provided evidence for this. It's just like a vibe, and we're just supposed to accept that it's a vibe, even though there's nothing that ever showed that this was a thought or anything. So now if he goes and invades Venezuela, they'll point to that and say, aha, as evidence, but we'll see.
As every philosophy
everything is trade-offs. Yeah, everything in life is trade-offs. Sure, but yes,
that's a deep insight. That's a deep insight. That's not something to gloss over. It's a trade-off. No. It's a trade-off in human lives on both sides.
100%. But well, yes, it's a trade-off. I suppose yes, it can be. Everything is a trade-off, but also the thing is that giving the government power to do something is not something that you can then always have control over than how it's going to be used. And so, yes, in a sense, it is a trade-off, like everything in life is trade-offs. But I think the trade-off is way on my side. And if you're saying that, like, of the last...
It's funny, I think the only check really is democracy, but he's against democracy. It's like, that's the only check on the power that you've given the government.
Yeah. Well, and it's interesting too, because talking about like looking at things individually, it is flawed even for us to, as I did, and for most people, when we just put Iraq and Afghanistan in the same bucket. Because you look at Afghanistan and it seems like there was really no possible good outcome that could have even theoretically been. Like, Afghanistan just seems to be so kind of fucked in terms of the way it was culturally and how it existed, that it's hard to imagine that there could have been some sort of functioning government without US just propping it up, for 100 years or something, right?
Right.
Where with Iraq, that doesn't really seem to be the case. With Iraq, it seems to be more that, at least when you read about it, that after Saddam was deposed, that if the Bush administration had come to a different policy decision, or they had forced the Shia to make concessions to the Sunni minority that were making up Saddam's forces and Saddam's military, and to actually enshrine in the Constitution some amount of power sharing and some sort of protections for the Sunnis, it seems like it'd be very possible that Iraq would have totally not, like the Iraq Civil War after Saddam was deposed, wouldn't have actually happened.
Right. It'd be more of a success, more in line with South Korea.
Yes, it could have been a complete success story. It's just that because the Bush administration made the very dumb decision of basically saying, we're not going to force the Shias to play nice with the Sunnis. And then the Sunnis said, oh, well, we're going to take all of our military training and equipment, and we're going to take all of the American equipment that's been lying around. We're going to go run into the mountains now and engage in a civil war for the next 10 years. It's like, okay, well, obviously that led to a bad outcome.
Yeah. I mean, everyone saw that coming from a million miles away, except for
the Bush administration obviously did not see it coming from a million miles away. So I don't know what their problem was.
Right. They didn't listen to anyone. That was the problem.
I guess.
Good old Brownie's doing a great job. Doing a fantastic job here. What? He fucked up? Fire him.
19 military interventions. We got 2 who didn't turn out to be complete catastrophes. That's like, on the side of the trade-off that didn't allow for all of the catastrophes to happen.
I would say there are more than 2. You could probably add the NATO bombing in the 1990s, and you could probably add getting Saddam out of Kuwait.
Which NATO bombing in the 1990s? Serbia you're talking about?
Both, 95 and 99.
Well, all right. I mean, those
are more. I'll grant you, those are more arguable cases. Those aren't shut and dry like Liberia.
No, I mean, I think honestly, I know a lot more. I know more about
experts would argue that we halted a genocide in progress. And that's not
no expert has any evidence that we halted a genocide in progress.
Expert.
This is what they said. This is what they said leading into the war, right? Bill Clinton said that like 100,000 people or something like that had already been killed, and the FBI went over there and investigated afterward, and they just didn't find anything to back up those claims. And Milosevic had absolutely committed war crimes, and he had killed some soldiers and he had done some bad things, and there were people who got massacred, but even he never even got convicted of the genocide charge in the International Criminal Court. He got convicted of war crimes and I think some other lesser charge. But no, I think that thing was sold on lies, just like all the other wars of my lifetime have been.
Okay. So I want to talk to you a little bit more about your anti-war philosophy, because I've heard...
I love the way Colman Hughes says, okay. Okay.
One of the arguments on the other side of you is that the world is basically a competition of great powers, or if not great powers, then regional powers. And if America were to adopt your favorite stance of isolationism and purely defensive wars, we're not fighting a war until there's a bomb dropped, on American soil, and then we're going to fight a purely defensive war to eliminate the threat, and that's it. what would happen is all of the other powers in the world, from Russia to China to Iran, would simply fill in the void, right? And so you have examples like, we pull our military bases out of the Philippines, and it's not 2 years before China has created an artificial island and plopped a military base right off the coast of the Philippines. And then there's the additional point, which I want to get your response to, which is that we field many critiques of our military-industrial complex. The fact that we have this revolving door where you can predict with coin flip accuracy that the current Secretary of Defense is going to end up at a weapons company in some way, shape, or form. Yeah. And there's a revolving door. And in the aggregate, it wouldn't require a genius in human psychology to think that perhaps this pushes the whole system to be a little more war-happy than it otherwise would. And I think I would probably disagree with you. I think I would certainly disagree with you about the power of that effect. But what would you say to the critique that Russia and China also have their own military-industrial complexes? It's not even a revolving door in the case of Russia because they're in the same room. It's like the 49% owner of Kalashnikov became the Deputy Secretary of Defense in 2018 in Russia. And he didn't even have to get rid of his shares in Kalashnikov, right? Yeah. So they're not revolving in and out. They're just in the same room. They're the same people. In China, it all works through bribery because everything is state-owned, but they've had massive bribery scandals in the past 10 years where the weapons companies are bribing the people that decide whether to get to secure their contracts, to give them higher prices, who are bribing the people above them to make decisions that redound to the benefit of ultimately financial motives. So if America pulls back from the world, what is to stop the military-industrial complexes of all the other countries in the world from simply filling the space now that they're undeterred?
Sure. Well, I mean, I think, yes, I've certainly heard this argument before. I would kind of point out that it does seem to me that the more pro-war position almost always seems to rely on like an unfalsifiable counterfactual of how things would be way worse if we didn't do this. And whereas the anti-war position tends to more rely on the actual catastrophes that have happened. And so like, just to be clear, which I'll defend my philosophical views or whatever, but the idea of like, oh, the problem with the non-interventionist libertarians is that if we completely withdrew from the world, then China comes and totally takes over the world in our absence. It's like, okay, but like, just first, I will say, just on a practical level, like, without embracing pure Ron Paulianism or something, which is probably not going to happen tomorrow, like our criminal government in DC could have just not lied through their teeth to sell the war in Iraq. And like that would have just been a lot better. 1 million people would still be alive and trillions of dollars wouldn't have been wasted and tens of thousands of our bravest young boys wouldn't have committed suicide in the aftermath of it. And so like, we didn't need to fight all of these disastrous wars, even if you think on top of that, you can't completely pull back from the world. But
no one is arguing against that. Everyone agrees that the government should not lie to the population, especially when it comes to engaging in a war. Yes, everyone agrees with that. That is not the question that's being posed at all. Right. It is a complete dodge.
Right.
I fundamentally...
I like when he says, I've hand-waved this argument away before. Oh, yes, right. I've hand-waved this argument away many times.
This is, yeah, it's so annoying because this is always the argument. It's like, well, what you're saying is going to lead to this bad outcome. Well, no, because Iraq and Afghanistan bad. It's like, oh.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't see how you can say in a world where we have Russia-Ukraine going on right now, which was completely unprovoked.
Right.
I don't know how you could say, oh, yeah, we could pull back, but
because
other countries are not going to invade other countries. I mean, they're doing it now. We haven't even pulled back. What the fuck are you talking about?
What you just said is the answer to the question I said earlier about why does Dave Smith have to twist himself in the pretzels? Why is his opinion on Palestine being occupied and invaded by Israel not the same position he has for Ukraine?
Yeah,
it's
totally.
Because if he accepts that argument, then he has to accept the argument that, well, maybe you need NATO, maybe you need America and the West to actually defend countries. That's why he has a completely inconsistent view between Palestine and Ukraine and Russia.
Yeah, of course.
And we'll heavily lean on the whole, it's actually the only reason that Russia invaded Ukraine was our fault. It was America's fault. Okay. That's the real reason.
He
Russia
cooks up the
Ukraine.
2014 coup.
Yes.
Which he doesn't say anymore. Someone disabused him of that notion.
Finally, because when I sold it to him, he refused to accept it. But then when Scott Horton or whoever finally took the 10 seconds of research to investigate, said, oh, this is a complete lie, then suddenly he's like, oh, okay. I mean, he didn't change his position on it, but he dropped the number one piece of evidence he used to cite the argument. Yes.
Right. Now he's just got to go off his gut vibe.
Right.
Reject the idea that there will be one power who takes over the world. Part of
it wouldn't
why
have to be one. Each regional power fills the vacuum of its own area that we leave. And it's not a hypothetical based on nothing. It's based on, can you point to a single time period in the past 5,000 years of human civilization where the regional powers have not expanded using their militaries to the best of their ability, given the accounting for the blowback they will get? Can you point to any time? So it's not.
No, I'm not. Yeah, okay, but I'm not suggesting that that no regional powers will exert influence over their their sphere of influence. Of course not. But I'm also seeing right now, Vladimir Putin is limping through his third year in a war with Ukraine. I don't see him as being a threat to dominate Europe anytime soon. The rest of Europe is all against him. And
this is an insane argument.
I know, because we fucking stopped him.
Yes, because
what is he talking about?
Because we were supporting Ukraine, which if it was up to Dave Smith, we wouldn't have supported Ukraine. Would have completely steamrolled. Putin would have completely steamrolled Ukraine.
And probably would have rolled into other European countries because they wouldn't have been ready.
Yes.
They're ready now, 3 years later, now that we've been holding off the front lines.
Since Putin has been unable to conquer Ukraine because America and the West supported Ukraine and an action I was completely against, this somehow proves my point.
It's nuts.
Yes.
Much wealthier and much stronger than him. China is more
but you
of a
implicitly,
power.
Even in that argument, you concede implicitly that if they were less strong, for instance, if they didn't have at all the backing of the United States, that he could expand, and that would be the natural tendency throughout all of human history.
Yeah. I'm not conceding that that's necessarily the natural tendency, but
what? He's like, oh, wait a minute. Okay, never mind. Hold on.
Sure, if Ukraine was weaker, he would be able to have defeated the country quicker. I'll certainly grant that.
It's not the natural tendency. So you don't agree with Mearsheimer guys that believe great powers have a default tendency to expand up to the limit of the resistance against them.
And also, this is funnier too, because it is bizarre because Dave Smith does heavily lean on Mearsheimer, and yet he just argued against the core philosophy of what Mearsheimer is even putting out there.
The Mearsheimer.
Yes.
Well, listen, certainly I think every organization has a desire to expand. I mean, this is true in general of businesses, of countries. So they're always trying to expand, not necessarily territorially. And I do think that a country like China, who is kind of known for playing the long game, even in their kind of crazy centrally controlled method. No, I don't think that they're watching America going bankrupt, fighting all of these wars and saying, oh, we got to get in on all that action. I think that, so essentially, yeah, I would probably agree with much of what John Mearsheimer says.
Isn't that what they're going to probably do with Taiwan? They're going to say, we're going to get in on that action. That seems to be what they're gearing up to do.
Oh, definitely.
Some sort of horrible, long, drawn-out conflict with Taiwan.
Do we need these rare earths? Are these things super important?
The rare earths.
Or is Trump just insider trading?
How rare are the earths? That's what I want to know.
Supposedly not very rare. They're just hard to get out. They're spread out a lot, from what I hear.
Isn't that what makes them rare?
Well, no, they could be numerous. They're just
okay.
hard to compile.
That it is the way of the world that great powers will have their realm of influence. I do think that's true. But looking at the world right now, I mean, it's just, I find this to be kind of a silly thing where we become the world empire, we bully the entire world, and then we sit there being worried that someone else is going to start doing this.
Yes. America good, America based. We will bully the entire world for our benefit, for the citizens of America's benefit. Yes. Eat shit.
Whereas
we're the good
China,
bullies. The bullies for good, though.
Yes.
Has adversaries all around it. China has to contend with Japan and South Korea. It's not so obvious that they just take over the world. And no, I just essentially, no, I'm a George Washington.
Oh yeah, Japan and South Korea are gonna stop China. That's weird. That's a weird argument, but all right. Sure.
Washingtonian on this. I think that America, we struggle enough with just doing liberty right here. That should be our focus. And no, I don't think, like, I think you can trade with the world and be friends with the world. And yes, it will suck to be a little country next to a bigger, much stronger country. That's already true. That's true with America. We're more guilty of making it suck for little countries than any of them are. So I just don't find any of this stuff compelling.
We're more guilty. Okay. In modern times, that's not true. You could say, back in the day, right?
He doesn't find any of this compelling.
No. Like, well, listen, if you're a smaller country, you're next to a bigger country, shrug. I guess you just eat shit and fuck off and get dominated. Okay.
Not with America here.
No.
We're good.
Okay, let's move on because there are other topics I want to get to. One of your big arguments, and you've made this on Rogan and elsewhere, is that Israel got us into the Iraq war, or more specifically, pro-Israeli interests.
What are you laughing about?
Oh, nothing. I take it you're not watching the live feed.
Oh. Listen, at least you're good faith here. Okay.
Did you see the live feed?
I saw, yes. You got the little...
Is this bad faith?
We're just a little bit.
What's going on here?
Right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll take it off. You made me feel bad.
Philip Kogan's for $20. Thank you, Philip. Says people don't understand the MIC, military industrial complex, and why we have it. It's not just a switch you can flip. In 1942, our pre-war military was destroyed. It wasn't until mid-1944 that our industrial advantages produced battlefield results. No, that is a very good point. There is this idea people have, you can just like an on-off switch to manufacture military equipment to have like a good military, when that's not the way it is. And if you shut that all down, it's going to take a lot of time to build it up again. And the whole point of never shutting it down completely is you never know when you're going to need it. Because if you shut everything down, because that's what Europe did. Europe is basically like, we can just shut everything down. It doesn't matter anymore.
America will take care of it. Yeah,
right.
They're outsourcing their security to us.
Russia invades Ukraine. Suddenly their peace and stability doesn't seem so peace and stable anymore. And they're like, oh my God. And then they scramble to build their military back up.
Yeah, we need to make bullets. Well, how do we do that? What do we make them out of?
Right. It's basically like people living in like a good area for 10 years. They never locked their doors. And all of a sudden, after 10 years, people start getting their houses broken in. They're like, oh shit, I guess we actually have to start doing things again. Maintaining our own security.
Were a key factor, a key influence that pushed America into the war in Iraq. So I want to give you the floor to make your case here.
Yeah, well, I mean, if, for John Mearsheimer, as you were just mentioning him, so I just was at the top of my mind, but he wrote a book called The Israel Lobby, where he really details this pretty extensively with all the footnotes and citations that you need.
I've read it. I find it totally unconvincing, but
well, I don't even know how do you find it unconvincing? I mean, obviously,
I'll tell you. Well, okay. I wanted to give you. Okay, so
sure.
I'll tell you why
I'll lay out the case if you want first, but sure.
No. Yeah. Okay. Well, if we're talking about Mearsheimer, let's talk about that, and then you can lay out whatever other
sure elements
of the case you think are compelling. So the idea that the domestic Israel lobby is big enough or powerful enough to get America to fight an entire war that we would not otherwise have fought is to me ridiculous. And now I'll give you a few touch points. During the entire George W. Bush administration, the Israel lobby spent $17 million lobbying Congress. Now that might sound like a lot to me or you. It is absolute chump change on the scale of domestic lobbying. To put it in perspective, the tobacco lobby spent $200 million, so more than 10 times that amount over the same time period. And they couldn't even stop Congress from passing a federal tax hike on cigarettes in 2009. Now, during the Obama era, the Israel lobby spent $30 million, and they were outspent by the dentists. The dentist lobby spent $32 million. This is all according to opensecrets.org, which is usually the standard source people go to for such figures. This is, again, not to repeat my favorite phrase, but like a firefly to the sun when compared to the $2 billion, for instance, that Wall Street spent lobbying Congress, and they couldn't even prevent Dodd-Frank from being passed. So the idea that the domestic Israel lobby could get us to fight an entire war that we wouldn't otherwise have fought at the same price as the dentists are paying Congress is too much for me.
Right. Oh, this is a topic for another show, but the bankers loved Dodd-Frank, and I think they were quite happy with that bill again. But that's a topic for another show.
They tried to prevent it from being passed, and only once they failed did they try to mold it as a plan B to their own image. So
yeah, I mean, look,
you can't start again, don't start the movie in the middle. They failed with $2 billion to prevent it being passed.
I think you're the one who's missing the firefly for the sun, or whatever your analogy was in that case with the big banks. It's like, look, man, you could talk about these people who like get contribute tons of money to candidates in Washington, D.C., and then point out the one area where they didn't get the policy that they wanted, or they didn't get their A plan and only got their B plan. Okay, but then if you zoom out, you can look at how the whole system is rigged in their favor. They get free money and then lend it out to the American people. I think it seems to be working out pretty.
This is so insanely dishonest. It's like so insanely, like, he's like, okay, here's a fact, a very logical argument. You're saying that the Israel lobby had this influence. And one element of that is obviously the money influence. He says, well, they only spent $17 million compared to the tobacco lobby that spent significantly more than that.
And they
the
didn't
dentist
get
lobby,
jack shit.
Yeah, that spent significantly more than that. And then the Wall Street lobby, which spent way fucking more than that, okay? And all this money didn't actually produce the results that any of these lobby organizations wanted. So, yeah, you could say that obviously lobbyists lobby because they think it's going to work, but it's not a one-for-one. It's definitely not a one-for-one. You can't say, well, they spent money, therefore that created the result at the end of the day, because here's a bunch of counterexamples of people spending way more money and not getting the result, right?
Especially when they're talking about fighting against the public on something like going to war with someone.
Exactly.
That's just insane.
Exactly. And then to just hand wave that away and be like, yeah, but, lobbying bad. Okay.
Right.
It's so absurd. It's so dishonest.
Be good for them rigging this system. But onto the Israel lobby thing. I mean, look, again, this isn't refuting any of what Mearsheimer said. Mearsheimer simply claimed that because you're talking about AIPAC, and he's talking about the entire lobby.
No. Those numbers I gave were the entire pro-Israel lobby, of which AIPAC is something like half.
Okay, fine. But But you're talking AIPAC and the American Enterprise Institute and the Washington
I'm talking
Institute
about
for
every organization that's listed under the pro-Israel lobby on Open Secrets.
But what he's talking about for most of the book, which is really what I'm always hammering down. I mean, look, there's no question like AIPAC supported the war, and some of these other, or the American Enterprise Institute, they all supported the war, and they threw money toward that, and they lobbied for it. But this was a neoconservative war. I mean, the neoconservative, like, I don't think there's any chance. Look, the Iraq War was highly debated. It was contested. It was contested in Congress. There were people who were against it. There were uniformed military people who were against it. There were people at the State Department who were for it. And the neocons were the ones who really pushed it through. And look, I mean, Colman, you look at who the neocons were Okay. In their own words, they have deep loyalty to Israel. Every last one of them has said in their own words that they have a deep commitment toward Israel. They're writing all of their policy papers through the 1990s on how we have to overthrow the government in Iraq as part of this clean break strategy on behalf of Israel. And then they are all of George W. Bush's men. Literally, once the towers come down, George W. Bush is in the White House. It's a project for a new American century, all down his staff, down from his defense secretary, his vice president, and all of their men. They're at the State Department, the Defense Department. And so it is not going out on a limb to say, yeah, this war doesn't happen without the neoconservatives. And I think John Mearsheimer very reasonably puts them as part of the Israel lobby. All you have to do is read their own words. It's not like I'm putting together some conspiracy. By the way, I love that Mearsheimer points out in that book, because I do think there's a real interesting point to make, that he's not saying it was a Jewish war. Say, like, the Jewish people in America actually opposed the war in Iraq much more so than just about any other group. I think the polling data was they were way out ahead against the war in Iraq. I forget the exact numbers.
Yes, that's
but yeah, there's no question that, call it whatever you want to. I mean, like, they would basically through the 90s self-identify as the American version of the Likudnik party, but whatever you want to call it, these group of people who have, in their own words, admitted they have like profound loyalty and connection to Israel, pushed for this war, and they had written in their own words that a huge part of it was because this was the strategy to help Israel.
None of this is true, Dave. Okay, so let's look
yes,
at
it is. It's all true.
Let's look at their own words. Project for a New American Century is founded in 1998. If you go to their archive online, you can find the earliest thing written about Iraq by a member. The earliest thing is written by John Bolton in 1997. Here's the first sentence of the earliest thing written on the PNAC archive. You might think the United Nations would want to punish Saddam Hussein for disrupting and nearly killing the UN's own efforts to eliminate Iraq's weapons of mass destruction. Instead, the UN Security Council effectively rewarded him. The next year, when the PNAC is actually founded, as you know, they write a letter to Bill Clinton. Now, this is the first time that PNAC, the neocons, call for the ouster of Saddam Hussein, right, publicly.
No, this is the first time the Project for a New American Century called for him. It's not the first time the neocons had publicly called for him. Right, but it's not. No, you said the neocons. It's not the first time the neocons had called for it publicly.
Correct. We'll get to that. Apologies. So the first time PNAC calls for the ouster of Saddam Hussein in 98, they write a letter to Bill Clinton. The entire letter is about the fact that Saddam has WMDs or is pursuing WMD, and we can't let it happen. And this is how the letter ends. We urge you to act decisively. If you act now to end the threat of weapons of mass destruction against the U.S. or its allies, you will be acting in the most fundamental national security interests of the country. If we accept blah, 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 blah. Okay. So Israel is...
And then George Bush found that letter. He's like, oh my God.
Mentioned once in that letter, and it's grouped in with all of our other allies in the region. It's like they say, also, this will be good for Israel and Jordan and our other allies in the region. So PNAC, this idea that the Project for a New American Century, that you and I both agree is a good bellwether for the neocons, was not using the WMD argument. It was their main argument. It was almost their only argument long before Iraq. Now let's get to this clean break.
No, but this is just, wait, hold on. But Colman, this is just not right. I mean, you've read A Clean Break, a new strategy for securing the realm and coping with crumbling states, I assume.
That wasn't about U.S. foreign policy. That was a recommendation for Israeli foreign policy.
Yes, okay, but you're saying they talk openly about wanting to overthrow Saddam Hussein for the clean break strategy. Like, so, okay, like, yes, in the letter to Bill Clinton, they didn't say that, but they had written openly about this.
No,
it's the entire strategy that they laid out. And we also have a 4-star general who's on record saying that he saw these plans, that they were going to go overthrow all of these governments.
Let's deal with one at a time. The Clean Break Memo. Sure. The Clean Break Memo, written by Richard Pearl.
So this is very interesting. And this is...
God, I love this. This is so good.
Colman is very...
Colman just dismantles him.
Very good at this.
Look at that look on Dave's face. That's what he's like, oh, fuck. What did I get myself into here?
There is
this guy actually reads. Holy shit.
There is this thing, and I have to give Scott Adams credit for this. or at least coining the term or conceptualizing it to me,
is
the
the
whole
list.
The list strategy.
Yeah, totally.
Yes, because you see this happen so much in these
The laundry list.
The laundry list strategy, and it's so obnoxious to deal with. Where someone says, "I believe this because here's my laundry list of reasons." Okay, and you go through the laundry list of that person, and you'll one by one, counter or debunk all the points.
Yes.
And then when you get to the end of it, it just resets back to the person just resets back to the top, because what they're doing is they're saying, I believe this because I have like 5 different points or 10 different points. So I have to take all these little points and group them together. And as a whole, they prove evidence for whatever argument I'm making. And then
even if they're all incorrect.
Right. And then if you debunk every single one of those points, it doesn't matter. They still keep turning back to like the vibe of, well, all the points coalesce together to prove the one point.
Right.
That's what you just saw, because
the list
Coleman
is
Hughes
greater
trying
than the sum of its parts.
Right. Because Coleman Hughes is trying to do this one at a time, saying, okay, well, here's the first thing. Here's this like neoconservative organization that we're using that you acknowledge is a bellwether for neoconservative thought. And here they are publicly advocating for going to Iraq. And it doesn't have anything to do with, the Israel lobby. You're doing it for Israel's interest or blah, blah, blah. And then immediately you have, well, no, we need to pivot to the next point. He doesn't actually address that point. He doesn't say, well, okay, you're right about that, but here's the next point. No, he just immediately tries to pivot to, yes, but what about the clean break memo? What about the, what this general said? He's already trying to go down the list.
Yeah. It's not just that point. I mean, you've completely eviscerated that point. I'll give you that. But let's move on to this next point. The general one is the best point that he eviscerates. Oh my God. It's so total
but it's the same, and this was the exact same thing that happened. This is like the same thing with the conversation with Dave Smith about, claiming that America couped Ukraine. It's there's the laundry list. And we only got with Dave Smith, we only got to the first point, which was the phone call. We didn't even get beyond that. We got, when we talked to Aiden, and I think
she went way down the laundry list.
The laundry list of all the points. And it's the same thing. You go through the laundry list, and it's always funnier because whenever you engage in this laundry list, as you get further and further down the laundry list, the points become far more like not proven. They become far more vibe based and far more like, well, maybe it kind of seems suspicious based. And so you have to take a bunch of suspicions. There's not anything concrete.
Right.
You have to take a bunch of, non-concrete suspicions and then group them together. And from that, we're supposed to derive a concrete point from all the like vagueness.
Yeah. There's a lot of smoke. Look, there's a lot of smoke. All this smoke on the list.
Yes. I have 10 different pieces of smoke, so together they must form into a fire. It's like, all right, it's not really how this works. Didn't people learn? People should have learned that. This is the lesson that everyone should have taken away from the Trump-Russia investigation. Was that smoke does not mean fire. There can be all sorts of smoke, and that doesn't mean there's fire anywhere.
Douglas Faith, all these neocons.
David Wormser.
In 1996, it is a recommendation to Israel, to the Likud, to Benjamin Netanyahu, to say, here are some things we think that Israel should prioritize. It is not a recommendation about what American foreign policy should prioritize. That's the first thing to note. The second thing to note is that when that paper advocates overthrowing Saddam, the point of overthrowing Saddam was to replace him with a Hashemite monarch that would be friendly to Israel, like Jordan is friendly to Israel. That's the whole point. The point of deposing Saddam was not to replace it with a democracy. That is nowhere in the clean break memo. So question for you, if the clean break memo was some kind of blueprint, why didn't we even make an attempt to replace Saddam with a Hashemite monarchy?
Oh yeah, I mean that's a good point. I think the whole thing fell apart, right? I mean, like but we
never even contemplated it. We never even floated the idea. So how could it be therefore true that the clean break memo is some kind of blueprint?
Well, Chalabi was like Judith Miller's big source on the whole thing, right? I think that a lot of the neocons seem to really believe that that was going to be what happened, and that's not what happened after they invaded the country. But Colman, I mean, like you're sitting here saying like, okay, so these people are like, they're writing to Benjamin Netanyahu saying, here's the strategy for a clean break to get away from the peace process so you don't have to give up a Palestinian state and you can keep the status quo going. And so what we think you ought to do for that is overthrow this guy Saddam Hussein. And then you have them advocating for overthrowing Saddam Hussein for years more after that. Then they actually get into power and they do the thing. And we're supposed to pretend like that there's no connection there. I'm not like connecting wild dots. I'm saying like they said this is what their interest was. This is why they wanted it done, and then they did the thing.
No, that's not true. I mean,
it is.
It's not true because Richard Pearl was not saying what America should do. He was saying what he thought Israel should do. What we ended up doing was not what was in the Clean Break memo. Your whole argument is that what we ended up doing was what was in this memo. It's not true. We deposed Saddam, and nowhere in the Clean Break memo does it say make Iraq a democracy. No Israeli Likud member would think you can make Iraq a democracy. They thought that notion was ridiculous. So what we ended up doing had nothing to do with what Richard Pearl recommended and everything to do with what George Bush thought would make sense. And you could be totally critical of that idea.
It's a mix of all of that.
But you cannot argue that what we did the clean break memo. That's just factually incorrect.
No,
and then everything else Panak is saying, their entire argument is WMD,
Colman,
WMD. You don't find Israel there.
Colman, this is like if I point to General Wesley Clark saying we're going to overthrow 7 governments in the next 5 years and that decision's being made. And then you say, yeah, dude, but we didn't overthrow. It took us like 15, 20 years to do that. Like, yes, of course. Obviously, George W. Bush and Dick Cheney and Donald Trump.
No. Again, this is so hyper dishonest. Okay. Because the argument is, and it's even Mearsheimer, because I was listening to some of his speeches about this. Even he says that it was primarily the neoconservative movement that was pushing for Iraq. He only makes the argument that there was an Israeli lobby that essentially tacked itself onto that and pushed for that as well, which I don't, Colman brings a lot of doubt into that even being true in the first place, which is interesting. But the problem is in this conversation, and the way that this conversation is being had broadly, and Dave Smith kind of vacillates on his position on this, is that the way this conversation is being had is like, well, no, and actually Dave Smith did say in this conversation, this idea that if it wasn't for Israel, if Israel didn't exist, that George W. Bush and the neoconservative movement would not have invaded Iraq, is the argument that they keep bringing forward. So that means that it's a pivotal influence on having this even come to pass. And so you go through the first pieces of evidence, and the first piece of evidence is, okay, well, all the neoconservatives, when they first pushed for this, they didn't, had nothing to do with Iraq, with Israel. Okay, the second piece of evidence that is cited is this memo where someone wrote advice that Israel should take, not America should take, that Israel should take, that said that they should advocate for overthrowing Saddam and replacing him with this very specific person. And how can you say that memo was influential on America if they didn't do the key thing, which is replace Saddam with the guy who would be friendly to Israel? It doesn't make any sense. That's kind of like the most important part, because everyone knows, like, oh, well, you can go into a place and you can topple the leader and you can replace him with someone fucking worse. Or if you don't replace him with anyone, someone worse can come into power. This is one of the most common arguments that Dave Smith and other people use for why there shouldn't even be an engagement in these conflicts in the first place, because you don't know who's going to be in charge. And so how can you say that America is invading Iraq at the behest of Israel and then point to a piece of evidence where America doesn't even do the thing that it would say would help Israel in the document?
Yeah, seems like a huge problem.
Rumsfeld and Condoleezza Rice or Colin Powell at the time. Obviously, all these guys had influence on this too, and so I'm not claiming that the piece of paper came to life and everything that was on it magically happened after that. It's still a pretty important paper to look at, and this was written by people who were in positions of substantial power when the time came due. And so, yes, you're right. The spreading democracy to Iraq. Which it seemed to at least.
This would be like, I'm trying to think of a hypothetical here to simplify this. This would be like if you have a neighbor who you hate because they play loud music at midnight, and you like somehow know.
I like loud music.
Right. Well, say it's music you don't like. Okay.
Okay.
It's just the worst music imaginable. Or they play
Weird Al Yankovic at
they
midnight.
play Weird Al Yankovic music, very loud polka
Mhm.
music at midnight, right? And the leaders of the homeowners, association. And so you're like, listen, I have my brother. Okay. My brother's looking for a house to buy. I
Mhm.
want you to try to like use your power to kick the guy out and then let my brother move in. Okay.
Okay.
And then the homeowners society then goes and they kind of like pressure the guy to leave. But then like, actually, we're not going to have your brother. We're going to invite someone else who's even worse. And it's
Mhm.
actually a DJ who's going to be
louder.
practicing or like a rock
Has
band who's going to be
rave
practicing.
parties.
Yeah. And you're like, wait a minute. Well, obviously they weren't motivated by fucking me because what the fuck? They did like kind of who you want to replace him with is sort of the key factor here, isn't it?
Yeah. You guys went and did some weird, crazy shit.
Yes, exactly.
This wasn't my plan.
Right, right.
In George W. Bush's estimation, be an essential selling point to the war. You're right. That wasn't in the paper. And that got added later. But I think it's still pretty relevant.
That's kind of half the enchilada. Let's talk about this.
No, it's I don't see. Okay.
Let's talk about this Wesley Clark memo that he never saw. Okay. So 4-star General Wesley Clark.
He never saw it?
Yeah, he says so in the C-SPAN interview. You don't remember this? He's talking about it. He says
that this guy.
He says I'm talking to the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
Yeah. He says he handed him the paper and he was like, all right. Don't look at that.
He says, do not show this to me. I don't want to be on the hook for seeing classified info.
Yeah, I think it was. You're talking about the interview with Amy Goodman on Democracy Now, right?
Yes. So the memo that Wesley Clark never saw. Okay, it said, according to his hearsay, and it would be dismissed in a court as hearsay, that we're going to overthrow 7 countries in 5 years: is Iraq, then Syria, then Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, Iran. So the first thing I want to say about this is that Pentagon memos in the Bush White House were called snowflakes because they came so often and they piled up on your desk. And let me read to you from the Washington Post at the time. Rumsfeld, whose sometimes abrasive approach often alienated other cabinet members, produced 20 to 60 snowflakes, these memos, snowflakes a day, 20 to 60 a day. Regularly poured out his thoughts in writing as the basis for developing policy. And Rumsfeld's aide, Keith Urban, which is a funny name, estimated that he wrote 20,000 memos during his time in the George W. Bush White House. And then we have from National Security Counterterrorism Advisor Richard Clark, who was in the room. He was close with Condoleezza Rice, National Security. He says, from time to time, Condoleezza Rice would show Clark notes sent by the defense secretary, these snowflake memos, all telling her to stay off his turf. The first time she got one of them, she thought, what do I do with this? Says Clark, who adds she was advised to ignore them. Every once in a while, one of these ranting Rumsfeld notes to Condi would come. You can almost hear the eye roll. Like, this dude Rumsfeld is drowning us in his little thoughts and his stupid memos. He sent 20 yesterday. I get 20 emails from someone. I'm like, dude, what the fuck? Send me one important one. So then this guy, 4-star General Wesley Clark, comes along, doesn't see the memo, hears about one memo, isn't privy to it because he's not allowed to see it, also isn't privy to the other 20 memos that day, isn't privy to the memos next week that might cancel out the strategy that was laid out. Do you have any evidence that this memo was actually important as opposed to one snowflake in a shifting strategy of 60,000?
This is such a great argument. I never knew the context of this memo, but laying out the context just completely eviscerates the importance of it. Yeah. And we've all had those bosses that like, oh my God, they're just fucking drowning you in their thoughts.
Yes.
It's like, dude, leave me alone. Okay.
Yes.
I'm here to do a job.
Bosses, coworkers, family members.
Oh, I know. Yes.
Nonstop
oversharing.
Like, yes. Their thought on every fucking political issue. And you don't even look at it because you're like, oh my God, like there's Uncle Jimmy, sending me another 20 emails about however he hates the current administration.
Right. Yeah.
Okay,
so Rumsfeld has a reputation for being crazy already. Yes. Right. But he's the one that concocted this memo that is like, yeah, we're going to take over all these countries. I had a dream last night.
Right. And it's always annoying too, because you get in this situation where it's like, yes, if there's a sea of 60,000 memos, okay, after an action is taken, you can go back into that sea of 60,000 and you can find somewhere in there is going to be one that says what actually happened, right? It's kind of like the same thing where the whole like the scam artists who predict the future, they'll make like so many predictions that one of them has to be true. And then people will hyperfixate on the ones that came true because they'll be like, well, look at this, you know, it actually came true.
The ravings of Muhammad, the same thing.
Right. And
his epileptic seizure ravings.
Right. They'll ignore the 99% of the predictions that did not come true.
Of course. Yeah.
And actually, there's a scam. I forget what it's called. There's that scam that's built around this where like someone will make like
stock market predictions.
Yeah. They'll make like 100 different stock market predictions, but they'll be different and they'll mail them to different people. And then they'll just keep sending different ones to different people. And then through like brute force random chance, there'll be some selection of that people. If you send it to enough people who you got like 5 or 10 predictions in a row, right? Just through random chance. And then those people are going to give you all their money to invest.
Yeah. You get a list of 10,000 and you send to 5,000 people, oh, this stock is going to go up tomorrow. And 5,000 people, this stock is going to go down tomorrow. And then obviously you've got 5,000 people the next day that you were correct with. So you split that into 250,000 each and you do the same thing.
You do the same thing.
And then eventually you're down to about 500 people that you have gotten like a 10-day streak going.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh my God, this guy's a genius.
Right.
Well, I think, okay, so first of all, Wesley Clark has actually clarified a bunch of this more recently, but he did talk about how he had actually seen the plans originally a decade earlier in 1991.
That was some separate Israeli study, he said, right?
Yeah, well, it was a little bit clunky the way he said it. He said it came from Paul Wolfowitz's desk, and that he had brought it to Brent Scowcroft, I think, who had said, "Let's look at that after." He said it was resurrected in an Israeli study later, and it wasn't exactly clear what he was referring to there. But again,
Wesley Clark knows everyone's hanging on his every word over this memo. So now, like years later, he's like, "Oh yeah." Totally saw it.
Well, it's also funny too, because if you catch that, like Dave Smith is like, well, actually, he clarified that he saw the memo, and then Colman Hughes is like, that's not what happened. Actually, he said something completely different. And then after that's been sort of out in the open, then Dave Smith falls back from, well, he totally saw it and said he confirmed it too. Well, it was actually very vague and confusing what he was saying.
I know.
But, okay, well, that's a very different statement, isn't it?
He wants to believe, Sitch. Okay. Let him believe, okay?
Okay.
He's a believer.
Right.
A 4-star general, right? And he was not saying, like, because this was kind of weird when I remember Douglas Murray kind of taking a similar line with this when I had my conversation with him. But he wasn't saying like, oh, there's a memo, or there's just like something like what Wesley Clark is saying, and you're right, it is him saying what he heard from someone else. But he was saying, and a 4-star general felt comfortable enough to like say this on national television, that he went to the Defense Department and was told that the decision had been made, that we were not only going to Iraq. The way he tells the story is he came in, he found out they had decided they were going to invade Iraq. Then he comes back a couple months later, this is late 2001, and the guy goes, dude, it's so much worse than just Iraq. We're going to topple 7 countries in the next 5 years. Now, he said he goes to show him this, and Wesley Clark's like, I shouldn't really be looking at that document there, and this might be a crime for you to be showing this. But, okay, so what we have is a 4-star general saying he knew of these plans a decade later. The same group of people is now back in power after being kicked out, for the Clinton years. They're now back in power. He's saying the decision's been made that we're going to war with. Hold on one second.
How would he know?
Hold on one second.
He wasn't even allowed to see the memo.
Let me just finish the point, okay? And then you can respond to this. He's saying, you're right, he didn't see the memo. It's just a 4-star general saying that somebody at the Defense Department told him the decision's to be made. And then in the following years, We didn't overthrow 7 countries in 5 years, but we did overthrow a bunch of the ones on the list or target a bunch of the ones on the list. And so, Colman, my argument here isn't that, again, I'm not saying that memo came to life and exactly what was written down on that has happened. Of course, there were more memos. Of course, there were more decisions that were added in afterward. But isn't it kind of hard to, don't you find it to be a little bit of a coincidence that General Clark tells you the decision was made in 2001 that we were going to overthrow Gaddafi and Assad? Like, just think about that. That was a wild claim in 2001 to be made. And then we did just that. You don't find that? That doesn't make your eyebrows poke up a little bit? Like, that doesn't make you go like, oh.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. So it doesn't make my eyebrows raise for the following reasons. First of all, the people that actually saw the memo, like Condoleezza Rice, would say, oh, okay, another fucking 20 memos from Dawn. Put that in the special filing cabinet for my memos from Dawn, which is the trash bin. There's no evidence that this was some grand strategy, right? And the only evidence you have is the general who never saw the memo. So then you actually look at, is there any set of facts that would persuade you that this wasn't a plan? Because we didn't, 3 of the countries out of 7, almost half the countries have not done regime change, let alone within 5 years.
They don't even have the memo, the actual memo. They just have heard of the memo.
Right.
They don't actually. They don't,
also,
they don't even
I
have
don't
the
even
fucking document.
This is actually set up poorly too, because I don't even know how does this memo play into proof that Israel convinced George W. Bush to go to Iraq?
Because
anyway?
it happened before that happened. It just exists.
No, but I mean, like, what
that.
is it? Because they keep talking about the memo is just like, okay, the memo talked about invading these countries. Did it say invading these countries because we have to serve our sovereign Israel? Like, where's the Israel connection in the memo is what I'm confused about.
Right.
Alone in the specific order prescribed by the memo. And so, and not to mention, we did do regime change in countries not on the memo at all, like Liberia. So there's actually no variable from the memo that actually matches our foreign policy. And so my question to you is like, is there any possible set of facts of U.S. foreign policy from the last 4 years that would persuade you that this memo was not important?
Again, it's not the memo that you keep saying. It's that Wesley Clark says the decision's been made that we're going to topple.
How would he know?
He keeps doing this thing where he says there was a motivation by a person or by a group or an organization or a government. And my evidence for that motivation is a memo. And then Colman Hughes says, well, the memo either doesn't say that or you have no evidence the memo was motivating anyone to do anything. And then he says, well, it's not about the memo. The memo is what you're saying is
it's
the
about
evidence
the motivation.
For the claim. Yes. What are you
No,
talking
it's not about the memo. It's about the motivation.
Okay.
They said this. They wanted to do it.
Well, the
Doesn't
memo
it make your eyebrow peek up just a little bit? Come on, it happens simultaneously.
I know. If
this
the memo,
is a weird coincidence.
If the memo doesn't matter, then why would all the people bring it up?
Because then they have no evidence. Okay. It's
right.
better to have the shaky bullshit evidence than nothing.
Right.
Then what are they going to turn to? A hunch?
How would he know? He didn't even read the memo.
He's saying that his source at the Defense Department, and again,
so
keep in mind.
Is it your argument that no one at the DOD would ever exaggerate or lie? Because if that's what you're saying, then who are you and what have you done with Dave Smith?
Okay, well, certainly, Colman, that's a blatant straw man and not at all what I'm saying. So no, I'm not saying nobody would ever exaggerate. Sure, but I'm sure lots of people are exaggerating. The point is,
Dave got so chapped there because Colman Hughes' joke was 10 times funnier than any joke Dave Smith has made in this whole live stream. Who are you? And what have you done with Dave Smith?
Is that the supreme leader of the NATO allies? Okay, he's saying that his guy at the Defense Department said the decision's been made. My guess is that he's talking to people at the Defense Department who are in the know on this. And the point is, look, obviously, Colman, the plan didn't go exactly according to plan. There's just no question about that. All of this is this is late 2001 here. This is still over a year, almost a year and a half until we invade Iraq. They all believed the hype. They all thought it was going to be a cakewalk. And in fact, that's another interesting thing that John Mearsheimer covers a bit there, right? Is that essentially this was Sharon's initial beef with invading Iraq, he was like, whoa. Like he's like, hey, I want Saddam Hussein overthrown, but we got to overthrow the mullahs in Iran first.
He did not say he wanted Saddam Hussein. Where does he, what's your source on that? That Sharon said he wants?
Sorry, It's the
In
envoy
fact,
of Sharon.
he warned Bush not to invade Iraq. Prime Minister Ariel Sharon warned Bush not to invade Iraq in February 2002, which is confirmed by the Israeli ambassador at the time, confirmed by Ehud Barak's former senior advisor, confirmed by Lawrence Wilkerson, the then chief of staff to Colin Powell. The Prime Minister of Israel told Bush, do not invade Iraq. It's not going to work. And anyway, Iraq is weak. Iran is the real threat.
Yes, right.
This is a massive, glaring hole in your story.
No, it's not at all.
The idea that Israel pushed us into Iraq. Go ahead.
Okay, if you let me finish the sentence, then it's not a glaring hole in my story at all. What got them on board, ultimately, the Israelis, were that they were persuaded that Iran was going to be next. And they thought, all of them thought Iraq was going to be a cakewalk. Now, Iraq...
Okay. Listen to what he just said here. The language he used. This is very important.
Threat.
Yes, right.
This is a massive, glaring hole in your story.
No, it's not at all.
The idea that Israel pushed us into Iraq. Go ahead.
Okay, if you let me finish the sentence, then it's not a glaring hole in my story at all. What got them on board, ultimately, the Israelis, were that they were persuaded that Iran was going to be next.
Okay. How do we just transition from Israel was the one pushing America to invade Iraq to Israel?
We had to convince him it was a good idea.
Yeah, we had to convince Israel to jump on board with it because we told them Iran would be next. There's a complete change.
Now, what just happened here?
On a dime.
What just happened here?
Yes.
Yeah.
Complete change.
They went from being the jockey to now they're the horse.
Yes.
We had to jockey them.
And they thought, all of them thought Iraq was going to be a cakewalk. Now, Iraq turned out to be a catastrophe. And so, of course, the plan didn't go exactly according to plan. But again, you don't find it interesting. Like, honestly, just on a human level, you got a 4-star general saying the decision's been made to overthrow the governments in Libya and Syria. And then we went and did it years later. You don't find that to be, that's kind of interesting to me. Yeah.
No, because he never saw the guy who never saw the memo, heard about a memo, and no one else who's ever seen the memo has come out.
Forget the memo. He was told the decision's been made and we're doing this.
But how would he know? How would this guy know?
How would the guy at the Defense Department know? Because he's at the Defense Department.
But he's not the one making the decision.
Yes, but he didn't say he was the one making the decision. He said the decision's been made.
By who? By Bush?
Bush didn't imagine the top of the Defense Department. I don't know. Rumsfeld, Bush. I don't know.
Rumsfeld doesn't
it would
make
be
the
interesting
decision.
to get a lot more.
You don't find my random conspiracy theory interesting? Come on, Colman. Right. Who is the person? I don't know. Somebody said it, though. This is so weird. This is bizarre.
Of this information, but we have what we have.
Okay, instead of trusting the 4-star general that didn't even read the memo because he wasn't allowed to, let's trust the people that were actually in the room. Condoleezza Rice, talking to Bush every single day of the entire administration, says that the decision was made to go into Iraq for sure on September 7th, 2002. If you have better information than that from other people that were in the room, I'd love to hear it. But in the absence of that,
I will say Colman did use a little bit of a weasel word there, because he said to invade Iraq for sure, because part of the contention is, how long in advance was the plan to invade Iraq from the Bush administration? Because I know a lot of people have made the argument. I remember people making this argument like 10 years ago, okay, or 15 years ago. Now, I never looked into this because I didn't really care. And also I just assumed it was true because I was more in the left-wing bubble or the liberal bubble, 10, 15 years ago. But there was this argument that was always floating around from the anti-Bush side that when, Bush always wanted to go to Iraq from day one.
Well, I thought it was Dick Cheney that always wanted to go to Iraq from day one. And Bush
I heard that too.
Have to be pushed
we've heard that
into
too.
it. Yeah.
Right. Now it's interesting because even back in those days when I always hear that argument, it was always the argument was, well, Bush wanted to do it because, he believed
daddy.
He had a daddy issue because he wanted to A, prove that he could do what his dad didn't do. B, he was mad Saddam tried to kill his father. And C, he kind of had this like Christian imperialist attitude of like, I'm going to, conquer the Middle East, or I'm going to, turn the Middle East into mini America states. And that Dick Cheney was just kind of hyper motivated by sort of generating money for his own military industrial complex businesses and all this other stuff. I could hear all these arguments for 10, 15 years. It was interesting because back in those days, none of them were like, oh, they were all secretly being controlled by Israel. Like I never heard that argument.
Yeah,
until very
I didn't
recently.
either, but those aren't the circles we travel in. So.
Right. And now all of a sudden, in the last couple of years, it's like, well, no, obviously it was Israel that did. I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah, Israel was pulling the strings.
Right. But that's why I'm curious with the Wesley Clark memo is like, how does that even tie into? How does any of this tie into Israel? This argumentation.
9/11 supposedly. Dick Cheney was planning on doing this, invading Iraq, the evening of September 11th, 2001. Like right after that, he realized this was like the big opportunity. And George Bush was, supposedly, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But the purpose of it was to form a democracy in the middle of the Middle East. So,
right.
I think that was legitimate, obviously. So, I mean, that was their goal. It was a ridiculous goal, something that was near impossible because of the cultural situation on the ground. But I think that's exactly what they wanted to do.
I'm not going to listen to a 4-star general that never read the memo that he's talking about.
Okay, again, it's not the memo. I don't know how many times to say this. We're kind of going in circles here. Oh, okay, yeah. You got a 4-star general telling you the plan has been made that we're going to go fight all of these wars, and then we
didn't even have a high enough
them.
Classification to read Pentagon memos. I'm supposed to listen to him over the National Security Advisor that was reading all of these memos and talking to Bush every day and talking to Rumsfeld and talking to Colman.
Was also a member of the regime who was selling this war. So
Condoleezza Rice? No, she was not. She was not a neocon. She was not a She had a horrible relationship with Rumsfeld.
No, I said she was a member of the regime who was selling the war, and that's exactly what she was.
But why would that? Why would that make her less of an authority on what the plans were?
It's not a matter of making her less of an authority. It makes her less trustworthy, and he's not more of an authority or more trustworthy. The fact is that
what is the whole point of this, Sitch? Who cares when? I mean, the decision was made, obviously. I guess they're haggling.
I don't know. So I'm saying they kind of lost the thread because the argument was supposed to be about, this idea that, is America like the puppet of Israel? Like that's sort of the argument.
Right.
And I feel like we've drifted away from that into this, how pre-planned was it? And as opposed to what was the motivation for it?
The decision definitely was made.
Yes.
Obviously. And we did go into Iraq. Yes.
Right.
So.
And a lot of those people that they're talking about, like, Rumsfeld and Cheney and all these other people, they were part of neoconservative think groups and organizations and had that ideology that they were really big in getting rid of Saddam and kind of controlling the Middle East. But it was never the question, which that was my understanding, is that, most people agreed with that. But where does the idea that all those people were simply doing it at the behest of Israel? They're all good puppets being controlled by the Israel Jew lobby.
They wanted to turn Iraq into post-World War II Japan or post-World War II Germany. That was the plan.
One of the things I'd even bring up too, another one that was always thrown out as a big motivating factor was oil. There was a lot of oil.
Yeah, that's the two
money
first.
being,
they were like, look, it's going to pay their Iraqi oil money is going to pay for the transformation.
Right.
We're going to bomb the shit out of everything and then buy the oil from them to rebuild their country.
Right.
It's a win-win.
Right. And it was seen as
Can you imagine? Oh man. If Dave Smith, I remember the shock and awe when W. Bush said Saddam Hussein has 24 hours to surrender to the U.S. authorities, or else. You remember that? How old were you when that happened?
How old was I? That's a good question. I do remember my parents were hyper political, so like I was always getting this at all ages.
So like midnight, like 12:01, we bombed the fucking shit out of Baghdad. Holy shit! We sent in planes and just bombed the fucking shit out of it.
Yep.
Can you imagine such a thing now in today's environment?
No.
Oh my God, there'd be rioting in the streets.
Yeah,
Be fucking
Trump
rioting in
bombs
the streets.
Trump bombs nuclear facilities and people are flipping their shit.
Yeah, one and done. He drops 4 bombs and he's out. They bombed that whole fucking city for hours. I remember watching it on TV. I was like, what the fuck? This is insane.
Yeah.
This is crazy. And look, and George W. Bush did that. And they called him fascist a 10th the amount of times. I can't believe it. I'm like, talk about fascism. Holy shit.
Right.
That I guess that was the power of 9/11, obviously.
That was.
They were like, they attacked us. Fucking bombed the shit out of their city. A lot of innocent people died there.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. Fucking crazy shit. I would have been like, I'm getting the fuck out of Baghdad.
He said came true. And that's what makes it interesting. If we had never invaded Libya, never invaded Syria, never, taken any of the actions that we took in the war on terrorism, then yeah, it would be much less relevant that a general said he saw that the decision had been made in 2001.
Okay. Well, everyone else in the room does not say the decision had been made. And he was not in these decisions with the Secretary of Defense and the National Security Advisor and George Bush.
So it's just a complete coincidence that we went and overthrew those regimes that he heard that we were going to.
We have contingency plans for all kinds of
things. Again, that's not what this is what Douglas Murray tried to do too. It's not a contingency plan.
When you're the Pentagon writing 60 memos a day, I guarantee you will troll those memos and find information and plans for every possible contingency in the world. The burden is still on you.
This is not what we're talking about here.
One out of the 60,000 and say that this was important. But can we get to Sharon?
But that's just not what you're doing. It's just not what I'm doing. I'm not saying there was a memo once that said something. I'm saying that a 4-star general said the decision had been made, that he had sources in the Defense Department. His sources in the Defense Department.
Who is basing it on what? The memo.
Okay, fine. But even if it was, it's not. But the issue isn't that there's a memo. The issue is whether the decision has been made here. There might be lots of memos that go out every day, but a memo that says we're going to fight, we're going to topple.
Supposedly Wesley Clark is a big showboat too, big egomaniac that nobody liked working with. Wesley Clark, I do not think he ran for president, I think in 2004,
that's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah. He was supposedly a big old fucking egomaniac that nobody really wanted to work with, always trying to be in charge. And I don't believe Wesley Clark, I don't think is a good source at all.
Well, actually, wait a minute. Yeah, when did Wesley Clark, when did he run for president?
I think it was 2004, right?
Okay, well, hold on. Yeah, wait a minute. That's pretty important information because it says, Wesley Clark announced his candidacy for the 2004 Democratic nomination. So he ran as a Democrat in 2003, September of 2003.
Yeah, I was right, 2004.
When was this interview where he came out and said the Bush administration he heard a rumor, right? I heard a rumor from someone that they saw a memo that said the decision had been made to invade Iraq. Because if that happened the same time he's literally running for president on the Democrat side.
As an anti-war candidate.
Candidate against George W. Bush.
Remember
in the upcoming election.
Remember John Kerry famously said, I was for the war until I was against it?
Yes.
Completely beat him up on that.
Right. It definitely calls a little bit
it
more.
Does, doesn't it? It does.
This sort of claim, right?
Well, all the accusations of being hard to work with and an egomaniac. Like as soon as he ran for president, I was like, well, it all checks out, right? Because you kind of have to be a little bit of an egomaniac to run for president.
Well, and also, I mean, it's just, I wasn't there in the room. I don't know. You kind of get into sort of the survivor's bias where how many rumors did Wesley Clark or someone hear that were not at all remotely true?
Of course.
It's one of these things where and I don't know, maybe people just never worked in the government or large organizations, but there's always like a million, I heard this, I heard that. Everyone's spreading a million things that they heard.
Yeah.
And how many of those things.
That's why they call it hearsay.
Right.
Because you hear people say it. But there's not really any source for it. Look, he heard someone say it. That's why just this idea that Dave is hammering. You don't understand, Colman. Someone said it and he heard it. He had sources. Him, the guy running for president against George W. Bush.
Right, right. Well, and also, so apparently it looks like that the first time that Wesley Clark ever made this claim was in his book that he published a month after he announced he was running for president against George W. Bush.
Mm-hmm.
So
I never read his book, but
well, I didn't either. But I'm saying, so you have Wesley Clark publishes a book, which is a campaign ad for him running against George W. Bush.
Of
and
course.
This is where this claim about hearing this rumor.
Really? It did come out of his book?
That was the first time I believe that he ever said this.
He's mentioned in a bunch of other people's books, and that's how I
later.
That's how I know all the shit talk about Wesley.
But they're
Clark
citing his book or other interviews he gave. Or other interviews he gave after that.
So look, if you're writing a book and it's circa the invasion of Iraq,
right?
I mean, if you make the claim, oh yeah, the decision was made long before we actually made the decision, that's probably going to get you a lot of press, right? A lot of ink is going to be spilled over that claim.
Of course.
They told me. I can't say because my clearance and whatnot.
Yeah. Like you can look at it and say maybe there's something there, but this is very not solid ground at all.
7 countries in the next 7 countries in the next.
I heard this also from some guy that I think was talking about. He heard it from Sheldon Adelson or something like that. I've heard this rumor before.
Okay.
Not from this Wesley Clark source, though.
5 years, a pretty big memo. That's not just one of the regular
do you
memos.
Have
That's the point.
Evidence it was a big memo? Your only evidence is the guy who never read it. You realize how ridiculous this is. You couldn't, if you were a historian writing a book, you'd have to cut this out of the book because you're relying on the hearsay of someone that never even read the document, much less you or I have never read the document. And we know that they were writing 60 documents a day that Condoleezza Rice was putting in the trash. It's a ridiculously low bar of evidence you'd have to consider this memo and everything implied by it important.
I mean, I don't know how else to say this, dude. This just feels so nutty to me. I guess we'll just leave this up to people.
Okay. Can we talk about Sharon, though?
1 second. I'm just saying, I guess we'll leave it up to the audience to decide. I think having the head of the NATO allied forces and a 4-star general saying he was informed that the decision has been made to fight all of these wars, and then we went on and fought a whole bunch of them, I think that's a pretty relevant detail. And I'm not a historian writing a book. I'm a guy talking about these issues to the American people. So I don't know.
I mean, it's a big so fucking what? I just like, so what? Even if it is true, it's not hyper relevant.
Well, that's the thing too. I don't know how. Again, how is this even relevant to the fact claim anyway? So
you can decide whether you find that to be a pretty interesting story or not.
Okay. Let's go on to Sharon because this is the core of the issue. You said earlier I mentioned and you agree that Sharon warned Bush in February 22 not to go into Iraq and that Iran was the big threat. But then you said the Israelis got on board when they were guaranteed that Iran would be after Iraq.
Yes.
Is that right? So then how does that
Mearsheimer really is my source on this.
Okay. How does but I'm not following your logic because how does that all add up to the Israelis pushed us into Iraq? Because there's still that he warned us. That sounds more like we pulled them into Iraq. That's your argument.
Oh, I'm so glad Colman caught that. He caught it exactly.
Well, no, I mean, look, it's not, again, my argument isn't either of those things exactly.
Because you're saying we had to persuade them by putting out Iran as a chip, and we had to loop them into it. That's exactly what you just said.
Listen, yeah, but they're not monoliths here, right? So essentially you have different factions within all of these groups, right? So you have the neoconservatives, who were always more closely aligned with the Likud guys and Benjamin Netanyahu. Sharon, I think, was a Likud at one point and then split with the party and formed his own thing. Like he had his own weird falling outs with Benjamin Netanyahu over the years.
He was Likud at the time of the Iraq War decision. He was the leader of the Likud party.
He was still Likud at that point, sure.
Yes.
But there's still different factions. It's not Benjamin Netanyahu. It was Sharon, who Benjamin Netanyahu a few years later quit the government over some of Sharon's policies, I believe. I think it was, sorry, I'm just getting confused in my own head here. I think it was the withdrawal in 2005 is when Netanyahu quit the government. But so you had the neoconservatives and Benjamin Netanyahu, who that wing, they were pushing for Iraq first. The Sharon's envoy, at least according to at least the first envoy that he sent over, right? He goes, whoa, no, we should go after Iran first. And that was like their issue. And they were essentially that group won, and they persuaded the other group that they would do Iran next, which also lines up with, General Wesley Clark's statement about how Iran would be the final regime that was overthrown.
Okay, so your argument
also didn't come true, by the way.
So let me just nail down what you're arguing. You're arguing that there's a split in the Likud party between the pro-Iraq and the anti-Iraq invasion. And within the Likud party, the pro-Iraq invasion element persuaded the anti-Iraq invasion Sharon element. That's your argument?
No, I mean, the argument is really that the neoconservatives drove the war and that they agreed with Benjamin Netanyahu, who also, as you know, came over that year and testified that we should go overthrow Saddam Hussein.
That was after the decision had already been made. That was on September 12th. According to Condoleezza Rice, they had a big meeting on September 7th, and they agreed on the war in Iraq. The fact that Netanyahu testified to Congress 5 days...
Well, so already the claim has been significantly downgraded from Israel, got us to go into Iraq, into, there was a faction of the Israeli government that was pro us invading Iraq. Already we've completely downsized it. And that faction wasn't even the faction that was in charge of the Israeli government at the time that this entire conversation was happening anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a pretty easy claim to make.
Yeah.
Because obviously there's some faction in Israel that's
of course
pro-invading some country.
Right.
Same with America, obviously.
Yes. That's like saying, there was a faction in America that was pro-Israel invading Gaza and blowing up a bunch of people. So obviously after October 7th, the only reason Israel did that was because there was a faction in America that was pro-Israel doing that.
Right. Yeah. That one faction.
Okay. Right. Okay.
Later, after the decision has been made, I mean, if you're saying Joe is the reason I moved to New York, but I didn't talk to Joe until after I made the decision,
no.
then this is totally irrelevant. What matters is what was happening during the time that the U.S. security establishment was debating Iraq, which was winter of 22 to summer of 22. And during this time, we have multiple sources, including Lawrence Wilkerson, who is no fan of the neocons. He's acerbic about the neocons and acerbic about the Israel lobby, which he says is too powerful. This is Colin Powell's chief of staff. He hates the Israel lobby. Nevertheless, he said let me quote you from him.
Acerbic.
No, especially of a comment of speaking sharp and forthright, tasting sour or bitter.
Yes. Okay. I was like, I've never heard that word before. So very anti the Israel lobby,
wit. Yeah.
Very against neocons. And even this guy is not blaming Israel for this. All right.
Sharp and forthright speech.
Right.
Acerbic.
He said in the New Republic, he goes, hold on, let me find it. He confirms the basic picture. Hold on, let me find it really fast. Okay, so he says, Lawrence Wilkerson, who hates the Israel lobby, says, the Israelis were telling us Iraq is not the enemy. Iran is the enemy. The Israelis tried their best to persuade us that we were focused on the wrong enemy. But once they understood that we were going to war, come hell or high water, they weren't going to get on the wrong side of the President of the United States. That's Lawrence Wilkerson, who hates the Israel lobby, chief of staff to the Secretary of State during these years in the New Republic. So everyone that is in the room says that basically what the Israelis did, and Sharon is the leader of the party and leader of the country, tells Bush, this Iraq idea is stupid, it's not going to work, democracy doesn't work in the Middle East anyway. Iran is the threat, you should be focused on them. Bush tells them to F off, we're going into Iraq. And then Sharon says, okay, well, we didn't convince them. We might as well support our biggest allies because we never want to be on the wrong side of America. That's actually what happened. And then once a decision is made, after that point, Netanyahu testifies to Congress saying, oh, we love the war in Iraq, testifies as a citizen, not as a leader of the party. And everyone in the room corroborates this story.
Okay. I just say I highly recommend people read Mearsheimer's book, The Israel Lobby. The guy, this world-renowned scholar, wrote a book about the most controversial topic in the world. And so he just went out of his way to back up everything he says in the book. But the whole point is that, yes, initially there were people in Sharon's camp who didn't want to they all wanted to overthrow Saddam Hussein. Let's get real. They were worried about doing it first before
Congress
you
did.
go.
We signed the Iraq Liberation Act in 98. Right. So it was bipartisan policy to push for regime change
so that kind of helps my point. So let me just finish the point I'm making. Right, exactly. So that totally backs up what I was just saying.
Not that Israel was behind it.
Okay. All right.
Sorry, continue your point. I'm sorry.
All right, man. Go ahead. Okay. Yeah, you're right. Israel was totally against the war in Iraq. The whole year. AIPAC and the...
Oh my God.
I know. It's so dishonest. It's so crazy.
He can't prove that Israel was pushing all the buttons, that Israel was working America like a puppet, like a marionette, fucking pulling all of our strings. He can't prove that. So now he's going to be like, oh, Israel was completely against it. Well, they were probably in favor of it, but look, it's so funny that they said, oh yeah, that's not going to work, and turned out to be correct. Of course it's not going to work. We should have listened to them. We should have listened to Israel.
This is why I hate this sort of vibe-based conspiracy worldview, because it's impossible to ever prove wrong.
Oh, of course not. Yeah. It's so interesting the way he just hammers on it. You don't find that interesting? You don't find that intriguing?
Right.
Like, well, who cares if it's interesting or intriguing? Yeah. There's lots of things I find interesting that are not remotely true, right?
Yes. It is very
travel is interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, you could draw these connections with the Trump-Russia thing, being like, oh, look at all these weird, interesting connections. It's like, okay, but there was no there at all, right? There was nothing there. So you can't say it like there was a connection. Same thing with, people trying to do the same thing with Trump and Epstein. There's a million of these fucking things. And where that, if they're Trump supporters, it's very clearly, they can see it like crystal clear. But you have Dave Smith on this side, you just can't perceive it. Because so far there's been 4 points. There's been the money lobby, the money that's being lobbied, the clean break memo, Wesley Clark, and Israel, and what Israel said. And so in the money lobby, Coleman Hughes says that he says you can't just point to that as a one-to-one correlation,
right? Because there's so many other factors.
Israel spent significantly less money than any of these other lobbies, and all these other lobbies didn't even get what the fuck they wanted. So you can't even say that that's something to point to. The clean break memo specifically said that Saddam should be deposed and replaced with a person that would be very beneficial to Israel, which didn't actually even happen. Wesley Clark didn't even read the memo. There's a million of these fucking memos. He didn't even see the memo. And also there was no explanation of what this even fucking had to do with Israel whatsoever. And then we have the most damning piece of evidence, what should be the primary evidence, is the Prime Minister of Israel supposedly said to people that were in the room and had a conversation, do not invade Iraq. That's a fucking stupid thing. Don't actually do this. So we have all these points just being like, boom, 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 boom. This is a bad idea. It's not going to work. Completely pointing away from this. And then now, because all of Dave Smith's points have been dismantled, he falls back on the whole vibe argument. Whoa, I'm going to be sarcastic. You're telling me that Israel didn't support this? Look at AIPAC. Look at all. He's going to start going back through the list of things. Look at AIPAC. Look at
You're right. It completely reset.
So dumb. It's so stupid.
Completely reset over
again.
God.
And all because he interrupted him, which, by the way, Coleman Hughes was right to interrupt him because his response to the fact that the Prime Minister of Israel was against it is that he said, oh, well, there were other people that were in favor of it. And then Coleman Hughes says, well, there are other people in the U.S. Congress, which for some reason Dave said well, that somehow makes his point about being controlled by Israel, which it wouldn't. If, the U.S. wanted to do it for its other reasons, it had nothing to do with Israel.
Yeah. Bernie was against the war. Come on.
Neocons and the Israel government were not pushing for the war in Iraq. I mean, anyway, I'd highly recommend people go read the book. It's all backed up in there. There's tons of evidence.
But also, it's funny because if you recall, his entire conversation with Douglas Murray was, and which he complains about to this day endlessly, is, oh, how dare Douglas Murray do this appeal to authority and say, oh, I'm not going to debate you.
You got to go there.
Yeah, you got to go there and you got to be an expert. And here, when all the points have been dismantled, Dave Smith's only thing that he falls back on is
go to the expert.
Read this book that someone else wrote. I actually can't, articulate a defense of any of this stuff whatsoever.
Look up the expert. Go to my expert.
And also, it's insane to me to be in a conversation with someone where they dismantle all your points and then you just smugly say, oh, well, you're stupid.
Yeah.
You're
Mearsheimer disagrees with you.
Right.
You should listen to Mearsheimer. Mearsheimer.
Evidence on it. AIPAC was bragging, by the way, about how their influence over the thing.
They bought the Iraq war for dentist money?
Yeah. No, I didn't say that, actually. It's just a lot of straw manning, man.
But he just literally said that. He said it was AIPAC. Obviously, AIPAC was behind it. They were bragging about doing it. And then he brings back, well, they put in such little money. You're saying that had an influence? And he says, how dare you strawman me? That's another thing. Like, people make these like really vague claims, and then when you get specific on it, then they hide in the vagueness of the claim. They're like, oh, you're strawmanning me. I'm actually making a claim so vague that you can't grab onto it whatsoever. So ephemeral. It's like a cloud. What am I saying? No one knows.
I like the analogy though. They bought the government for dentist money.
Yeah.
It's such a good, just like eviscerated him immediately. And he's like, oh yeah, you're a straw man. Well, it was dentist money, you bitch. What the fuck? We already went through this.
Right.
How about just like, if I don't say it, don't just like make that my argument for me. Anyway.
That is your argument, dude.
Yeah.
The fact.
Look, Colman is not even responding now. He's just like, okay, let him have his little tissy fit.
Yeah.
Which is the way to go. It totally is the way to go.
That the longest serving prime minister in Israeli history comes to America in 2002 and advocates to Congress, whether or not the decision had been made at the executive branch, advocates to Congress that we are going to, that you ought to overthrow the regime in Iraq, also overthrow the mullahs in Iran, also overthrow Gaddafi in Libya. That is relevant, man. And the fact is,
at the time he had been prime minister for 3 years. He wasn't the longest serving anything of anything. He was testifying as a private citizen.
Did I say that he was?
But it's relevant to the impact he would have had at the time.
No, but it's also relevant that he went on to be the.
And he testified after the Iraq war decision had already been finalized by the White House. What does it matter what he said after the decision was made, Dave?
Because he's talking to Congress and trying to persuade them to support it. I don't know, man. I mean, like, it does seem like you're bending over backward to cover for a foreign country. It's just a little bit strange.
You like how he immediately goes into the hyper bad faith, like, why are you bending over backwards for the Israeli government? Obviously, something suspicious is going on here.
Well, look at the look on Colman Hughes' face.
I know.
It's so priceless.
When it's so ridiculous too, because
the quintessential what?
Something that Dave Smith himself already agreed with and already said was that Israel said you shouldn't invade Iraq. It's stupid. But then once the Bush administration said we're going to invade Iraq, then they said, well, we want to be on the good side of America, so then we'll support you, right? And a perfect example of this is after Israel says don't invade Iraq and Bush says we are, then Netanyahu comes over after the decision has already been made and says, yeah, rah, rah, I'm going to support America, right? You should invade Iraq.
At that point, they're trying to sell it for the Bush administration.
Yes, that proves the entire point that Colman Hughes has said. And yet for some reason, I know why, it's not for some reason, but yet in this conversation, Dave Smith keeps trying to twist it away from magically. Well, actually, this show makes my argument, even though I already acknowledged your argument. Yeah. You must be a shill. You must be getting paid by the Israeli government. Ooh. Ooh.
strange. The longest serving prime minister in Israel's history comes over here and advocates that we fight multiple wars on his behalf. And that's nothing to you because the decision to fight one of them had already been made. I don't know what to say. The neoconservatives drove us into the war in Iraq. They were all publicly admitting this at the time. This wasn't a secret.
Yes, but
There's no conspiracy
not for
involved.
Israel's sake. But not for Israel's sake. We agree on the
it had
first
nothing
half
to do,
of that sentence.
nothing to do with Israel. They all of the neocons just happen to write about how much they love Israel all the time. All right.
Okay. So what's your theory of?
This is like peak midwit, which I fucking hate that term. But I kind of want to say it because I know it's very triggering to the Dave Smith because they're a big fan of it. This is like kind of like a peak midwit logic. Because if you have a bunch of people in America who are neoconservatives, who have an ideology,
who want something,
that's
independent
all
of
about
who else wants it.
Right. That's all about sort of, expanding U.S. influence and military power in a very specific way in the Middle East. Okay. So if you say my philosophy, my goal is to expand American influence in the Middle East, whether it be to make oil money or to help the military, or just because I have an ideology of like, I want to turn all of these Middle Eastern countries into Western democracies, right?
Yeah.
It would obviously make sense that if that's your worldview, you're going to turn to your ally in the region that already is a Western democracy. And you're going to be like, I love that country. That could help us militarily. That's actually the model for the exact thing I want. Obviously, you're going to support that and be in favor of that country.
Yeah.
And to take, but then you get this complete like reversal of causation where he's like, well, no, they obviously were just supporting Israel for some completely other reason that is some secret reason for Israel controlling the American government.
Yeah, I hate this because they take a relationship that's a natural ally relationship and they're like, no, they have their boot on your neck.
Right.
You're
when
like,
all the evidence shows,
bro, look, we're friends. We're just friends.
When all the evidence shows that actually it's the opposite, that America's controlling things. America's pulling the strings here. For right or for wrong.
Yeah, because we have more power and we do whatever we want to do. And
of course,
they're like along for the ride.
You know how like whenever a new technology comes out, everyone wants to use it for everything. It's like, oh, like new, like when people start using like, red lights, like red light therapy, they're like, well, you can use this for everything. You can regrow your hair, you can fix any disease, you can cure cancer. Like whenever some new technology, stem cells, this could be used for everything. Like whenever some new technology kind of comes out, people want to use it for everything. And then, after like some time passes, people kind of figure out, okay, well, maybe we shouldn't do this. Like it was kind of the same thing with lobotomies. When they first started doing lobotomies, they're like, well, this could be used to cure all illnesses, or shock treatment. This could be used to cure all illnesses. And then you kind of like, okay, maybe we got a little crazy. Maybe this could be used in very select and narrow cases for very specific conditions. We shouldn't have been handing out lobotomies and electroshock therapy like crazy.
Right. This doesn't work for anything.
Right.
Holy shit.
And I feel like it's the same thing with like these villains of the day or villains of the year. Same thing like Israel. Like, okay, well, because now Israel is under the hot seat, they become rolled into every single possible bad thing that America has ever done. Every bad foreign policy decision that America's ever done was actually at the behest of Israel. America and American politicians have no fucking agency. We're merely the puppet of the Israeli state. Because we're in a mindset right now where we don't like them. Like, okay.
Unfortunate. Very unfortunate.
Yes.
Tony Blair, because in my view, Tony Blair is the second most important architect of the war in Iraq. He put 40,000 troops.
And if it's just about money too, doesn't Qatar and all these other Middle Eastern countries, they have like so much more money than Saudi Arabia. They have so much more money than Israel. Why don't they just buy our politicians why haven't they been doing this for decades? Why haven't all those countries been buying our politicians off to make them all simps in anti-Israel?
For dentist money.
The last 30, for dentist money. Why haven't they been doing that for the last 50 years? I'm just wondering why that hasn't worked. They have the money for it. They have more money than Israel does.
They should pay them to just withdraw from the whole area and they could take everything over.
Of course.
Be so easy.
towards the invasion. MI6 was responsible for some of the bogus intelligence about Saddam being able to deploy chemical, biological weapons within 45 minutes or whatever it was that turned out not to be true. And he was also the primary international salesman for the war in Iraq. He gave all these speeches all around the world trying to persuade. He put really his entire shoulder to the wheel of this war. Yep. And he's the same Tony Blair that in 2009 said that Gaza was an open-air prison. So it seems to me, if he was somehow compromised by Israeli interests, those same Israeli interests would have been strong enough to get him not to say that about Gaza, because Israelis don't like that very much. And so what's your theory of why, of him?
Oh, I mean, I don't know that I have much of a theory other than I agree with everything that you just said there. I mean, yeah, I think he was a main driver of the war. He got on board with it for his reasons, and I'm not sure exactly what they are. But no question about it. He was a main driver of it. I mean, it's a lot of this. I've never made the claim that any of this stuff is like black and white, or that like Israel is the only actor or the only reason why anyone supported the war in Iraq was because they were bought off or threatened or influenced by Israel somehow. So like, yeah, we fought a whole war in Afghanistan too. I think that really had nothing to do with the Israel lobby. I don't think the war in Yemen, despite the tensions with the Houthis and the Israelis over the last couple of years, I don't think that backing the Saudi war in Yemen had anything to do with Israel. So I think he got on board for his own reasons. He probably, my suspicion would be that in the wake of 9/11, he thought it was the best political move for him to make would be to be absolute best friends with George W. Bush and get on board with whatever he was saying. And you're absolutely right that British intelligence was amongst the worst offenders of pumping out all types of garbage lies to get us into that war. So I think.
But presumably, if he was motivated, I would say, I'm sure political calculation is never 0% of the story in these cases, but it was not a very good political calculation for him. And whenever he justified it, he had this liberal interventionist philosophy that the armies of modern Western societies have a duty to overthrow terrible dictators. That's how he made the case, basically.
Yeah, and I think,
if that's true, then presumably a lot of his contemporaries in America were awash in the same ideas. And if you understand the point I'm making, that it's not like Tony Blair was plucked out of the head of Zeus and had his own philosophy. He was sharing a sort of worldview with a certain kind of Western leader at the time, of which George Bush was in that crowd. And this for them, it had nothing to do with Israel, but had to do with this other motive.
Oh, yeah, no question there. There's lots of things going on in the world, Colman. It's a complicated place. Sure, I completely agree. And I think also a thing that's important that I think just being my age, I guess because I remember this, well, even though I was a little kid at the time. But Joe Biden was opposed the George H.W. Bush's war in Iraq. And then after that, he never opposed another war again, publicly like that, because it was, the thing was viewed at the time as this overwhelming success. And you totally looked like an idiot if you had been the one who was opposing it, at least in the short run, and not at all in the long run. But so I think there was a feeling like it was still very much, this was only 10 years earlier that we had gone, 9 years earlier, that we had gone into Iraq and had, this kind of what was looked at as a real easy, military victory with no losses on our side and nothing but parades and, it's great. And I think a lot of people thought that's what we were gearing up for again. If you remember at the beginning, they were going in under Rumsfeld's light footprint strategy. It was going to be like a war on the cheap. And I don't think, my guess would just be that yeah, probably a lot of people, especially people in power, I think it's very easy and very intoxicating for them to be like, yeah, we'll remove Saddam Hussein and then everything will be better. And that'll be, we'll go down as we did this really great big thing together and that'll be cool. And I don't think that many of them thought the civil war in Iraq would go as bad as it did. I mean, I think, honestly, even of the people who were anti-war, I think it would have been hard to predict how terrible
Do you blame us? Do you blame America 100% for those deaths, even though it was Sunnis and Shias slaughtering each other?
Well, I mean, I guess the word 100% would be a little bit tricky there, but yeah, I mean, there's no question that like if you start a war that turns into, and it's not as if it's not like we did a thing and then there was a civil war and then we were just like a non-active, participant in the whole thing. Like we broke the country, a civil war broke out, and then we sided with one side of the civil war and fought it brutally for years. So yeah, I mean, I think. Yeah, of course. I mean, if you lead a war of aggression based off lies, you have a large degree of responsibility for the catastrophe that ensues after.
Even if that's not actually Americans. I think so my view is there's partial blame to the extent that it's foreseeable. To the extent that it's foreseeable, that's the extent to which we are to blame for it. And so it was a known risk that the country could collapse. It was not everyone predicted it. Some people predicted it. But I wanted to ask you,
Israeli
it was easy. I would just say it was easy enough to be predicted that Dick Cheney before.
On this question, like, yeah, it can't, it's not 100% America's fault. Obviously, the people that were engaged in, rebelling against the current government of Iraq after Saddam fell, and people that engage in a civil war and all that stuff, people are their own actors. They're definitely responsible for their own actions. But I think it's completely fair to say that, yeah, America does have, in the Bush administration specifically, has a lot of the blame for those deaths because the handling, first of all, of just going into the war in the first place was probably a bad idea. But then on top of that, the handling of it, once the decision was made, was so fucking poor and disastrous that it really let the situation, crumble and fall apart.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Very sad, but
he went and lost Halliburton a bunch of money. Dick Cheney was able to describe exactly what was going to happen if you would have removed Saddam Hussein when he was talking about the first war there. I'm sure you've seen that clip of him. And so I think that basically takes away even the plausible deniability that you might have there. If your vice president was already not only did he see this as a possibility, he precisely said what would happen if Saddam was removed. So I don't know. I think it really removes all that. No, I mean, I think like whether you can foresee it or not, I think like almost in the same way that like if you kidnap someone and keep them in your basement and they die down there, yeah, you're going down for murder now, man. You're not just going down for kidnapping anymore. So I do look at it like that. I think absolutely, and that's not to remove any of the responsibility from like the Sunnis and Shiites who are fighting over there, but yeah, and again, like I said, it's not like America was not an active participant in that civil war. So yes, I think we have a lot of responsibility, or DC has a lot of responsibility.
During the Vietnam War, many people argued that if we pulled out, Cambodia and Laos and other countries would go communist, and that this would lead to what had happened in every other communist country, which is widespread slaughter. And that's what happened. The Cambodian genocide killed 2 million people. Do you rest any of the blame for those consequences foreseen to some extent at the anti-Vietnam War faction's feet?
No, I think it's look.
Is it not a similar case in terms of knowing that our foreign policies carry a risk of Group B killing Group C, even though we're not pulling the trigger, and we do it anyway, knowing that it's risk?
Yeah, it's much, much murkier and much more complicated, I think, to draw that line. Like, if I go, if there's something going on at my neighbor's house and I grab my gun and run over there and I shoot in the window and I end up killing somebody inside, like I'm responsible for that in some way. If there's a schizophrenic person in the house and I hand them a loaded gun and they go kill someone, I'm responsible for that in a very direct way. If I just stay in my house and something real bad happens in my neighbor's house, I'm not responsible in the same type of direct way. And so, yes, millions of people died after we.
What if they yell for help? What if they say, help, I'm being murdered. Dave, yes. I know you have a gun. Help.
Yes. Yeah.
I know you're home, Dave, and listening to me right now as I'm being killed.
Like a comedy sketch. I know you could hear me.
I know, exactly.
I saw that your lights were on and that you drove home.
Dave, I see you turning your lights out. Don't!
Right.
Come save me.
I do, yeah. In terms of like Ukraine and stuff, I think it's different, but I do disagree with Colman framing it in this part. And I do think, yeah, if America does get into some sort of engagement and then completely bungles it, even if it's like, because he's kind of using the rhetoric of like what is foreseeable. And like, sure, if we go into it and we do all the best things and it still doesn't work, then okay, maybe then it's not really your fault. But I think with Iraq, it's, it seems like we went into this and just completely fucked it up completely in how it was handled. So I do think you can point the finger at America then, or the Bush administration specifically at that point.
Do you remember the Pottery Barn analogy that got Coleman Powell in so much trouble?
Break it, buy it thing? Yeah, I do.
If you break it, you bought it. And Pottery Barn came out and said, we do not have this policy.
Yeah.
Like,
right.
If you break it, we'll pay for it. Just come to the store and buy something.
It's funny too, because it's like, I wonder if he just thought like, oh, Pottery Barn, they sell pottery there. Potteries break, yeah.
Yeah. It's so hilarious. Hilarious, but yeah. They had to
I haven't thought about that in a long time.
Yeah. Well, this just made me think of it because that's kind of where they're going in this conversation. Right. So I'll be right back.
Vietnam, millions of people also died while we were fighting a war in Vietnam. I think that's a much tougher, like, straight line to there being guilt on behalf of people advocating that we stop bombing the place.
But it was predicted. I mean, domino theory was mainstream at the time, and
sure,
people knew this was a risk, and sure enough, it happened. Okay, let's move on. You mentioned Rumsfeld earlier. So what is your view do you have a view of what was motivating Rumsfeld in his Iraq war decisions in general? Do you think he was acting out of pro-Israel belief or military-industrial complex belief, or neither?
I probably don't know enough about Rumsfeld personally. I know, I know the press conferences that he used to give. I know he was a signator on the Project for a New American Century, I believe, right? So, I think he was a big business guy, kind of like a crony capitalist type guy. And I think he ran with that crowd and he went with he was on board with it. I also think he had that, as I said, isn't that what they called the light footprint? I think was what they called his strategy, right? Yeah. And so he had this idea that he was I think he was, my perception of him was always that he was drunk on his own idea of applying this business concept to the military and going we're going to fight a war on the cheap and we're going to show that this is the new way to fight war and the new way to win. That was always my view of him, was that was kind of, what I thought his view was, but I don't know.
So you don't consider him like an evil neocon with bad intentions and acting in bad faith?
I don't know. No, I guess I don't know enough about him to have a strong opinion on what his psychological state of mind was. Mm-hmm. I think that I think that a lot of I don't know that I would call a lot of the neocons, I don't know if they were acting in bad faith exactly. I mean, many of them did act in bad faith at moments. But I think many of them believed in their worldview. Okay. And believed that this was going to, be better for the world. That I do think that they I think for the most part, they thought what they were doing was ensuring of the next century for American dominance.
What is your theory of?
That's like a major concession to the argument that Israel's pulling the strings behind all this stuff. And I wish that Colman would have honed in on that then. Because if people believe this, they honestly believe this, and they're not being manipulated or controlled into doing this by some outside external group, organization.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. That's exactly right. How are they being influenced by Israel if they honestly believe it? They wouldn't care. They wouldn't give a fuck. If Israel's for or against them, they're like, who cares? This is what I believe, bitch.
I saw a clip of Dave Smith's conversation with Nick Fuentes, and in the clip, he was trying to make the argument that there was a, it's kind of funny. He's kind of making the opposite argument that he's making here to Colman, where he's trying to emphasize the neoconservative element of influencing American foreign policy and downplay, I guess not really Israel, but the Jewish involvement in that. Because, Dave Smith is Jewish, or he's ethnically Jewish. I don't know if he practices or anything. And you can obviously you can draw a distinction between Israel and Jews. And it's like in this conversation, there's a lot of fixation on Israel. Then when you're talking to Nick Fuentes, who doesn't really draw the distinction between Jews and Israel, you kind of have to emphasize that because he doesn't, and his supporters doesn't. And it's very interesting because he's trying to make this argument to Nick Fuentes about how there's lots of Jews that were against, these wars. There's lots of Jews that are against Israel. There's lots of Jews against all these things. And I'm listening to this, and to me, it's like the dumbest argument. It just, I don't know, it just comes off so naively stupid to me that he's making this argument to Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes, in his response to this, proves this. He says that he's an identitarian. Okay. He does not care what individual people who are white or black or Jewish or whatever do. He doesn't view them through that lens. He's a collectivist. He views them
Fuentes makes this argument. This is the argument he's making? Okay.
Yes. He says, I'm an identitarian, Dave. Yeah.
Right.
He doesn't care.
Okay. He just comes out and says it.
Yes. Yeah. He comes out and says it. Now, obviously, saying you're identitarian sounds better than saying you're a white nationalist, but
I mean, it's kind of the same thing.
It is the same thing, right? But some people it doesn't hit people emotionally the same way. But just the argument against it is like, well, I don't care if individual people did specific things because it's not about that. It's about what a group does as a whole. What does the average of the group do? And if I can paint the average of a group doing something, then that justifies my group, going against that group, using power to try to go against that group in some fashion. And it's bizarre to me because in that conversation, Dave Smith says that a lot of his fans are Nick Fuentes fans.
And it's really?
Like,
oh yeah. My God.
And it's just the headspace for Dave Smith's got to be so fucking weird because again, he's Jewish. If Nick Fuentes had his way, Dave Smith would not be, he wouldn't be able to own business. He wouldn't be able to really have an involvement in society unless maybe he's like a token Jew. Like he could be
he's one of the good ones.
Right. He could be the Uncle Ruckus, Jew, or the I forget what the character name was from Django, the black butler. Right. It was very pro the white masters. Like you could be one of those figures, but it's so weird to hear him like, I don't know, so meekly trying to bargain or argue with a movement that he will have no influence bargaining with or influencing to the capacity that he, would think that he could.
Everyone is beating him up on Twitter, I noticed, because there's this big Israel peace deal going on. And I guess he is not really in support of it or is not supporting it loud enough, or people are like, your gravy train's running out, Dave. What are you going to do?
Yeah. Well, that's what's kind of interesting about this whole thing is that a lot of people, with the peace deal that's come out, which is actually, if you read through it, would a lot of, both sides, but I say moderate people on both sides of the situation should be pretty in favor of the peace deal if it actually, works, right? That's the big if, but at least the terms of it, there's nothing in there that's too like, oh my God, this is horrible, right? And it is interesting to see a lot of people, especially people on the left, but I guess also people on the right who were very much on the whole, like Israel's the great evil of the world. You think they would be loudly pushing for this peace deal if that was the case, as this will be this will be the way to end the genocide. This will be America finally doing the thing that they want America to do, which it would be to pressure Israel into peace. And yet we hear a lot of silence.
Yeah.
On that side. And so I think that's why people are questioning what's going on with, Dave Smith and all these other people that seem to be very hyper fixated on the Israel issue.
Who's that Jewish actor that has the mad TDS? He's like, can't stand Trump. I saw
There's
a video.
A lot of people.
Oh yeah, I guess it is.
Yeah.
That's like half of Hollywood.
You just said You're just like, who's that actor that makes up 99% of actors?
I know. I can't
Mm-hmm.
remember his name, but he's always on Twitter whinging about Trump. But I think as soon as October 7th happened, he was like, I'm flipping to Trump now.
I don't know who you're talking about then. Yeah.
He made a long video talking about the peace deal, like calling out all the people who are like chanting ceasefire now, who are strangely silent now that there is a ceasefire. He's like, where are you motherfuckers?
Mm-hmm.
There is a ceasefire. What's going on? You've been chanting ceasefire now, ceasefire now. Now there is a ceasefire. Where are you? But I can't believe how that guy went from being completely Michael Rappaport. That's him. Yeah, Chad always knows. He was so, oh God, the things he would say about Trump. Oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
He just fucking hated Trump.
Right.
But as soon as this shit happened in Israel, he was
That's
like,
interesting.
He completely flipped to Trump. And I know, like, he might even be wearing a MAGA hat. It's hard to say. It's hard. It is definitely hard to say. The anti-Semitism on the left completely just blindsided him.
Well, is it October 7th or is it the reaction to October 7th?
It's a reaction. It's a reaction. I've seen a few videos of his, and he's just like, yeah, he just can't believe the reaction to the October 7th stuff.
It's so weird. Michael Rappaport is such an unhinged individual.
He is so unhinged
that it's funny to me that he ever had, and I only know it because I would listen to him on Howard Stern 20 years ago or whatever, however long ago it was that he was on Howard Stern.
He's a decent actor. I mean, he's been in a bunch of
he's a fine actor, I guess. But he'd always go off on these unhinged. I mean, they were hilarious. That's why he would be on Howard Stern. But he always go on these really hyper aggressive, unhinged scream rants at Baba Booey or someone else in the studio. And then you're like, why are people taking this guy seriously on anything?
Him and Ron Perlman should do a podcast because they're both completely unhinged. Crazy unhinged.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's so funny too because they're so out of touch. And just they think they speak for everyone, but really they just speak for this niche Hollywood crowd, this super radical Hollywood crowd.
Mm-hmm.
Which is funny because a lot of the movies that being made now are made by people who have that same exact sensibility. They think we're speaking for all of America. When really, I don't think you are. I don't think you're really speaking for a lot of people at all.
Right.
People, I mean, I'm thinking I got to go see that Leonardo DiCaprio movie. What is it? One Battle After Another? Because people keep talking about it. We should cover it on the media channel because it is politics. I saw some video where they were saying, well, what if it was right-wing ideology that this was glorifying? And just the idea is horrifying. Yeah, they'd be fucking out of their minds, right?
Right.
If it was some white nationalist group.
Mm-hmm.
If it was, what is the Nazi movie with Edward Norton? If it was that movie, but he was the good guy. He was the hero. The hero.
American History X.
Yeah, American History X. That's it.
Right.
People lose their fucking mind. Can you imagine if Mississippi Burning? They reboot Mississippi Burning, but the cops are the good guys.
Right.
The Klan is the good guys.
The Klan is the good guys. Yeah.
Yeah, and the kids, the liberal kids from out west, they're the fucking evildoers.
Right.
They're the cops were, invading.
I guess the FBI was the good guy in Mississippi Burning, right? They were FBI agents.
Yeah, I can't look. It's been so long since I saw Mississippi Burning.
Yeah.
Willem Dafoe is in that, but is he a transvestite? No, he's that in the Boondock Saints.
That's right? That's a Boondock Saints.
I was thinking the other day, I was like, what? Is he a transvestite in Mississippi Burning? That's kind of a...
Now that would be... That'd be an amazing tone shift in the middle of Mississippi burning. William Defoe puts on a wig and a dress in order to infiltrate the Klan rally.
Klan,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Then we find out the whole Klan they're all transvestites. Right?
Yes, there you go.
That is that's the left. That is the left wing narrative that all the anti-gay people are secretly gay.
Right.
I don't think they really have thought that one through. I mean, there might be a couple in there.
There's some. There's definitely some, but like, yeah.
But all of them?
Not everyone. No. So that would have made Mississippi Burning, I think, more interesting. That was in the movie.
Look,
the scene where he puts on drag.
Just mix up Boondock Saints and Mississippi Burning in your head and think about it.
Yes.
Yes. All right, what were we doing here?
Donald Trump, because
Smith.
Measured by his actions, he may go down as the most pro-Israel president in history. We're talking about moving the embassy to Jerusalem. We're talking about recognizing Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights, which I find it an interesting fact to contemplate that the Israel lobby, as powerful as you think it is, couldn't get any president to do that for 36 years, even though it just takes a single stroke of a pen. But they could get us into a whole war.
Yeah, but that's, again, not exactly what I'm saying, but all right.
Well, it's implied. It's implied. I mean, if they could get us into a whole war, why couldn't they get a single president for 36 years to recognize the Golan Heights? It's a much lower lift for us, right? Condoleezza Rice talks about in her memoir, she talks about a story where, remember President Bush gave this Palestine speech in 2002, and he said, we're going to push for a two-state solution, and we're going to call the Arab state, we're going to call it Palestine. So she tells a story that the Israelis were freaking out, and they called Condoleezza Rice and they said, you absolutely cannot call it Palestine because it's called Judea and Samaria. That's that's historically. And Condoleezza Rice said, basically, screw you. We're not rewriting our speech for you at all. And they said, oh, hold on, let me talk to Sharon. Call Sharon. Okay, can you just add the word new? Just add one word to the speech. Call it New Palestine instead of Palestine. And Condoleezza Rice says, absolutely not. It's written. Basically, fuck off. And don't try to lobby Congress either, because it's not going to work. So the idea is like the same Israelis that can't get President Bush to add one little teeny word to a speech could somehow get us into a 10-year war, billions of dollars.
I think this is like Colman, the logic of this is like if you had one anecdote about I asked my wife for a sip of coffee and she wouldn't share it with me. And then you were like, so we're supposed to believe that you couldn't get this woman to share a sip of coffee with you, but you could get her to marry you and have kids with you and do all of that. Like, yeah, okay. I've never...
Whose wife wouldn't share a sip of coffee with them?
Huh?
Whose wife wouldn't share a sip of coffee with them?
I don't know. I was just thinking about if there was if there's one little thing that your wife wouldn't do for you or something like that. Yeah, you're right. She'd probably share a sip of coffee. I don't know. I'm just saying, it doesn't prove the point. It doesn't follow from that. I've never been one of these conspiracy kooks. I'm not claiming Israel controls everything that ever happens.
Well, you think it was a key variable, though? You think it was a key variable? Yes, I think
Israel has a lot of influence on this country, and they obviously do. I mean, I don't even know how this is debatable.
I don't see it that way. I think a lot of voters care about Israel, and those voters have a big influence on this country because they show up at the polls in elections and vote. Yeah. And look, as soon as the politicians abandon Israel, those people are going to show up and vote them out of office. So it's not Israel's direct influence.
Right.
It's the American people's influence.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I don't know.
It's pretty simple. I don't know why.
It's annoying to me. Like, this argument is very annoying because it's like, okay, going back to his terrible hypothetical, it'd be like, if we're supposed to, the argument is that this guy's wife helped him hide a body or helped him murder somebody. Okay. And you're like, well, when you look at this guy's life, his wife seemed to hate him so much that she wouldn't share a sip of coffee with him. She wouldn't do some very minor things for him. So we're led to believe without evidence that someone who wouldn't do the most minor things for an individual is going to do something major like commit murder on their behalf.
Yes, totally.
That's the problem. And yeah, how are we supposed to believe this? If America is not willing, if the Israel lobby is so powerful and so strong, then why wouldn't America do these like very tiny, symbolically bullshit things like moving the capital, or even the not so tiny things of allowing, the acknowledging the settlements in the West Bank and all these other things? Why, like, American foreign policy would look very, very different if we were just jumping at the behest of Israel to do all these things.
Yeah, of course. Jump. How high?
Right.
Tell us.
Way, that being said, like, yeah, you're right. What all of the sum total of what Israel has gotten out of the United States of America is like undying loyal support, hundreds of billions of dollars, backing them in war, protecting them, bribing off their neighbors to help them. But yeah, they didn't get every single little thing that they ever wanted. So I certainly agree with that. I think just recently, I think that
it's such a dishonest framing. It's like, I'm going to dismiss all the arguments you made before. I'm going to dismiss the fact that if it was true that America was doing things at the behest of Israel, they would do a bunch of these little things. I'm just going to point to all the times where the interests were aligned, and I'm going to dismiss that there was any reason or any rationale that America or the American government would do these things for their own interest or for the interests of the voting public in America, or for, American interests abroad. It has to be that there's some sort of insidious control here. I'm going to say there's not insidious control, even though I'm going to spend the entire time arguing that, in fact, there is some sort of insidious control.
Yeah, it would be good to get him pinned down on the American interest side of the equation, because that's just so much of it he's ignoring.
But Netanyahu didn't get everything he wanted.
I mean, and this is it. Even what's going on with Trump here is a good example. Trump is probably the most pro-Israel president in my lifetime, maybe ever, and in terms of this peace deal, I mean, this is not the whole, if you expected this just to be like, America is doing whatever Israel wants, you'd expect that they'd be like, okay, Israel, you just control the region. We're just going to, you can annex it. You can literally do whatever you want with it. It wouldn't be this whole like complicated, no, there has to be some sort of international community that governs it, and Israel needs to withdraw and pull back. And
Trump's saying he's not going to,
and Trump is saying, no, you're not going to, acknowledge the West Bank settlements. And even Trump's first term, a lot of the Abrams Accord was to prevent, supposedly, was to prevent Israel from trying to take more West Bank settlements.
Yeah, I wonder if Dave Smith knows that Trump was against Netanyahu, because he thought Netanyahu was stonewalling him on the Abraham Accords.
Right.
In the very beginning. Remember we listened to that podcast on it, and the Trump advisor was like, yeah, Trump was really pissed at Netanyahu for kind of stringing him along. He thought Netanyahu was the impediment to peace. I mean, one of the reasons why Trump got this peace deal is because he did empathize with the Palestinian side more than any other U.S. president has. So, Have you seen that meme going around about the Free Palestine?
No, which one?
And Trump is like, I did, and they're like super pissed.
Oh,
all the Free Palestine people.
They would be very.
That's a good meme. Yeah. That's a good meme.
They would not.
They're like Free Palestine, and Trump is, I did.
Right.
And they're like, ah, how dare you? How dare you do the thing we were trying to do?
Mm-hmm.
We'll see what happens.
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see if it works.
Out of Trump in Iran just now. Even like you said, Donald Trump, who knows if this is true, but he went on record and said that he would not stand for Israel annexing the West Bank, or Judea and Samaria, as you like to call it.
I wasn't calling it that.
The Israelis like to call it.
I don't call it. I don't care what it's called. I don't care about the religious.
Me neither, to be honest.
Stuff.
But yeah, so anyway, back to your question of my gauge of Donald Trump, my gauge of Donald Trump in general is always just, I think one of the things that's interesting about Donald Trump is that like left-wingers and right-wingers always project this thing onto him that I don't think exists. Like, like the left-wingers are like, he's literally Hitler for years. And then the right-wingers see him as like this champion of patriotic Americans. And I've always just seen him as Donald Trump, like just what he is. Like, I don't know. I think he's a guy who's never read a book about anything. Like, I think everything he knows comes from a show that he saw. Like, that's essentially where Donald Trump's at. He'll watch Hannity and then form an opinion.
I want everyone to remember that Dave Smith, who supported Donald Trump in the election, called Donald Trump a war criminal. A war criminal. That requires impeachment, right? If a president is a war criminal, Sitch, should they not be impeached?
Yeah, that's not good.
We should impeach war criminals.
Right.
I don't know if he's changed if his position's evolved from Donald Trump being a war criminal, but this was over the bombing in Iran.
Mm-hmm.
He said that was a criminal act, and he turned on Donald Trump and stabbed him in the back.
Right.
On a complicated topic. Watch Morning Joe.
I agree with this. My question, though, about Trump is what accounts for his pro-Israeli, maybe not perfectly consistently, but compared to other U.S. presidents. Well, I mentioned all those examples, bombing Iran. What accounts for this? Is it that do you think he's influenced by Israel, or do you think he's coming to these decisions on his own base because he thinks they're good decisions as an American president?
That's an interesting question, and we're kind of into the territory of speculating. I mean, like I'm sure he's influenced to some degree. Like, yes, I'm sure that like the hundreds of millions of dollars that he got from Miriam Adelson, I'm sure that has some influence on him. Like, I would say that about any politician with a donation that size.
But he doesn't have another election to worry about.
Yeah, but he does have a midterm. And that's a pretty big deal, whether she could fund a whole bunch of, you know what I mean? And also just on the human level, when someone's done that much for you, I do tend to feel like you owe them one. But
not Donald Trump. I think Donald Trump.
You might, you know what?
You or me, maybe.
You might be right about that. But, I know that he does have a midterm election, and that's a big deal to him and his legacy, whether or not these Republicans maintain the Congress. So, but I will say, I do remember, and I'm really not speculating here or making any more of this than it is. And this is a little bit vague in my mind. You might remember this better than me. But there was when Donald Trump was running in 2016, he at one point pissed off the pissed off AIPAC and like the Zionists in general, because he said something like about I think someone asked him what his take. Remember when Donald Trump was first running for president, and they would ask him about issues that he clearly had never even was it Chris Matthews goes like, "Are you pro-life or pro-choice?" He goes, "I'm extremely pro-life, the most pro-life." And then they go, "So should women go to jail?" He's like, "Yeah, they got to go to jail." And then the next day he was like, "I don't know, I just never thought of that before." Like it's not like he's not a traditional politician in that sense. And so he just said, like, they asked him a question like, "Where do you stand on Israel Palestine?" And I think he just said America should stay out and be neutral, because that just seemed to him like, oh yeah, that's what I'm running on. I'm running on like, yeah, stay out of the Middle East and let's not waste money on that. And then people, as to a hardcore Zionist saying America should just stay out and be neutral is basically saying we should be Adolf Hitler. I mean, they were just like furious about it. And I remember this was very at the beginning of when Donald Trump was running for president. And the reason why I just remember this is because for me, it was the first moment that it was the first time I ever took Donald Trump seriously as a politician. Like up until then, he was leading in the polls, but I was kind of like, this is like a joke candidate. He's going to drop out and go write a book or something like that. I didn't really think he was going to be a contender. And then he went and spoke at AIPAC. And there was like this tension because he had just made this comment. And then he opened it by railing against he opened it by talking about how the Iran deal was the worst deal that's ever been made in the history of the world, and that he's the art of the deal guy, and Obama's so bad at deals, and all of this. And he had the place like on their feet, like they just loved him. And I remember it was the first time that I thought like, oh, he's not just like moving red state Americans on like, yeah, we're going to build a wall, but he can go in and like move AIPAC. Like, I remember thinking, maybe this guy might be a legit contender. But so anyway, I'm not like even drawing any conclusion from that, but I do know that like early on, he said something, there was kind of like a hornet's nest reaction. And then he went like, well, I'm going to go way hardcore over the top. And my guess would be that Donald Trump's, I think kind of his, like the Abraham Accords type shit. I'm sorry, I don't know if we're not supposed to curse.
No, you can curse, it's fine.
Okay. But the Abraham Accords stuff, the stuff about talking about turning Gaza into beautiful, beachfront property. I do think that's the type of stuff that kind of makes Donald Trump tick. And I think that he thinks being all in pro-Israel is like the best way to accomplish that. This is kind of my sense. I don't know. I'm actually curious, like, what do you think it is? What do you think it is that he's so pro-Israel?
I'll tell you what I think. I think, first of all, I think it's a little bit of a problem for the argument about Israeli influence that the most pro-Israeli president ever doesn't seem to be acting out of this influence. And I'll tell you why I think that is because, one, he's independently wealthy. He's in his second term. Yeah, you make a good point that he has midterms to worry about, but there's also just the longstanding fact that the Israel lobby mostly contributes to Democrats anyway. He's famous for firing anyone that's trying to push him to do shit he doesn't want to do. That's why he's gotten rid of gets rid of his advisors so often. And so the idea of him sort of being pushed in a pro-Israel direction, I'm not saying you're saying this, you're saying you're agnostic on the question. But the idea that he might be pushed in this direction seems implausible to me. So what I'm left with is that he basically tends to agree with Israel in most of its conflicts with its neighbors. He tends to view Iran certainly as an enemy. He's been very steadfast on that, and therefore views Israel as basically a friend. And I agree with you, he's not very ideological. He's neither an isolationist nor a neoconservative interventionist. He's kind of like a case-by-case basis.
Yeah.
Who are my enemies? Who are my friends? And I think he has a basic understanding that the Israelis are our friends and most of their enemies are our enemies. And so, on balance, he's going to side with the Israelis. That's my theory of Trump.
Yeah, I think that's quite possibly right. I think, I will say I've heard a lot of people, like at this point in my career, I've gotten to know a lot of people who are like more inside than me. Like I'm just like a shit-talking comedian who, like does a podcast and then does stand-up shows. Like but now I like know a lot of it. And almost everyone, to a man, who's like really close to the administration or has like been really close into politics, they all say, and it's all kind of vague, but they go, dude, when you get to the top, the levels of control would blow your mind. And like it is the case that like people are blackmailing each other left and right, and people have stuff that's on your phone and they know what you did and what you looked at and who you cheated with and all that. And of course we do know, through examples of history like that are not controversial now, but like, we know that the FBI was blackmailing presidents and all types of people and popular leaders. I will say this. I'm not saying anything like that's going on with Donald Trump. And by the way, I just gave you another, I guess, Wesley Clark example, but I'm not a 4-star general. So I'm just telling you what I heard from other people. I never saw the memo on this one either, or there wasn't even a memo. But it is a little strange to me that even when Benjamin Netanyahu pisses off Trump, and there are these examples where it's very obvious that Donald Trump is pissed off, he never gets the Trump wrath that any other leader would get in that situation, including Zelensky, including any European leader, including Kim Jong-un, including Vladimir Putin. No matter who it is, like he just doesn't, even when he's furious, you can see that he's angry.
I mean, Putin didn't. How long did it take for Putin to finally maybe get on Trump's bad side?
Yeah, get any wrath.
It really took a very, very, very long time to get some pushback. So I don't know if this is not a correct point. And I don't like it'd be interesting to me how much of Dave Smith's worldview on this is like, well, I know people who have told me that once you get to the top, there's just nothing but blackmail. It's like, okay. Like, all right, I guess. I mean, some
Might be
person told you this. Okay.
Might be helpful to be squeaky clean, right? Have nothing that people can blackmail you for.
Right.
Or you can't get to the top unless you stop by Epstein Island.
Right.
Bomb talking about Netanyahu.
Right. And what did he say? He said,
they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Both of them don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Netanyahu's included in that conjunction of both of them.
And that's the angriest he's ever gotten. And then the next day he was right back to praising them.
But has he dropped F-bombs on all these other leaders?
I mean, a bunch of them. He's called them every name in the book. An F-bomb is nothing for Donald Trump.
I don't remember Trump ever saying the F word.
Yeah, but then that's not. Well, he said the F word a bunch of times.
Has he? Okay.
Yeah, I've seen him. He says it in stump speeches and stuff like that. But no, I'm just saying. No, it's a little different though. He's never done what he did to Zelensky to Netanyahu, and I do think that.
Although that was J.D. Vance's fault, that wasn't Trump's fault. That's a whole nother conversation.
That was Zelensky's fault more than anyone else.
It was. Yeah, I agree. Zelensky and Vance. Trump was actually very kind for 45 minutes.
What happened is that Zelensky took the bait of J.D. Vance, but then Zelensky crossed the line, and you can't do that in front of Donald Trump because then it's an alpha competition.
Then it's a pissing contest. But Trump didn't want it to become that. We're getting off topic. I want to hit these other topics that we disagree about because I'm sure there's stuff we agree about, but it's more interesting to explore our disagreements. So I believe I've heard you make the argument that Israel's foreign policy is motivated at a deep level by this greater Israel ambition and not by fundamentally a desire for peace. And I think this is a deep disagreement between us. So give me your view on whether Israel's main motivation is peace or, put it in your own words.
Well, I mean, again, I think that it's always a little bit problematic when we say this, like Israel's main motivation, because again, it's like there's different people and there's different factions. And I really am an individualist at my core. And like, there is no will of the Israelis. And in fact, for at least for a period of time, the will of the Israelis, if there is such a thing, was for a two-state solution, I think, at least up until the Second Intifada. I think that, look, I mean, Netanyahu said something about the Greater Israel Project being very close and near and dear to his heart or something like that. I think that essentially my view of it is that Netanyahu has had to coalition with hard right-wing Israeli politicians for a couple clicks to the right of Benjamin Netanyahu, who's a right-winger himself. I think many of them are openly motivated by the greater idea of greater Israel, and that the idea that the land was given to them by God. And when you really fundamentally believe that from a religious perspective, as many religious Jews do, that's really tough to argue with. That once the land was given to you by God, well, then whatever we got to do in order to get it is kind of justified because it was God's will. So I think that is. There's a portion of Israel who are motivated by that. I've always thought that the center of Netanyahu's motivation, of his life's ambition, his career, has been to thwart a Palestinian state. Now, I mean, I think he's pretty open about that. It's not like I'm reading minds or something here, but I think that, why exactly I don't know enough. I'm not an Israeli, and even as an American, it's hard to tell what the true motivations of some of our politicians are. I don't know exactly why, is that because he thinks that's what's best for Israel long term? Is that because he thinks that greater Israel will ultimately be achieved through the process of building settlements in the West Bank and things like that? I don't know, but it certainly seems to be the thwarting of a Palestinian state driving a lot of his ideology.
So I would say a few things, points of agreement. I agree that Israel wanted a two-state solution up until the Second Intifada changed everything. And I'm happy to hear you agree with that. I think that, as you say, Israel's a democracy. It has factions like we do. Netanyahu is the mainstream right-wing faction, and when he won the prime minister's office the most recent time, the centrist parties refused to go into coalition with him. This is what forced him to partner with the crazies, with the Ben-Gvir and with the Smotrich. And this is absolutely a tragedy for Israeli politics, for Palestinians, for the region. And I think it's many people were critical of the centrist party not partnering with him at the time. I think in retrospect, it is not talked about enough how bad a calculation was that was for everyone involved. However, you can sort of judge a democracy by the output of its policies put into context. So not only did Israel offer a two-state solution, land for peace in 2000, the whole way that they came under possession of the West Bank in the Six-Day War was in the context of a defensive war, not a war of expansion. They left Gaza in 2005. And you add these things up, and you get a picture of what is the actual output of Israeli policies, taking as a rounding error the obvious factional differences within the society. And it's clear to me, whenever the choice has been between greater Israel ambitions and peace, such as in negotiations with Egypt, where they give back the Sinai. They're at war with Egypt for decades and decades and decades. They give back the Sinai in exchange for peace because peace is more important to most Israelis. And Israeli society swings to the right when people become convinced, as a result of Palestinian intransigence, Palestinian terror, that the leadership is not actually currently capable of making a peace deal, and therefore we might as well just batten down the hatches. So that's my basic view.
Okay, so I disagree with a lot there. I don't disagree with all of it. I mean, I think it's like kind of the most charitable interpretation you could possibly give the Israelis, and there's a lot of different ways to look at this, and I also think there's a lot, getting into the details of the negotiations, I don't think it's exactly right that they offered the Palestinians a state. I would say, okay, so look, let's start with Camp David. Number one, not Camp David 2000, Camp David in the 70s. You're talking about the deal with the Egyptians, right? Like the other way to look at that, though, which is true, right? And look, I don't like essentially what came out of that agreement was that we would forever give foreign aid to Israel and Egypt. That was a big part of making the agreement happen. And I'm not the biggest fan of foreign aid, but I kind of give everybody involved some credit for this. But the other way to look at it, from the way you're saying, right, is you could, number one, you could say, if you want to just be charitable to the Israelis, you say what you said. Hey, look, they had the opportunity to give up land for peace. They were happy to do that. But the flip side to that is that they got peace for it. They gave up the land and they got peace. They went to war with Egypt, what was it, 4 times in 25 years? And they haven't been to war with them since then. It's been quite a while. We're going on, 50 years. So that's the flip side to it. And now in terms of like the negotiations, look, even Shlomo Ben-Ami said that he would have turned down the Camp David deal too. So I think...
He said he would have turned down Camp David and accepted the Clinton parameters. That was the second half of the sentence.
Fair enough, but I'm just saying when everyone says the Camp David deal was like such a great offer, I'm just saying that even the foreign minister or the acting foreign minister at the time of Israel has a different view of that.
And then they made a better offer, and the same guy said it was a tragedy they didn't take this second offer.
Yes. No, I agree. But again,
that's important context. If you're going to quote Ben-Ami,
it is important context. But I agree. It's a fair point. But at the same time, like there.
It is funny that Colman's so hyper knowledgeable in this that you get these like talking points get brought up, and it's like, well, you're leaving out this very important context. It's like,
no, it's great.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure, I guess. If you weren't here, that talking point would have just gone completely by and accepted, and no one would have been the wiser about the situation.
That's what's so good about this.
Yes.
Colman keeps jumping in. All of these obscure talking points, nobody really even gives a fuck about.
I know.
It's too much to like.
There's a lot to parse through. Yeah. But I mean, and also like with Egypt, it's like, okay, yeah, Israel's able to create a peace agreement with Egypt that held. Israel gave, the West Bank, gave Gaza, back, and it didn't hold. Obviously, they've been attacking them ever since.
Yeah. Unfortunate.
There is something like Okay, like in a court of law, if the guy who's on trial denied committing the murder 10 times and then he confessed, the one confession means a lot more than the 10 denials. And so the point is that even the foreign minister, who you would expect to be saying, like, taking the pro-Israel side on this, even he admitted that one of the deals that is flouted, you have to admit, is constantly talked about in the context of this debate as being this amazing offer that Israel gave to the Palestinians. He said he would have turned it down. That's a pretty interesting piece of information, and much more interesting than him saying, oh, but the other deal was really fair. Of course, we also have Netanyahu.
Oh, he said it was a bad deal. I mean, he said the other deal that we offered was a much better deal, but, you know, people don't bring that up, so I guess it doesn't matter. So, you know, people use some wrong talking point or something.
Was Dave finally funny?
Unintentionally.
Uh-oh.
Unintentionally. Also, even his analogy, I know it's like very nitpicky, but even his analogy is a bad analogy. It's like, well, if you deny that you murdered someone 10 times and then you know, say that you killed that person, it's like, well, like if someone denied killing someone 10 times and after the police have been starving you and beating you up in the police room for like 5 hours, over 24 hours, then you finally say you did it. I mean, okay, I guess.
Yeah, what are you
framing, right?
What's going on there? Maybe you're coerced into saying it.
Yeah.
Netanyahu, referring to Hebron now, not, you know, but
well, hold on. If you're going to say Shlomo Ben Ami had his head screwed on straight among Israeli voices, then you also have to put a lot of weight on him saying, we made them a much better offer in the Clinton parameters, and they were crazy to say no.
No,
he's either... You don't?
You don't have to say that, therefore, because...
So he has his screwed on straight when he's saying Camp David was a bad offer.
No, it's not about
suddenly he's not credible.
No, it's not. It's not about being credible or not credible or his head being screwed on differently. It's a more interesting and relevant detail when the acting foreign minister at the time admits that this wasn't a great deal than him saying, oh, and at this point, I think we did do the right thing and offer a good deal here. That's
and they
all
said
I'm
no.
saying.
And they still said no.
Yeah. Oh, look, and by the way, I'm not taking the position that the Arabs shouldn't have taken that deal. I mean, like, I think perhaps we'd be living in a much better world if they had. You know, there's been many mistakes made on both.
I think Stephen Michael Davis pointed this out in his video. I forget which one it was, where he's reacting to Dave Smith. Dave Smith does this a lot. A lot of the people who are on the America bad side do this a lot, where it's like they'll constantly cite some kind of government source. Like, look, this government source said this thing I agree with. This is like good evidence. And it's like, okay, well, that same person says something complete contradiction.
We'll
it's like,
shoot down that source. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, well, I'm
That's
only
the
going to
State
cite
Department.
them when they support what I want to be true. If they say something opposite, well, then obviously that's part of the conspiracy, or that's part of the government's cover up, or that's part of, you know, whatever, right? I get to dismiss the same person once they say something that goes against my narrative.
Right. That's the State Department. You can't trust anything they say.
Right.
Well, they said Israel's responsible for everything. Oh, okay. Well, that's true.
Right.
That is true.
Right.
Sides of this, including embracing violence.
Ben Ami said the effort to get Arafat to accept the Clinton parameters was probably the greatest effort of diplomatic pressure the world has ever seen on a leader of any people. I'm almost quoting him directly.
Sure. Okay. I think there's a real problem that you have here going down, even like leaving aside the negotiations. I mean, we could talk more about it if you want to, but leaving aside that, I was going to make the point that we have Benjamin Netanyahu on tape bragging about the poison pill. He doesn't know he's on tape, but he's bragging about the poison pills that he was able to put in the negotiation process. And so it's a lot more complicated than this, but I think this is the real problem you have when you zoom out.
Can I respond to the poison pill thing?
Sure.
I agree with you that the poison pill thing is terrible, but how did Israeli society react? They got Benjamin Netanyahu out of office because they're a democracy, and they voted in Ehud Barak. Partly, one of the many reasons people were unsatisfied with Netanyahu is because he was not taking the negotiations seriously. And this goes to show when the Israelis feel like there is a chance for peace, society tends to swing to the left in a democracy.
Okay, perhaps that's an interesting theory. I'll give the Israelis credit for voting Netanyahu out that one time, but then they got to take the blame for him being their longest serving prime minister in Israeli history. I think that also, I just one other point of detail. I mean, you know,
I think Colman brings this up later, but it's like so much of what's kind of my issue with Dave Smith's framing about all this is that so much of the reason that um that Bibi, was able to keep getting elected was because when the more left-wing side of the Israeli government was giving concessions to the Palestinians, they would perceive it as like, okay, well, they gave the concessions and then they do a bunch of terrorist attacks on us. So obviously the concessions aren't working.
Yeah.
We need to go in the other direction. And
Bibi's your man for that.
Right. And it's kind of like, well, then there's no acknowledgement that Hamas doing those terrorist attacks was actually, besides it being immoral, which I assume most people would agree, was completely politically ineffective and actually did the exact opposite of helping them gain more autonomy or gain their own statehood.
Yeah. Hamas has done more to help Bibi Netanyahu than anyone. He keeps going back to the longest running president. I think Bibi Netanyahu was on his way out, and then October 7th happened, and it's 2 years later, and he's still president. So I don't know if he was the longest running president 2 years ago.
I don't know.
Or if he became the longest running president in this 2-year extension. Because as long as Israel's at war, they can't change the prime minister. They wanted to change the prime minister, but the prolonging of the war has prevented that.
Right.
Yeah. So, yeah. Blame Hamas, bitch.
Bibi was probably going to get hit with all these corruption charges.
Exactly. He was looking at getting incarcerated. So blaming the Israeli people when they're in the middle of a war. I mean, he's acting like the Israeli people elected him before the war, and for the reasons that you just stated, which is like blame Hamas for that as well.
Right.
I don't know the 67 war or the 6-day war. Calling it a defensive war is a little bit debatable, but regardless of that,
I don't think it is. I think it's an open and shut case.
All right. I mean, even though he defended the war, Menachem Begin himself called it a war of choice, and it was a preemptive strike on Egypt that kicked the whole thing off. They had amassed some troops, and there were provocations on the Israeli side, on the Egyptian side. So, but regardless, they weren't attacked by Palestinians. And they fought a war with Egyptians and Jordanians. And then they took control at the end of this of a territory that had millions of people living in it. And I think the major problem you got, Colman, and I think this is a big part of the reason why, just like broadly speaking, Israel is losing this debate so badly right now in the eye of the public. And I think one of the major problems here is that, if you just look, even saying we offered, let's say they offered them their 100% statehood 5 times, which is not true, but let's just say, for the sake of argument, that were true. So what? It's on the level of just being
so what?
Because
the only way the conflict will end is when there's a partition.
Well, I was about to. I obviously wasn't done with the sentence, so I'm obviously about to say the so what. Yeah, dude. If you had an institution of slavery or something like that, and you go, well, we offered them their freedom 5 times and they didn't take it. It's like, who cares? Stop enslaving them. That has nothing to do with anything. It's like, look, dude, you don't need a partner to just stop the occupation. Statehood. Nobody in the Enlightenment world views statehood as a gift to be chosen from one people to give to another people.
I think this is the dumbest thing Dave Smith says in this entire conversation. It is mind-blowing. Because he said, well, even if hypothetically, Israel offered statehood, which is what, they want, to the Palestinians 5 times, and they keep turning it down, then it doesn't justify you then attacking them when they attack you, which he leaves out of the thing. He's framing it like, oh, well, Israel, there's these Palestinians and they just want statehood, and Israel's just like, fuck you. And then they just attack them for literally no reason.
Yeah.
Which is not
bullshit.
This is an insane conversation. How can you have any sort of rational, reasonable point if you're saying, yes, even if Israel offered statehood to the Palestinians 5 times, and every time the Palestinians turned it down because there was some element of it that just wasn't good enough for them, and then they kept attacking them and engaging in terrorist attacks and October 7th and all this other shit, well, then it still doesn't justify Israel attacking back Israel should just stop. They should just stop attacking these innocent baby angel Hamas fighters. And if they did, then the Hamas in Gaza, they would just be at peace. They'd say, well, Israel stopped attacking us. Even though in his hypothetical, they turned down statehood, which doesn't make any sense. They turned down statehood. That wasn't enough for them. So what exactly does he think is enough for them at this point?
They should just lay down and die.
It's
just
so,
give up.
You have an organization that believes in an afterlife that you can sacrifice yourself for to get there, that believes in a theocratic supremacist worldview that they must take over the entire area at first and then eventually the world, and that they have literally zero qualms about killing civilians. Zero, none, zip. And it's like, oh, well, you should just listen. You should just let those people, get whatever resources they want, be on your next door neighbor, because they're, that's a good negotiating partner that you can deal with. This is so fucking stupid.
How does he keep saying it?
I mean, what is going on here? Does Israel have a right to the West Bank and to Gaza? Is that theirs? If it's theirs, the millions of people who live there do not have citizenship or voting rights or any natural rights under Israeli law. So if that is Israel, then they're not a democracy. They're an apartheid regime. And if it's not Israel, well, then what right do they have to be the ones who decide whether these people get a state or not? This is like, I just don't find any other example where any modern nation acts this way, and this is acceptable.
Russia. How does he have all this animus for Israel, and he doesn't have a single shred of his animus for Russia? When that was Russia's like, oh, well, Russia gets to dictate Ukraine joining NATO, or not even, but like that was the argument, right? Well, that makes it okay for Russia to go in.
That's why they wanted to take over Ukraine. They're like, you're just a state of Russia. Do you get to vote? No. Shut up.
Yeah, it's so strange to me. Why does he have so much animus for this situation and like zero for Russia, which is like clearly 10 times any more wrong situation than you can even throw at Israel?
Of course, because of the whole October 7th thing.
Ukraine wasn't attacking Russia beforehand. Like,
yeah, it's just
what
silly.
You're recommending is what Israel did with Gaza in 2005. They left unilaterally without getting a peace deal in return.
Okay, so let's get into the withdrawal from Gaza. I mean, like, as you know, right? Like Sharon's top advisor, the formaldehyde. I'm sorry, what's his name again?
Dov Weissglass.
Dov Weissglass. Go read Dov Weissglass's quote on what the whole deal was there.
I'll read it to you right now, Dave.
Okay.
I'll read it to you because I've heard you quote this before, and actually, I had Youssef Menayer, a Palestinian activist, on my podcast, and he said what I think you're about to say, which is that Dov Weissglass, in a Haaretz interview in 2004, said the point of the Gaza withdrawal was to put the peace process in formaldehyde.
Yeah, and he said everything that the entire Palestinian state. No, I'm just adding to the quote. This was what he said, but sure, go ahead.
Okay, so let's add more to the quote, because I have never seen someone on your side of this argument quote the full context of his interview honestly and in full context. So this is what he said just before the idea of putting the peace process in formaldehyde. This is him. He goes, when we entered the prime minister's office, he means 2002, Sharon still believed he would be able to achieve a very long-term interim agreement, an agreement of 25 or 20 or 15 or 10 or 5 years, a truce. But very quickly, we discovered that we were up against a stone wall, that when you get to the decision-making center, nothing happens. We reached that conclusion after years of thinking otherwise, after years of attempts at dialogue. But when Arafat undermined Abu Mazen at the end of the summer of 2003, we reached the sad conclusion that there was no one to talk to, no one to negotiate, hence the disengagement plan. So in context, what he is saying is that when Prime Minister Ariel Sharon was elected in 2002, his plan A was to get a 25-year peace truce with the Palestinians. When he realized that they didn't want that, or that Arafat didn't want that and wouldn't let Abbas go for it, only then did he pivot to say, okay, our next best option is just to get out of Gaza unilaterally. Now, I think that is very important context if you're going to quote the Doug Weissglass interview in the future, because it speaks to this whole argument we're having is what were Israel's intentions leaving the Gaza Strip? And it's highly relevant that the aide you're quoting said plan A was to get a truce. And the hope is that if you get 25 years of a truce, well, then people get used to not fighting. I'm waxing now. They didn't say this, but my guess is
right. I get your point, but
yes.
Yeah, look, I mean, I don't know. I don't think there's anything dishonest about leaving.
And then, sorry, if you don't mind, just 30 more seconds, and then say whatever you want. After the Gaza disengagement plan, also a few settlements in the West Bank were also nobody talks about that, but also taken out. What does Ariel Sharon do? He starts a new party. He starts a new party called Kadima. The platform of Kadima is to eventually withdraw unilaterally from the West Bank. Then he gets a stroke, and his number two, Olmert, runs on the platform of leaving the West Bank, the convergence plan, and he wins. So that also is important context if 100%. We're judging what Sharon was trying to get at with the Gaza plan.
Well,
go ahead.
Look, yeah, it's important context, and it's also important context that, like that the Israeli people were on board with, or at least voted for someone running on that platform. I agree with.
Sounds like they wanted peace pretty bad to me. How about you? Yeah. Sounds like peace was on their minds.
It is so amazing that Colman is like, I have the full quote for all these quotes that you guys keep bringing up. And here's the context that completely undermines the exact point that you
makes it mean the exact opposite of what you're trying to imply it means.
Right.
God, it's so interesting. So much of our politics is about chimp clipping.
Yes.
Clipping people out of context.
Yes.
You. I don't think there's anything dishonest, though, about leaving that out. The point is that we're talking about the disengagement in 2005, and you have the senior advisor for the prime minister overseeing it telling you that what that was about was putting the peace process in formaldehyde, making it impossible for the Palestinian state to ever be achieved.
Because they said no. Oh, my God. It's insane. Right. It's insane. It's impossible to be achieved. Why? Why is it impossible to be achieved? Like, you want to make it sound like it's Israel's fault.
Right.
Right?
How can you say that that's not important when it shows like, no, listen, we're trying to bend over backwards and it's, not getting us anywhere.
Yeah. Look, the reason he's saying what he's saying is because he wants to say that Israel froze the peace process. They're the ones that didn't want it.
Right.
But when you look at the context, it's the exact opposite. It's the Palestinians that weren't playing ball. So they were like, what can we do? Fuck it.
That was their goal. Now, you could say they came up with that as a second best option. Okay, fine. But the point is that so many of the Israel defenders, they describe it as if, in fact, Douglas Murray, when we debated, said that was the Palestinian state. That was a two-state solution. And this is just like, that's what's intensely dishonest, is to leave this out. Now, about the settlements, I think I'm pretty sure, I'd have to go back and double check this, but I think the number of settlements in the West Bank.
I mean, if Hamas actually ruled Gaza efficiently for the people, I mean, it could be a two-state solution easily. If they actually built a state, if there was a bunch of George Washingtons in there and Thomas Jefferson's, right? And they were like, we're going to do this right. We're going to get a constitution.
I mean, fuck, they don't even have to be, that level. If they simply if they simply cared, if they simply gave a fuck about the Palestinian people,
they don't.
If Hamas gave a single fuck about the Palestinian people and did not have this kind of twofold problem of, number one, a bunch of their leaders don't even live in Gaza and are grifting, making millions of dollars and just
they're gangsters. Right? They're fucking gangsters,
disgusting, despicable gangsters. Number one,
yeah.
And then the people that do live in Gaza are completely ideologically possessed by a suicide cult. Okay, if you didn't have those two things happening, then you would have a leadership or a group that actually gave a fuck about the Palestinian people in Gaza and would say, hey, why don't we use all this money that is being donated to us to build up our infrastructure, as Trump always says, we're beachfront property, right? We have good port access. We could definitely be a massive trading, hub for the world. Why don't we build up our infrastructure and businesses and try to make everyone's lives better? And then, once that happens, that's going to force Israel, even if they don't want to, because they're big evil people, that's going to force Israel to lower their, walls and allow more trade and other things coming in from their end, from their side, right? Instead of the strategy of we're going to continually throw missiles and weapons at Israel nonstop to keep trying to provoke reactions from them so that they come in and then kill people. And then we get to go, look and see how evil Israel is, right?
Yeah. This is the problem with foreign aid, because I'm sure a lot of that foreign aid is being given to them with the idea that they are going to be using it to build up their infrastructure. Yep. But they don't. It's just completely shuttled off to a bunch of gangsters who are just feathering their own nests with it.
Yeah, there was, I don't remember if it comes in this conversation or a different conversation, but it's like insane where someone speaking to some Hamas representative, and they're like, how is it that when you guys shoot missiles at Israel, there's like a little warning system that goes off in Israel, and Israelis, citizens, will run to their government-built bomb shelters and hide in there until the missiles are gone or they've landed or been intercepted. Where you guys have the most extensive underground tunnels and bomb shelters in the entire world.
And nobody gets to use them but Hamas.
Right. And no citizen of your area, of your region, has access to any of this stuff whatsoever.
Because those people don't count. They don't get a vote. So their wants and needs are not aligned with the political elite.
Exactly.
Yeah. The people with the guns. Hamas.
Well, they have a perverse incentive. They have a backwards incentive, because since it's, as you said, and I think conceptualizing them as gangsters is like the perfect way to think about it. Since they are gangsters and their primary source of income is
shaking people down,
aid money, right? Yeah. They are perversely incentivized to create situations where more countries are going to feel bad for the people of Gaza to send more aid money so they can steal more of it.
Yeah.
And so you have a government that's a gangster organization that's running a region, that's promoting an ideology, that's a suicide cult, that has a perverse incentive to do all the most horrible, bad things imaginable. And you have people completely ignoring that and screaming, well, why didn't Israel make peace with this organization? It's so stupid. It's so fucking stupid.
Yeah. How do you make peace with the mob?
Drastically increased in the following couple of years after 2005. Again, this really...
what I said was that the Gaza disengagement also, there was like 4 West Bank settlements that were added, that were also evacuated at the same time. It's not important. What I want to address myself... They built
up a lot more settlements, though, over the years. On net, there were more settlements in the West Bank, and there's many more settlements in the West Bank than there were back then.
The point I'm making is not just it was plan A and plan B. It's actually deeper than that. The reason they switched to plan B is because they came to the belief, based on Arafat's behavior, that Arafat actually did not want the political process to lead to a true peace, right? So
he would lose power.
If you believe that the peace process would essentially be a gift box with peace on the label, and then the moment you open it up, you get terrorism. If you come to that belief based on the behavior of your negotiating partner, that they intend to take whatever they can get out of the negotiations and then launch terror, then thwarting the peace process is not thwarting a peaceful situation like America and Canada. You're not thwarting a true two-state solution. You believe, based on the behavior of your negotiating partner, that you're thwarting what would essentially be a situation where terrorists take over parts of the West Bank. Oh, this is the other part of the interview that is crucial to this point, is that Sharon came to believe that a Palestinian state would be too weak to control its violent minority, i.e. the Fatah would not be strong enough, will not have the state capacity to prevent Hamas, to prevent it from coming basically another Lebanon, a Lebanon where half the country is controlled by a terrorist group, right? And then you're as a leader of Israel, you're basically telling people, well, if we really come to believe in good faith that this guy is not a partner for peace, and we've got to wait till we get a real partner for peace, giving him 2 states will essentially mean that we're going to be in a situation where terrorists control strategic high ground, a place from which they can much more easily launch rockets and missiles and smuggle anything over the border with Jordan, which would be very easy to do. And you're essentially telling your people, I'm going to put you in much more jeopardy than you're already in. So this is the trade-off Israel faces.
Yeah, it's like, which I know I've quoted before when talking about this, but it's that old Thomas Jefferson quote about slavery, where he's like, we have the wolf by the ear and can neither afford to hold on to it nor safely let it go. And, like, it's like, I just, Colman, they've been occupying them since 1967. Are they concerned about what might happen if they take their boot off their neck? Okay. But they still don't get to do that to people. We got a real problem with black crime in this country, Colman. But if I said, let's reinstitute slavery and that will take care of the problem with black crime, I think you'd go, yeah, you don't have a right to do that. And if not having slavery means that it's a little bit more dangerous in some areas, tough, deal with that. You don't, Israel, look, dude, this is just so obvious.
This is just the level of insanity here. The slavery thing, I just think it's a bad analogy, because obviously the black people had the same exact religion as the white people, which I think helped society cohere in a way that the Israeli-Palestine thing, I mean, that's the central problem with their conflict, is that they have completely different religious ideologies. So, and I don't know that problem is going to be solved easily. And obviously, just Dave hand waving away the security threat is completely wrong.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, with slavery, comparing it to slavery, this is retarded because, you have this situation where slavery was, people went to another country and the surrounding countries kidnapped people and then sold them to that group of people, right? And if you had a situation now, which first of all is like completely different than the Israel-Palestine situation, number one. But even number two, even if you discount that, if there was a situation where the early Americans were like, hey, we want to give the slaves freedom, and the slaves' response was, we're going to genocide all white people.
Yeah,
the second you give us freedom,
look, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Right,
It's a
that's definitely going to
completely
put a
different
large
situation.
hamper on like the whole peace process of abolishing slavery.
Well, yeah, and if they adopted a completely different religion, they're saying we're going to genocide you. I mean,
right,
yeah,
and that's kind of the issue that's that we're talking about here. Is you have a situation where people will argue about who is right, who is wrong from the beginning, blah blah blah. But right now, you need to sort of move forward in peace, and it's kind of insane for Dave Smith to just make this argument like, well,
hand wave it away. Yeah,
they were oppressed for so long, so I guess that just justifies them doing whatever, right? Just doing crazy shit.
Yeah, I mean, everything I see about the situation there, I mean, they're just constantly indoctrinating every new generation to hate Jewish people and to think any problem in their life, Jewish people are responsible for.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's interesting. It's a similar ideology to the Dave Smith ideology and the Nick Fuentes ideology, right? So maybe that's why they're so amenable to it, right? They're like, oh yeah, but the Jewish people are responsible for everything. Yeah. You can't hand wave away the security threat, obviously, because of the security threat is the entire issue. Right. I mean, we're to the point where Israel is just ready to completely parking lot the whole thing to deal with the security threat.
Right.
And look, that's the way they used to deal with it back in the ancient times, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're like, we're never going to get rid of. That's where genocide came from. They're like, here's how you stop the conflict.
Right.
It's bananas to me that anybody who lives in a first world country on this side of the Enlightenment can just not say, look, Israel's got two options here. Your options, if you want to be a moral country or whatever, your options are you can say, we can't give them their own state. And so we're just annexing all of this land and giving citizenship to all the Palestinians, and we will all live under one state together. Or you can stop occupying them militarily and let them have their own, autonomy. Those are the.
So I think a more reasonable analogy would be that on principle, you can't incarcerate people even if they're violent criminals. I mean, that's kind of the argument that Dave Smith is making, that it's immoral to incarcerate someone even if they're a violent criminal. Because that's just wrong. And most people think, well, look, if they're a violent criminal, lock that fucking son of a bitch up.
Right.
You got to deal with the threat. And Dave's like, no, you can't. Because they're a human being. When did Dave become a leftist?
Again, like, where does this bleeding heart? I don't. How does none of this apply to Ukraine? Why is there so much bending over backwards for Russia? It's so confusing.
Yeah. But the poor people of Ukraine, they're being mercilessly murdered because they're the puppet of the United States and Israel via the United States.
Yeah.
Israel has a hand in Ukraine, right? They do everything.
They probably do.
The options. You can't just keep your boot on these people's neck forever because you're worried about what might happen. Even if
you can't just keep your boot on these criminals' necks. Watch me, motherfucker. Watch me. It's called civilized society. We got our boot. We got plenty of boots. We're giving boots out.
We
got a boot for you too.
Yeah.
Big mouth. Come over here.
it's a legitimate worry about what might happen if you take your boot off. And the idea that on the other side of this, the Palestinians are just supposed to accept you live in subjugation in perpetuity, forever, because some of your leaders made bad decisions. And then,
just because your leaders decide to shoot rockets at us every day.
I know. This is so crazy.
Just because your leaders make some bad decisions.
I know. This is so crazy.
Would how come he's not forgiving America for that? Just your leaders made some just because the CIA made some bad decisions back in the 70s, why do we gotta say America's completely bad? They just made some mistakes.
You can say like, I mean, look, you could have made this argument about Egypt. I don't think they had a strong enough state to control their radicals or something like that. Now, we could get into a whole separate argument, which is that I think there's a very strong argument that actually Israel is going to face much more of a terrorist threat while they're occupying these areas than they would if they were to give them their own state. And I think there's lots of good reasons to suspect that. But just purely on a principled ground, this is just totally indefensible. And there's no other country that we would call a democracy who behaves this way. It's like, I don't know. I just find this whole thing to be so goofy. Like, either this is Israel, either you're saying Israel has a legitimate claim to Gaza and the West Bank, or you're saying they do not. And if they do not, then they have to stop occupying them. And if they do, then they have to give citizenship to the people that they control. So it's really fundamental Western civilization stuff.
So the analogy to slavery is a bad one for many reasons.
Oh, nice.
First,
come on, Colman. Tell them.
Yes, Jefferson and Southerners in general, they feared, partly based on Haiti and other examples, that if they gave slaves freedom, it would result in a race war. And this was highly motivating for Southerners. It turned out to be completely wrong. Now, there was a lot of evidence at the time that this wouldn't happen, namely the fact that you had black people living very peacefully all over the North with no problem. You even had free blacks in the South with no problem. And so you would have had to cherry pick massively to look at the Nat Turner revolt, say, erase all the other evidence of peaceful coexistence between whites and blacks and say, we can't let these people have freedom because look at Nat Turner. Not only that, there was no, anytime there was black leadership, the most famous black leader, the most important black leader in the aftermath.
It's interesting that people compared October 7th to the Nat Turner revolt. It's like fucking all Nat Turners with Gaza and the Palestinians. So there's no peaceful coexistence.
Of the Civil War was Booker T. Washington, right? You can make the same argument about like the civil rights movement, right? We can't give them voting rights because then they're going to make decisions that are going to be terrible. It's going to be a race war. They're going to destroy us. They're going to slaughter us. Every single popular black leader, Booker T. Washington, utterly peaceful, had the total faith and devotion of the black community. He was the most beloved figure, and he was fundamentally nonviolent. Martin Luther King, absolutely the most beloved figure within the black community, much more so than Malcolm X at the time. And even Malcolm X in his most radical mood, never...
He wasn't a terrorist, yeah.
He wasn't a terrorist. So there was an enormous amount of evidence in the case of African Americans in the United States that the likely result of loosening the chains was not going to be a race war. It's just that people ignored that evidence.
But
let's translate that to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. They leave Gaza. Two different countries impose a harsh blockade in response to rockets against Israel. And one of those two countries gets October 7th and not the other. So one question I have for you is like, why doesn't Hamas attack Egypt? Why can't they spare a single rocket for Egypt if it's all about the blockade and occupation?
No, I mean, obviously, because their hatred of Israel is on a whole different level. And also, like, I don't know, like, there's...
So then it's not all about the blockade and the...
It's not. No, it's not all. A lot of it's about the creation of the state of Israel. A lot of it's about the fact that they view that as their land, that a lot of them did get kicked out of. Of course, all of this stuff is involved. But anyway, back to your point, though. But, like, so say there was a higher risk. And again, I wasn't saying, I wasn't saying, a lot of times when people make logical analogies, people say, well, that's a bad analogy because the situations aren't the same. But there's a difference between equating two different things and making a logical analogy. The claim isn't that they're the same. But let's say there was going to be a real increase in crime, or let's say there was that some of the black leaders were more radical and were, hold on, let me just finish.
Sure.
And were advocating violence. Is the answer then continue the institution of slavery? I mean, the thing is no, right? It's obviously... And look, the thing about this is with all of this stuff, with all of this, I just feel like to be a defender of Israel requires you to not be like fair-minded to both groups here. It requires you to think of like, oh, but think about the danger that the Israelis might have to deal with if they were to give these people a state. It's like, yeah, think about the danger that the Palestinians are in being militarily occupied. Like, how are you going to...
They offered them a state. Why does he keep saying that? They offered them a state. Is he forgetting that? Why is he was he forgetting? He offered them a state and they said, no, fuck you. You go home. We want your state.
Mm-hmm.
You offer us a state. We want your state.
To sit here and tell these people that you guys have to embrace nonviolence, your leaders all have to be nonviolent leaders, while the Israeli leaders can be as horrifically violent as they want to. You know, you call Hezbollah a terrorist organization, you call Hamas a terrorist organization. I'm like, fair enough. I don't really object to that categorization. I don't exactly see why the IDF wouldn't also be categorized as a terrorist organization.
So,
it's like,
but here's the crucial difference. The crucial difference is that Israeli society, as we've discussed in this conversation, if they feel they have a partner for peace, are capable of offering, of negotiating in good faith and making an offer because they don't want to serve in the army for the rest of time. They don't want to send their boys to fight these wars.
Peace.
Hamas
Give peace a try.
Rejects the two-state solution, period. So,
but we just talked about so does Benjamin Netanyahu.
Without
oh my God.
No, Israel is a democracy, and they will vote Netanyahu out of power if they feel that the other side is capable and interested.
But they've
in a
made him their
permanent end to the
longest-serving
conflict.
prime minister in their...
Oh my God, make it stop. Make it fucking stop. He won't, like, Coleman Hughes keeps making great arguments and he won't even acknowledge them. This is what was so frustrating when he was talking to you. I was like, oh my God, it's so fucking obvious what the phone call means. But he just weasel. He won't acknowledge it. It's like right here in front of your face.
There's like a handful of arguments that can be made, and you just have to keep circling around the same arguments. You're not allowed to like deviate from any of the talking points.
What? Come on. But they love BB.
Our country's history. So like they're not voting him out of power that much.
Hold on. This happened at...
Dude, you don't understand what he's saying. He's saying, look, if they perceive that they have a willing partner in peace, they will jump at that opportunity. And if Bibi Netanyahu is standing in the way, they will vote him out of office to get the opportunity.
Right.
If they don't feel that they have that opportunity, and that's the situation now when they just got October 7th, they're going to vote for the meanest motherfucker in the world that's going to deal with the problem in the other way, since the peaceful process is not available to them.
Mm-hmm.
Why is this so difficult, Sitch? It's so fucking simple. I just look, it's annoying that Dave Smith is not willing to admit that it takes two to tango. You got to have an interlocutor that's there for peace, right? Obviously, Trump was running into this problem negotiating with Putin in Russia, right? He's like, I keep trying. Doesn't really seem like he wants to play ball. Well, what do you do when the other party doesn't want to play ball? Fuck that other party. You're like, okay, we're going to war. No other option here.
Mm-hmm.
You try for peace, and then if that doesn't work out, oh well, best of luck to you. What Coleman Hughes was saying in the beginning about the ideology, and what you were saying in the beginning of the ideology, this is so important because it really is the ideology that's standing in the way here, isn't it? They have this ideology that they're superior. It's a supremacist ideology. And they just can't stomach the fact that they're going to be next to a nation that has a completely contradictory ideology to theirs that's thriving. That's fucking economically thriving compared to them. It drives them fucking crazy. They want to say, oh yeah, well look, we'd be thriving. They want to say, oh, it's the magic of that land over there. If only we were over there, we'd be thriving. Right. No, bitch, it's the ideology. You got an ideology that's crap that you should fucking dump immediately. Well, it's being weeded out through an evolutionary process. It's being weeded out naturally as their societies get smaller and smaller and smaller, and people defect, obviously, to the better ideologies. People are like, get me the fuck out of here. I want to immigrate to a better place, right? More opportunity, better ideology.
As you yourself admitted, not even reluctantly, I don't mean to phrase it that way. The second Intifada, Israel offered a two-state end of conflict, period. It was rejected by the Palestinians, and then the second Intifada was launched. This was... mothers sending their kids on two different buses to schools because a bus was getting blown up every 3 days, right?
Can you imagine? Oh my God. Insane, you can't go with your brother. Why, Mom? Let's talk about that later.
Yes. Jesus Christ.
Which was traumatizing for a country the size of New Jersey. I can't imagine how I would react having grown up in New Jersey if there was 2 bombs going off a week just in my state.
Oh my God.
I would demand of my government to absolutely do what it had to do to make us safe. Not only that, the fact that this came right after an offer of peace and what Shlomo Ben-Ami called the biggest effort ever to pressure an international leader on any issue to end this conflict, because the world, my God, we have to see this conflict end at some point. It's so heartbreaking. The problem with this is that Israeli society can move because it's a democracy. Hamas can't move. Hamas is absolutely committed to rejecting the only solution that could bring an end to this conflict. And so Hamas is like a rock, whereas Israel, object as much as you want to Netanyahu. I'm not going to defend him. I'm not going to defend Smotrich. I'm not going to defend Ben-Gvir. Israel is a democracy that can move to the left if the opportunity came, sign a peace treaty that will be inked for all time. How the hell do we get that with Hamas running the Gaza Strip when every single time they are asked, they say, we reject any alternative for all time, except between the river and the sea.
Yeah, this is a huge problem. Hamas is the one standing in the way because they're the ones that are going to lose power. And it's sad too, because there probably are constituents in Gaza who are, business people who are being regularly shook down by Hamas, the gangsters that they are, that would love it if they actually had an honest democracy and they could trade with Israel. But Hamas, they are gangsters. They have the guns. They are the ones that are taxing these people and living off of their hard work. And they don't want to go anywhere because they got the easy life, just like the mob's got the easy life. They don't work. Yep. They make easy money off of other people. Half of them live in Qatar and are making money off of the bleeding heart Americans who keep sending them money. It's sick. It's totally sick.
Yeah, there actually have been different periods of time where Hamas leaders have said they would accept 67 borders, but they have also a lot of times said they wouldn't, and so
including over and over and over again recently, and in their charter.
Yeah, I'm not even like arguing with you on that detail, but it's always like when you say like Hamas. First of all, I actually
why even throw that in there? What happened? They did accept those. Like you're
why throw it in there and then immediately say, well, I'm not going to argue on it. Well, okay. Well, but so why did you bring it up?
But he's implying, there were times, but then Israel said no. He's just trying to like even it out.
Yes.
Disagree with fundamentally with your premise that democracies like have this ability to move. I think actually one of the kind of
hold on a second.
Counterintuitive, fundamentally with your premise
and in their charter.
Yeah, I'm not even like arguing with you on that detail. But it's always like when you say like Hamas. First of all, I actually disagree with fundamentally with your premise that democracies like have this ability to move.
Okay, so he's fucking.
He disagrees.
Yeah,
I thought he said he agrees, but he fundamentally disagrees. Democracies can move. Even though
he doesn't believe in selectorate theory. Well, he probably believes in like elite theory or something.
But how does this make any sense? America has moved. America was very rah pro-war, and now it's very like super tepid to get involved in anything.
Yeah, based on what? Elections.
Yes, exactly.
Right now we're having something called mass deportation. Why, Sitch? What happened? What changed?
People changed their opinion on the whole deporting people thing.
Yeah, and they voted. Showed up and voted in Donald Trump, who promised to do such a thing.
None of that matters, Adam.
So look, he's making the argument that democracies fundamentally can't change. So
guess so.
Let's hope he makes the argument.
I think actually one of the kind of counterintuitive, strange realities is that often democracies get very stuck. And for example, like the political system in the United States of America really has not like fundamentally changed nearly as much as the political system in China has over, say, like the last 40 years. And they did it through a one-party dictatorship. They still call themselves because the one party.
Wait.
What the fuck are you talking about, dude? There's policy and there's the system.
This is an insane argument. What? Because an authoritarian government has the ability to, cause mass destruction, as they did with the Great Leap Forward, right? Or like how many millions and millions of people died? Like, well, that was a big change. It's like, I guess that was a big change. Yes, that is true. That was a big change. Like, what?
Well, and is he arguing that because we don't rewrite the Constitution every 15 minutes that we haven't changed? I mean, the policy changed radically on immigration from the Biden administration to the Trump administration. You've got to have your head in the sand or somewhere else not to acknowledge that. And that democracy is responsible for that 100%. If people showed up and voted for Kamala Harris and Kamala Harris won the election, we would have a completely different immigration policy. No doubt.
This is insane. This is a crazy argument.
Yeah. A radically different immigration policy, I would assume, I would guess, since she was in fact the Tom Homan of the The Biden administration. Kamala Harris was.
Says business is good now.
J-Mac or Circuit Far, thanks so much, Daddy. J-Mac for the $20 says, today is my daughter's birthday. Can you guys wish her a happy one? Just call her J-Mac's daughter and she'll know what you mean.
Well, J-Mac's daughter, happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, J-Mac's daughter.
Yes.
Aren't you lucky? Aren't you lucky to have such a great dad?
Yes. And to be another year older. Just think. You'll be staying up late in no time at all. No bedtime.
No bedtime. Eating snacks and ice cream whenever you want, right?
Exactly. The joys of adulthood.
Yes. Well, actually, the joys of adulthood is having the ability to eat ice cream and stay up as late as you want, and then realizing that if you do,
you probably shouldn't. Yeah, exactly.
That's right.
It's probably bad for you. Probably a bad idea.
You're going to feel very poorly afterwards. Brian Allman for $20, thanks so much, says, wait, hang on, I think I missed it. How many stars does Wesley Clark have?
4 stars.
4 stars.
Wesley Clark.
Yes.
He's not really a thing anymore.
No. Some Anon for $20. Thank you so much. Says, hey, Sitch and Adam. Been listening for a long time, but I've never sent in a super chat. There's a lot of cynical and violent people in the political space the last 10 years. Thanks for not giving into that and having good discussions. Well, thank you.
Really thanks for sending the super chat. That's nice of you. We do our best to try to keep it. I mean, we're just regular guys. This is regular guy commentary.
Regular. We just want to grill, right? This is just, you want to grill commentary.
Yeah, exactly. We don't want to amass a huge army of conspiracy theorists.
Right.
Which would probably be better for our YouTube channel, but I saw you retweeted that crazy Candace meme. Oh my God.
Which one? There's been a lot of crazy Candace memes.
The one of her standing on Charlie Kirk's coffin saying, let me tell you what.
Yes.
Let me tell you what Charlie really thinks now that he's gone.
Oh my God.
So fucking bad.
Is it? I just a curious question about the whole Candace thing. Are people going to? Is the right in America and the MAGA movement in America going to penalize Candace Owens for a combination of explicitly and implicitly saying that either the Donald Trump administration was behind murdering Charlie Kirk, or they know who is and are hiding it? Is she going to get, because I thought most of her
has
audience
it gone that far already? Now Donald Trump is, I thought it was Israel was
the Trump administration. No, she's making the argument that
they
the
were
Trump
in on
administration, that the FBI under Kash Patel and the Trump administration
mm-hmm.
knows information, either was involved in killing Charlie Kirk or knows information about who was and is hiding that information.
The last one that I saw that I was like, oh my God, this is fucking totally insane.
Mm-hmm.
She was talking about all the dots that she's putting together through all the information she's crowdsourced from her audience.
Of course. Okay.
And I was thinking, holy fucking shit. Like, how is she vetting these sources? Well, that's the neat part. Is she dropping these sources that are?
That's the neat part.
I mean, can we just email her and say, look, I'm inside the Kash Patel FBI right now, and I know for a fact who killed Charlie, who ordered the hit on Charlie Kirk.
Mm-hmm.
It was Dave Smith. Yeah, I don't know. I just think it's I'm mystified by these people who are on Candace's side, who don't recognize that this was a huge. I mean, the conversation was completely being changed about how the left is radicalizing young people towards violence, because this kid that shot Charlie Kirk was basically a young radical, radicalized by the left, by gender ideology.
Right.
That's been completely erased now.
No.
So Candace Owens has completely erased a giant win for the center right. Who's basically saying, hey, the left normalizing calling everyone fascist and thinking we're on the verge of fascism is probably not a good thing. To now Israel is behind it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This is the political strategy. And look, I've completely reversed myself on Megyn Kelly. Like, why? How can she say Candace Owens is like brilliant? That's the worst political fucking strategy ever, right?
Yeah, not great.
I just think I think Megyn doesn't know. I think Megyn might be waking up now to what Moynihan is saying. It's kind of unavoidable now.
Yeah.
You gotta seriously have blinders on not to realize what's going on here. But I'm curious. Maybe I'll put a poll up. I wonder how many people in our audience watch Candace Owens or listen to Candace Owens.
Maybe is Candace Owens insane? That should be the question.
Okay, I'll do it. I'll put the poll up now.
All of a sudden, it's a drastically different thing than it was before. But regardless of that, yeah. But like you can say, there's a lot of things Hamas could do that would be a lot better than the things that Hamas has done and could do now that would be better than the things they're doing. Israel also can end the war. It's not true that only one side could do the things that would end the war. I don't even know if you can call it a war. But Israel
could end this war. But Hamas is just going to restart the war.
It's not even really a war, man. Like a war, you kind of think of as like two governments with militaries battling. It's a captive
Hamas has
people.
What, 20,000, 30,000 people? That's not a war? Hamas has 30,000 fighters or whatever it is?
Yeah, no, it's a captive people who have been held stateless without a military of their own being like annihilated. I mean, like, yeah, I don't think war is exactly the right word. But regardless of that,
maybe the explanation here for the crazy take that he has between not lining up with Ukraine and Russia is just that Dave Smith just hates the concept of governments so much that he's like, oh well, Israel's a government and Hamas is not a government according to him, so therefore, because that's kind of the argument he's making. He's like, well, it's not really a war because it's not really a government body. It's like, oh, it's interesting, I guess.
Just it's so weird because it is a governing body. It's a body where a bunch of guys show up with guns and say, "Hey, give me half of the till."
Well, and the people literally voted for that said governing body. Now that governing body then seized power and never released power. But how do you say it's not a governing body at that point?
This happens a lot. How to gain power and how to maintain power are completely different. You gain power by holding a bunch of kissing a bunch of babies, right, and being like, we're for the working class, right? But as soon as you gain power, you're like, okay, now we tax the people,
right?
Israel also has the opportunity. Israel could simply say, we're going to stop militarily occupying the West Bank. We're going to pull those, and we're going to live in 67 borders. And you do what you want to do, but if you attack us, we're responding. They could do that too, and they have not done that.
Yeah,
but
well,
I do just,
hold on.
again,
So,
wait, if they did that and then they responded, Dave Smith would be like, oh, how dare they respond? What is this argument?
Let me just get a points out here because I'm listening to what you have to say. Again, I find this to be like kind of fascinating. Like every time I debate or have a discussion like this about the topic, I'm just always struck by the fact that you have we're halfway around the world. There is a long-standing conflict that's going on between the Israelis and the Palestinians. But yet, when you talk about this again, which, by the way, I'm with you on, I think we should think about, what would it be like to live in a state the size of New Jersey where there's school buses being blown up every day? Listen, I live in the state of New Jersey, and I have little kids. When you say that, I'm listening, and I'm, genuinely trying to put myself in that position. And, by the way, I am not saying I'm, a very good person. I think I would go to a pretty bad place pretty quickly if I thought one of my kids were threatened. However, in this conflict, Gaza is a substantially smaller place than Israel and has way more bombings going off, way more innocent people being killed. And so I just always find it interesting that, okay, we're going to put ourselves in the Israeli shoes. Okay, I'm fine to do that. Let's do that. Could we also attempt to do that to the other side here?
Easily. I'll do it right now. I'll do it right now. Hold on. I'll do it right now.
1,000-fold
I'll do it
worse.
right now, Dave. This is the point I tried to make before, but I don't think I made it precisely enough. Let's put ourselves in the shoes of Palestinians for a moment. Now, we know from the history of the 20th century, whether it is the partition of India and Pakistan or the partition of Sudan and South Sudan more recently, that when you have a situation like this, a gruesome situation where two peoples can't get along and there's slaughtering on both sides, it seems like pretty much the best formula we have is something like a partition along roughly ethnic lines. It's not a perfect solution by any means, but Sudan and South Sudan are fighting with each other as states a lot less than they did when it was one state for 50 years of brutal civil war. So, if I'm a Palestinian in Gaza right now, purely looking from my own perspective, sure, I would absolutely want Israel to end the war, to alleviate my immediate suffering. But I would also like to think that I would understand the regime that rules Gaza right now is committed to a forever war against Israel, which means if Israel withdraws, ends the war right now, leaves Hamas in power, Gaza is again on borrowed time until the next time that Hamas is able to find a crack in the armor,
exactly,
which always happens.
Right.
And so, in addition to wanting Israel to end the war, I would really want to see some massive international effort to get rid of Hamas. And I don't know how you do that because Hamas embeds itself in the civilian population and uses them as a shield. But I would understand, just purely from the point of view of me wanting, I'd love to live in a situation like South Sudan and Sudan. We don't have to love each other, but we're not at each other's throats. We could be like, we could be a frozen conflict like North and South Korea. We can hate each other. The only way you get to a frozen conflict is with a ruling entity in Gaza that could actually agree to a frozen conflict because it's what they want. So how do you get that without getting rid of Hamas? And this is from the Palestinian perspective.
Yeah, I guess it kind of is. I don't really think it's a very reasonable way to look at it from the Palestinian perspective.
Why am I looking at videos of Palestinians protesting Hamas?
Okay,
what's their point of view? Their point of view is exactly what I just said.
There were some videos of people protesting Hamas. There's been some protests of the Israeli government in Israel too. One could argue not nearly enough on both sides or whatever. But I think that if your story was okay, and keep in mind with these things that, often when people talk about war, people talk about the conflict like this side started it, this side was guilty, this side did it, when really what's going on is that there are people in positions of power who are making decisions, and then there's a whole bunch of innocent people just caught up in the situation. The entire project of Israel, the entire project of a bunch of Eastern Europeans deciding that they wanted to go create a state in land where Arabs were already living, when it came into fruition, resulted in hundreds of thousands of them being expelled from where they were living or not allowed to return. After the 6-Day War...
How long before Dave starts his podcast with land acknowledgments? That's what I want to know. I want to know.
Yeah, it is very interesting. He went hard into the left identitarian, the white people came and they colonized the region. I didn't expect that.
I know.
I really did not expect that.
We would like to begin this podcast by saying we here in America are on stolen land from the indigenous people of America. Yeah, why don't you give your house to one of those indigenous people, Dave? Or shut the fuck up.
Does it even matter? Like this sort of the whole thing where people go into this okay, well, who started it and all this other stuff. Israel's not going to go away. They're not going to disappear.
Of course.
Right. So the idea that okay, well, 60 or 70 years ago, somebody did something and, it was bad and unfair and they shouldn't have done it. It's like, okay, even if I were to grant that, and to agree with that.
What do we do now?
It doesn't matter in the terms of what do we do now, because they're not going to go away. So you have to deal with whatever the situation is at the current moment in time.
It's so crazy to me. This is so crazy. The biggest fucking cope of all time. It's got to be driven by this is what his audience wants to hear, right?
I guess.
They just want to hear it's all Israel's fault. Israel's to blame. It's all Israel's fault.
They were occupied.
I don't think that's an intellectually honest way of describing the birth of Israel.
I think it's factually correct way of describing it.
It's intellectually dishonest, but factually correct.
Right.
How's that work? Oh. Factually correct, but intellectually dishonest. Seems like a contradiction.
It's very easy to paint a dishonest picture by leaving out a lot of facts.
Okay.
This is why we have the phrase lie of omission.
Sure, but I wasn't claiming to have been telling the totality of everything that ever happened there.
No. But crucial facts, like a bunch of Eastern Europeans
immigrated there, yes.
Deciding to go to Palestine. That framing ignores the fact that Eastern European refugees, basically their plan A was all, and I think you know this, to flood into New York and Canada and other places and escape the pogroms and the slaughtering of the Russian Civil War and do what any human being would do and get the hell away from the violence against your family. Then the entire West closed its doors. America closes doors essentially in 1921, 24. Canada closes doors. Australia closes doors. Latin America closes doors. And only then do you see Eastern European Jews saying, okay, this place Palestine, I guess we can't get into New York. I guess we'll start going there. I mean, it was trickles before that happened. And so it was a...
Don't give Dave an America's fault argument. He'll take that and run with it.
I'm kind
He's
of shocked
like, oh my God, it's America's fault.
I know. I'm kind of just very surprised he doesn't take it. It's right here. It's right there, Dave.
It's right in front of you.
Take it, Dave.
We closed their doors in 21. It's all our fault.
Dave,
no, I blame
America
Canada.
bad.
Canada did it.
America bad.
Refugee state. They weren't ideological Zionists for the most part. And I don't think anyone could go back without 2020 hindsight and tell them that they shouldn't have gone there. So I think that's very important context. And it's also important context if you just start the story at the ending and say, and as you did, as the end result, 750,000 Palestinians were pushed out. Well, what happened? Palestinians started a civil war in Mandate Palestine, and then 5 Arab countries all at once invaded Israel in a war of aggression. Those decisions didn't need to be made. They're pretty relevant context. You don't really understand the last scene of the movie without the first. So I think that's important.
Yeah, I guess, again, it's all just irrelevant to the point that I was trying to make. And again, you're back to just harping on the perspective of the Jews. And
see, he always does. This drives me crazy. He's like, harping. You're harping. You little harpy, you. He was doing this shit with you. It's like he gets super triggered and he has to make these little underhanded quips.
And then the Zionists and then the Israelis. The point I was making is that there's another perspective here too. And all of that is true, essentially what you said. I mean, not exactly.
He's like, there's another perspective here. The Jews did everything. That's the perspective.
I mean, like the King Crane Commission also pretty accurately predicted what the future of this struggle was going to look like when they were looking at it in 1919 or whatever year it was, the 1920, when they went over there. They went, man, you're going to try to create a Jewish state here. This is just going to be permanent struggle. It's going to require permanent force because this is just something that obviously the people who live here are going to resist. I'm saying from the perspective of the Palestinian person who didn't start that war or didn't do that and just happened to be one of the people caught up in there and got kicked out of their land, then you're occupied for 60 years. The Israeli project, I'm not saying this is the entirety of everything. Yes, there are things being omitted here, just like every time both of us speak, we're not telling the entire story of all of history. The experiment of Israel, the experiment of Europeans trying to create a Jewish state on land where Arabs lived, that is what they did. There might have been reasons for that, but that's what ended up happening. The result of that was 750 Arabs being expelled from where they lived and not allowed back in. For the period between 1948 and 1967, they're living as refugees in different places. Then from 1967 all the way up till today, they're militarily occupied by a foreign power, and now it's culminating in what scholars will debate whether it's a genocide or not, okay? Or whatever the hell you want to call this. I don't want to get caught up in semantics here. All of that happened too. And then after all of that, you sit here, Colman, and you go, why are they attacking Israel and not Egypt? It's like, because there's like a long history here, man. And they're really pissed off about this.
Hold on.
And
I think this is worth actually dwelling on this, because what you didn't emphasize in your story is that Egypt obviously occupied Gaza for 19 years, did not give
and
them
Jordan
a state,
occupied the West Bank for 19 years. Yep, that's true.
Did not give them a state.
That's true.
Could have given them a state, did not. And Egypt has every single bit of harsh blockade since 2007. Egypt copy-paste, absolutely. In fact, worse, because when they discovered smuggling tunnels underneath the Gaza border, they pumped them with poison gas and sewage and killed Palestinians as a result. Now, if Israel had done that, that would be exhibits A through Z on why Hamas is fighting Israel for legitimate, understandable reasons. And yet, Egypt does all of that, and Hamas can't spare a single rocket. And this is practically a science experiment for understanding what Hamas actually cares about. I think you're very quick to see pretenses in American foreign policy and very slow to see them in other groups around the world.
No, I don't think so, man.
But again, this is practically a science experiment. It's practically a science experiment to see actually what does Hamas care about. It is entirely about the humiliation of having a Jewish state on that land, not about the occupation, not about not having a country. For them, it's not about the settlements in the West Bank. For them, Tel Aviv is the same as a settlement in the West Bank. It's all one phenomenon of a Jewish state that needs to be expired from the river to the sea.
Well, look, I mean, I think, again, it's not, when you say that, I could see, this is what I think is kind of bizarre about this, right? Is that you'll say, you could see all the corruption in like the American war party or the Israeli war party or something like that, but you can't see obviously here with Hamas too. But that's just not right. I'm not sitting here defending Hamas. Hamas has just been horrible. They're like a death cult.
I didn't say corruption. I said false pretense. It's a different
argument. The false pretense, whatever you want to, whatever.
So you agree
it's
false, Hamas's concern about blockade and occupation and not having you agree this is a false pretense and that is actually about the humiliation of a Jewish state on
I think that we are so many decades into this thing that it's devolved to the tragic level where Hamas is basically a death cult. And yeah, it's a grudge. They're trying to get back at the Israelis any way they can for the most part. Yeah, that's like, yes, essentially, like, I do think that's right. And I also would say that, like, what I think everybody should kind of accept here, in the same way that, like, we're not giving the land back to the Native Americans, man. And like, it's horrible the way states rise to be. I mean, I'm a radical libertarian. My fundamental view is essentially that states are gangs who took over and are in some sense perceived as legitimate, but that's essentially what they are. The ruling gang in a geographic territory. And so, yeah, lots of them are created in real messy.
Oh my God, it's fucking insane.
Yeah.
It's totally insane.
Yep.
You know the thing that's different about the mafia and the government? The mafia doesn't give you a say. You don't get a fucking vote.
Mm-hmm.
You pay up or you die.
Moral circumstances, but generations later, saying over to a whole new group of innocent people if you were to kick all the Israelis out of Israel and make it from the river to the sea all Palestinian or something like that. I think that's why almost every adult in the room, when there's been real negotiations or when there's been real talks of ever getting close to a peace process, have always started talking about 67 borders, right? But so the dynamic is this. I essentially think, as horrible as the Nakba was, and as horrible as the 1948 war was, and as horrible as all of that is, yeah, I do think that eventually people can get over that and move on. It's very, very painful.
Well, not only that, but everyone else in an analogous situation from the 1940s has moved on.
Yeah, but the other factor there, Colman, is that they occupied them militarily for 60 years, the longest military occupation in the world.
We have to talk about the 67 world. Why did that happen? Israel did not choose that war. I mean, I know you have this Begin quote, but saying that Israel chose or you're not exactly saying this, but saying that because Egypt fired first, that therefore Israel caused the 67 war is as intellectually dishonest as saying that because Mexico fired first, Mexico caused the Mexican-American War. Now, we all know that America wanted that war, that we put our troops in that territory that was contested and Texas said was theirs. Specifically, Ulysses S. Grant said exactly the plan was to get them to fire. So, and it was essential that they fire first, but we all know what the plan was. We wanted territory, okay? So you have everyone in the room from the Egyptian side, from the Jordanian side, saying that Nasser knew if he closed the Strait of Tiran that it was war. This is from Sadat's memoir. From Sadat, who was in the room, his memoir. He goes,
yeah, I'm familiar with.
Yeah, Nasser convened a meeting, the Supreme Executive Council. He said, now with our troops in the Sinai, the chances of war are 50-50. But if we close the strait, war will be a 100% certainty. Then, he says to his general, are the forces ready? Okay, and the King Hussein, said he knew the same thing. So this was Israel was freaking out about this war. They didn't want this war. And on top of that, they gave Jordan every opportunity not to join in and even let them fire for a little bit, hoping that they would make a show of attacking from the West Bank and then save their pride. And so that's how the West Bank came under Israeli occupation. And then immediately, Israelis proposed going into negotiations for land for peace. And what do the Arab countries do? The three no's of Khartoum: no peace, no negotiation, no recognition.
Yeah, so again, that's all right.
That's okay. So then, how that is very important context for, first of all, how the occupation came to be. It was not by Israeli design. Israelis didn't want it. I mean, some religious minorities wanted it, but
yeah. But the difference here, Colman, is that I can gladly concede all of that. I mean, there were all types of Arab leaders. To your point it's tragic. Earlier? It's tragic how much this was all mishandled and what a devastation it was. And obviously, in hindsight, what a horrific decision for the Egyptians to begin provoking that war. I agree.
Yeah. So you said earlier, basically, you don't get to occupy people for this many years, and I get that. I get that. And my point is that, as I said earlier, Olmert ran on a campaign of withdrawing from the West Bank out of this this exact impulse, this sense that we've got to give it a try, right? We've given, and he won. And then what undermined his ultimate plan to withdraw from the West Bank was the fact that right after he's elected, two things happened. There's a cross-border raid from Gaza, and Gilad Shalit gets taken and some other people get killed. And then there's a cross-border raid from Lebanon, where the Israelis had pulled out unilaterally just a few years ago. So what happened is that they have this twin example of a place that we've occupied and a place that we've pulled out of. And we just got attacked from both of the places that we unilaterally pulled out of. Now, can you understand how an Israeli voter would say, okay, I was for the idea of pulling out of the West Bank. It kind of made sense to me, and just battening down the hatches, trying to play perfect defense. And then we pulled out of Gaza and we pulled out of Lebanon, and instantly we get, not instantly, but in the same year, we get cross-border raids, we get rockets, and we have to go into bomb shelters. I don't think this unilateral withdrawal strategy works. I think we have to have a peace deal and withdraw only in that context. Can you...
Or you have to just completely annihilate the threat completely. So that's an option as well. I'm sure they're considering that option now after October 7th. So
you can sympathize with an Israeli voter, with a family living who wants peace, but says, I'm not going to sign on to peace unless it's going to be a real peace.
Yeah, I can sympathize with them. But again, it's the only one side who you ever make an attempt to sympathize with.
No, I already gave you a whole answer about what I would.
Oh my God. He's like, you have to sympathize with the Palestinian people who want perpetual war. They want to get a Jewish person's scalp. Why don't you ever sympathize with them? What are you doing, Colman? Dave, why do you ever sympathize with them? I think that is the question. If they could live in peace, if they had a track record of living in peace, everyone would sympathize with them.
Think about Palestinian.
Yeah, but it's
so
kind of nonsense.
say,
It's like, yeah, but when
well,
you're
how
sympathizing,
is it nonsense?
Because when you're sympathizing with the Palestinians, you go, oh man, I think if I were a Palestinian, I would really feel like my government really should do a better job, or my government, that Hamas should really do a better job, instead of just going like, look,
no, I would be for a partition on either side. If I was,
if someone, I have little kids. If someone had the value of life over my little kids, the way that all of you guys who support what Israel has been doing to Gaza for the last 2 years.
Dave, I told you what I would say from a Palestinian perspective, and you are totally mischaracterizing what I said. What I said is that I would want Israel to end the war now. And then I would also want there to be some kind of massive effort to get rid of Hamas, because I would understand that my family would not have long-term peace until our regime was done with the forever war against Israel.
Fuck yeah, totally. Very smart. I think a lot of smart people are thinking that. I think a lot of smart people are sad that they even let Hamas stay in power for as long as they did.
Mm-hmm.
Especially people who are doing well in Gaza. Which, I mean, they want to make it sound like there was no one doing well in Gaza. That's fucking bullshit. That's total bullshit.
That's what I said. Now, if you want to say that's disingenuous, a disingenuous version of a Palestinian, I don't think that's crazy.
Okay, I just got to say, I'm listening to like everything you say. I feel like you're cutting me off every time I talk. So
I only did that because you mischaracterized what I said.
Okay. No, I mean, I feel like every time. So anyway, but okay. I have little kids. If the little kids are being killed the way little kids in Gaza are being killed right now, and that was just like acceptable, well, that's just what we have to do, I think I would probably join up with the most radical group I could find and try to kill as many Israelis as I could. Also, if I was in Israel and one of those terrorists came over and killed one of my little kids, I think I would probably be supporting like the destruction of the whole entire place. Yes, I can put myself in the situation of either one and totally sympathize. And by the way, I mean, this is just also borne out by opinion polls and stuff like that. Like, of course, we only talked about it from the Israeli side when we were saying that after the second intifada, public support for a two-state solution really, really tanked. But also you can go look at how when the peace process fell apart, support for terrorists rose amongst the Palestinians. Like when the peace process was on the table, Hamas had much less support, and when it fell apart, they got more support. The point is that there is this. There was a plan with this movement of Zionism to create a Jewish state in historic Palestine. It has always involved an enormous amount of force in order for the thing to be created. There has been, Israel and the Palestinians essentially have been at war since 1947. I mean, there's flare-ups and there's times that are worse. Right now, it's the worst it's ever been. But that also really says something at the end of this project. We are Americans sitting halfway around the world.
Going back to what he said, where he's like, and I appreciate that there's like an honesty in what he was saying about how, whichever side that if he was Israeli, he'd be like, kill them all. And if he was Palestinian, he'd be like, kill them all. Like, and I appreciate the honesty of that, but it really shows like, well, then if that's the way that, if you acknowledge that, then how can you have this this hyper definitive view of the situation?
Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing. I'm like, well, look, you highlighted the conflict perfectly. How do you resolve that conflict?
Right.
Like one of those parties is going to have to, well, both of those parties are going to have to change and agree to peace, or one of those parties is going bye-bye forever. Otherwise, the conflict is going to never be resolved.
Yeah. And that the problem
neither
is
one of
that
those positions he seems to be in favor of, though.
One of those parties actually, its governing body can be influenced by
the populace,
by the populace and by what we here in America and the West consider things of moral value.
Right.
And one of them cannot.
Yes.
That's kind of the issue, the impasse, I guess, that we're sort of at.
Yeah.
And I think that obviously our role here should be to say, like, hey, let's try to de-escalate this thing. I can sympathize with people on both sides of this struggle. Obviously, horrific crimes have been committed by Arabs and by Israelis. The Palestinians have gotten the brunt of it. Far more of them have been killed. And they have been the losers in this conflict, obviously.
They fucking started it. Look, and I don't understand why he doesn't put any sort of pressure on the Palestinian side, at least rhetorically. He just seems to be concocting excuses for everything they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
He never acknowledges any of Coleman Hughes's points about how there's been many offers of peace that they've refused. Like, why isn't he saying that's fucked up? They should accept those peace offers. Instead, he goes, oh yeah, but if the Israelis didn't immigrate here 60 years ago, none of this would be happening. Why are you defaulting to those, like those arguments, which make excuses for the side that doesn't want peace? You're like playing right into their hands. Like at some point you're thinking, okay, well, Dave Smith doesn't actually want peace. He's with the Palestinians in their fight against this no matter what.
But the fact is that my country, I'm forced to prop this whole thing up. And I just think this is...
Oh my God, please make it stop. Make it stop. I'm so sick of this. I'm so sick of this. It's like, how do I make this about me? Come on, I thought we were having a conversation about the situation over there. Now he's like, but look, why do I have to be responsible for this? Here's the big thing. Let's not be responsible for this. I just think if we said, okay, well, we're not going to give Israel weapons or any of that stuff anymore, they would get it somewhere else and they would go fucking belligerent. They'd be like, okay, France, we need some fucking jets.
Yeah, well, or China, India, Russia, back before Russia was engaged in its own conflict.
Oh yeah, Russia would love to sell some. Well,
not now,
their stuff
but
might be garbage. Yeah,
back in the day.
This is like appalling. I mean, like, look, there's just, with all of these problems, look, you can, if you want to go back through history and you want to always like give the benefit of the doubt to Israel and always focus on what all the Arabs have done that's wrong, you can do that. In conflicts like this, you can also do the opposite, which I see lots of people do. I actually think I'm much more of a moderate on this topic than most people see me as, but whatever. I'm not like the equal opposite version of that, which I see a lot of people are, refer to Hamas as freedom fighters and everything is it. There's been atrocities committed by both sides here. There's been bad decisions made by both sides. But the idea, dude, like, okay, even if you want to blame the 67 war on Egypt and Jordan, like, okay, there's a reasonable argument to be made for that. Even if you want to say, oh, they wanted to not occupy them for this long, dude, you just get to a certain point. The thing, even when you're talking about how the Egyptians and the Palestinians, talking about the three no's, this was within like 20 years of the creation of the state of Israel. It was a new thing. When it's a new thing, people still want to undo the last thing. And you see it like even in the same way that like Republicans don't talk about repealing Obamacare anymore. It's just too old now, man. It's part of the system. That's not even a talking point anymore. It was a huge talking point in 2012, but it's just not anymore, okay? The thing is, Israel didn't occupy them for a few months after a war or even a few years after a war. They occupied them for 60 years. The Palestinians today, I don't know the exact numbers, the overwhelming majority of them, that's their entire life. Their entire life has been living under foreign military occupation or under siege, complete domination from a foreign country. And that is just unacceptable. That is a status quo that just cannot be justified, much like the destruction of Gaza over the last 2 years. And likewise, as an American, I am outraged that we're forced to finance the thing and prop it up.
So, do you believe that Israel should withdraw from the West Bank unilaterally because you can't occupy other people for 60 odd years? So tell me what about the following sketch you find, and what you would do in the following situation. Israel unilaterally, they listen to Dave Smith. They say, we got to get out of the West Bank. We got to do Olmert's convergence plan. Regardless, it's just been too long. Screw the trade-offs. Would you allow them to have border security with Jordan or no?
I'm sorry. So it would allow the West Bank to have border security.
Would you allow Israel to have some control over the West Bank border with Jordan, or no?
Well, the West Bank. So I'm sorry. Maybe I'm not following the question here. So if they were to give the Palestinians a state, but
correct.
then Israel would control the Jordanian border, but this would be the border between the West Bank and Jordan.
Correct.
You're talking about?
Yeah.
I guess not. I don't know.
Okay. So they withdraw from the West Bank. They don't control the border with Jordan. As happened in Gaza, it's a fairly high probability that there would be some kind of civil war between Hamas, which is more popular in the West Bank than the Palestinian Authority, and the Palestinian Authority. So there would be some kind of power struggle between Abbas and Fatah and Hamas on the other end. Now, it's possible that Fatah just wins, and that would be a really good outcome, I think, for the Palestinians and the region. But they didn't win in Gaza, and they don't have great state capacity, great security control regardless. So with no help from the IDF, the betting man would predict that Hamas takes over, if not the whole West Bank, then some Lebanon situation where they control territory within the West Bank. Now, we know what Hamas wants to do. They've said they will do October 7th again and again and again, even knowing the ridiculous cost that's been imposed on Gaza in this war. And we know that it's very easy to smuggle weapons across the border with Jordan. There's been tons of problems with weapons smuggling in Jordan in the past. There's no reason Iran would not be able to help them. So what you have now is a situation where Hamas controls some territory in the West Bank. And this is not like, I don't think the scenario I'm sketching is the paranoid ramblings of someone in the Israeli security state. I think it's pretty much a center of the fairway prediction. It could go better, it could go worse. But now you have Hamas controlling strategic territory, high ground in the West Bank, much closer to Tel Aviv, maybe 45 miles from Tel Aviv, with missiles perhaps that could easily reach that. Eventually they're going to attack because this is who they are. What happens then? Is this an outcome? I mean, it will lead to another war, and I don't know how bloody that war will be. I know it certainly won't be good for the Palestinians. And so do you feel any burden to defend, what would you say when that day came? Would you say, actually, I was wrong about unilateral withdrawal from the West Bank? Or would you say, no, I was still right about it for the following reasons?
I mean, if things were different, we'd be having a different conversation. And if Israel did take the boot off the neck of the Palestinians and they started attacking Israel, well, then that sure would be a different conversation. But again, with the unfalsifiable counterfactuals, or here's another scenario. It was like Egypt, and they just didn't fight wars anymore. I think there's a lot of reason, as I was saying before, getting into with the opinion polls were when
he can't even engage with a hypothetical. He's like, look, we did your plan and your plan fell to shit. What would your response be?
Yep.
You can't even imagine your plan falling to shit. He's like, no, my plan would never fall to shit. My plan would be epic.
How would you feel if you hadn't eaten breakfast?
Exactly. Oh my God.
The peace negotiations fall apart.
But I did eat breakfast.
For Hamas goes up. You see this constantly. You see after October 7th, there was a rally around the flag effect in Israel. You saw this after 9/11 when George W. Bush had record high approval ratings. General McChrystal, not exactly a libertarian dove like myself, he was the one who coined the term insurgent math about Afghanistan. And this was not an ideologue of any sort, just somebody who wanted to win the war. And he was just saying, right, 10 minus 2 equals 20. You got a list of insurgents that we're supposed to take out, but every time we strike them, a bunch of innocent people get killed. And then the list gets longer and longer and longer because people want to join up with the cause. And so essentially, I don't think it's the likely bet that things would be much, much worse. I think that what creates a lot of this, the terrorism, is and again, like I said, I still haven't gotten exactly like a coherent definition of terrorism or why the IDF isn't terrorist or what, you know what I mean? But violence is used by human beings because it's effective. And I think that the less violence that the Palestinians were under at Israeli hands, the harder it would be for Hamas to rally people. The harder it would be to get people to go commit these acts. So again, look, like I give you the example of Egypt, which is a country that I don't think you would say doesn't have a radical Islam problem. You know what I mean? Like Hamas was born out of like a Muslim Brotherhood offshoot, essentially. Egypt is there. They were the biggest enemy of Israel, not an Arab enemy, the Arab enemy of Israel. Fought 4 wars with them in 20-something years. They've had peace ever since they gave up the land. So I think that's a very late. Now, if you want to say to me,
they had peace ever since a leader came to power that decided to enough with the wars. Sadat came to Knesset, taking massive risks, all
agreed.
To his credit, and said, "I'm sick of my people dying. You're sick of your people dying. We have to end this thing."
I would love nothing more. I would love nothing more than to see a leader like that rise up amongst the Palestinians. I would love to see a leader like that rise up in the Israeli government.
That was the crucial. That was the crucial element that allowed for peace to happen, and that does not exist in Hamas. What you have is them saying as recently as 2 months ago, we're going to do it again from the river to the sea.
Okay, so
we reject
a couple things
every
on that.
alternative. So
number
that's
one,
the key.
Hamas is not in power in the West Bank. This Hamas obstacle doesn't exist there. Now, you may say they have a lot of support there, and that's true.
Yeah.
And look, who knows what would happen? But let me refer. Let me hit a couple things here. Okay, number one. Hamas saying they're going to do October 7th over and over again is like, I'd rather they didn't say that. I don't think it's wise that they say that. They are clearly engaging in this
hyperbole
strategy, very similar to Osama bin Laden's strategy of, this is essentially what counterterrorism always is, right? It's asymmetrical warfare, and the reactions in the action is in the reaction. You're always trying to look, like Osama bin Laden, and he wrote this himself, and his son really wrote about what his dad told him on this, although that is hearsay, I guess. But that the goal was never to destroy the United States of America by taking down the towers. The goal was to lure us into a war in Afghanistan and to bankrupt us there. And you could see where, okay, maybe that didn't exactly happen, but not so far off. And so obviously, I think the goal here from Hamas has been to get this overreaction from Israel and completely turn the global opinion against them. And they've been incredibly successful at doing that. Now, obviously, there's, so the point here being is that you're falling right into their trap, essentially, when you do this, which is like the worst reaction you could have to it. But
you're conceding then that Hamas is a psychologically different enemy than Egypt was, because Egypt's goal wasn't to attack Israel to provoke a response, kill a bunch of Egyptians and turn. They actually were like, we want to destroy Israel, we want to avenge 48. And when they realized they couldn't do that and were suffering an intolerable cost in civilian casualties, they changed course and haven't fought a war with Israel since. Now, this is a very important point because it shows that the psychology of the enemy is extremely important in determining whether a peace deal is possible. Now, I think part of the crux of your disagreement with me is that I think if a frozen conflict were possible, if this could become like North Korea, South Korea, Israel would have a massive moral obligation to go for that right now, to save Palestinian lives and prevent further bloodshed. But with an enemy that is psychologically different from Egypt in precisely the way I just described, there is no such thing as a frozen conflict, because the only way you get to a frozen conflict, you don't get to a frozen conflict in Korea because they have a big wall. Like, North Korea has a bunch of missiles pointed at Seoul. They could launch them today and hit Seoul. It's not about the wall, even though it's super high tech. It's about the fact that North Korea psychologically is actually deterred by what would happen to them if they if they attack South Korea. Now, the problem with Hamas and why it can't become a frozen conflict until either Hamas has a change of mindset, which there's no evidence of, or Hamas is replaced by the Palestinians who actually do have a different mindset, is because they are literally not deterred by any action that Israel could possibly take. There is no human toll in Gaza high enough, I think, for Hamas to be deterred. And therefore, there is no reason for them to accept a frozen conflict. And it doesn't matter how big that wall is. Doesn't matter if Israel spends another billion on that wall, just like they did in 2021. Hamas will hack that wall again. They'll find the new weakness, which is because that's the nature of physical barriers. It's never perfect.
Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, like, I somewhat agree with your point, but also it should be like clarified that doesn't at all mean that another October 7th is even remotely likely. I mean, this was the bit, like the thing Charlie Kirk got in the clip that's been going super viral of him on Patrick Bet David when his first reaction to October 7th was like, did someone give a stand down order or something like that? Which I'm not claiming that's the case, but it would be interesting to see like a real investigation of October 7th at one point and how Israel had such an unbelievable failure that day. But Hamas is, yes, you're right in the sense of like seeping through the cracks, like getting an attack off here or there. But Hamas had never pulled anything
plus
like
rockets, thousands of rockets.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, Hamas had never pulled anything.
Whatever drone technology they could smuggle in.
But Hamas had never pulled anything like October 7th off before, and it was a massive failure on Israeli security in order to allow that to happen. But just again, just to be clear here, because this is always the Israeli perspective that like, oh, we don't have the partner for peace. And then, of course, as you know, because we've gone through some of these quotes, there's a whole bunch of times where the Israeli leadership is talking about how they're working to make sure they don't have a partner for peace, because then they could throw their hands up and say, see, we can just maintain the status quo now. And that the Americans will back it up, which is what's required for the whole thing to happen. But look, you don't need a partner to end the occupation and return to 67 borders or to give citizenship to the people who live under your control. You don't need a partner for that. Israel can decide to do that on their own. And if they were to decide to do that, listen, I'll say this, okay? On top of just like, because you said Israel has, I think Israel has an enormous moral obligation to end the destruction of Gaza and end the occupations of Gaza and the West Bank. That's, I think.
So what if?
But hold on, I'm not done. So let me just make my point. I think at this point, Israel deciding to do that right now is probably their only chance to not lose the world forever. Like, it is hard to overstate. I'm sure you're aware of it, Colman, because you're in this world. It is so hard to overstate how much support for Israel has evaporated amongst young people in America. And that's just America. Over the rest of the world, I mean, they're just like unanimously, or damn near unanimously.
It's interesting because
fuck?
now we have, the deal, the peace deal that's been sort of offered, which completely turns what Dave Smith is saying on its head now. Because if Israel were to turn down this peace deal and say, fuck you, then okay, that's going to look really, really fucking bad for them. But if they're in favor of the deal and they go through with it, and, it's the Hamas side that either doesn't want to do it or they agree to it, but then they keep attacking anyway, then all this, where's all this charity towards Hamas going to go? It's all going to disappear.
It's still going to be there. Oh, he's still going to be bending over backwards, twisting himself up like a pretzel.
Some people will. But I think a lot
Dave
of people
will.
A lot of people
Dave will be that person.
Maybe. I think a lot of people will just wash their hands of it at that point. They'll just say, okay, this is just retarded.
No, you think so?
Yeah.
They'll break through. I just think it's interesting that they're like, I mean, look, I have the utmost respect for young people, but young people don't show up in elections. So a lot of times politicians say, fuck it, fuck them.
Right.
If they're not going to show up and vote for me, why do I care about their issue?
It's very true.
Yeah, that's the thing. Voting is a collective action thing. It's collective bargaining. Like, hey, a bunch of us are going to get together and vote your ass out of office if you don't change your position on this. So,
yep.
hated. And so Israel could do that. They could do that tomorrow. This is their decision to continue a 60-year occupation into the foreseeable future. And, you know, as to your point, like, because look, I was saying that I do think there's reason to believe that, like, there would be less terrorism without the occupation than there is with the occupation. But I will say, like, I don't, you know, I can't with certainty predict the future.
That? Okay, so...
Well, let me, I'll wrap up real quick here, but I'll say, like, even if, like, you know, look, a lot of horrible things have been done to the Palestinians over the last 80 years, and there might be a lot of anger going forward. Now, your point about the differences between, like, black leadership post-slavery is well taken and fair enough, but I still think there was probably a real concern that, like, you free all these slaves, and what if one of them gets a gun and wants to come kill me? I enslaved him and his family for 20 years. Like, there could still be a concern there, but the bottom line is that, like, you can't just essentially enslave millions of people because you're worried about a violence problem. Any more than we would accept the solution to, like, the gun violence in Chicago being like, we're just going to start drone bombing city blocks. Like,
This is completely retarded, okay?
Mm-hmm.
We incarcerate people because they are violent. Like, what the fuck is he saying? We do. We completely take people and incarcerate them because they're violent criminals. So what he's saying makes absolutely no sense. He's like, you can't do this. We do this.
He's just making the argument, which I think is a ridiculous argument, that it doesn't matter if Israel or anyone has a completely legitimate security concern about a neighboring region doing violence.
You can't do anything about it.
You just can't do anything about it. You just have to take your, quote, boot off their neck and do nothing about it, I guess.
Bull fucking shit.
Which is so bizarre, especially when he says early in this conversation, he understands that if he was in Israel, he'd be like, yes, you know, kill everyone.
Do something about it. Yeah.
Right. It's like, okay, well.
How is this not utopian? This is just complete utopian thinking.
It is.
What do you think's going to happen? He's like, well, oh yeah, if October 7th happens every single day because you've taken your proverbial foot off their necks, what is the response going to be? It's called war, bitch.
For 20 years. Like, there could still be a concern there. But the bottom line is that, like, you can't just essentially enslave millions of people because you're worried about a violence problem.
You can't enslave
any more than
you can't enslave millions of people because you're worried about a violence problem.
So
we build prisons. We literally enslave millions of people because they are violent criminals, because there is a violence problem. Yes. That is actually how we deal with a violence problem.
People will get their rights taken away from them. That's
yes.
True.
Yes.
That's a very good point. Yeah.
Yes. We tell them, this is what time you're going to get up. This is what you're going to eat today. This is who you're going to hang out with. Your freedom is gone, bitch. So I don't understand. What is the disconnect here? Just because it's happening in a different country doesn't mean we don't get a say. They're being violent against us. It's fucking retarded. This is retarded. This is like, let them all out of prison. We got to have no mass incarceration. Let the criminals run the streets. Fucking Dave. Dave, you let the criminals run in your streets, okay? I'm fine with locking them up. What a piece of shit. I'm so pissed. What do you want to say?
You said it all. You said it all.
Come on. You can't say that. What he just said is just laughably inept.
Yeah.
He's basically saying, oh yeah, if people want to be violent, we just got to deal with it. No, we don't, bitch. That's the whole point. That's the whole point of civilized society. We don't have to deal with it.
Yeah.
We pay guys who like violence to fucking grab those guys and throw them in the clink. That's what we do.
Any more than we would accept the solution to, like, the gun violence in Chicago being like, we're just going to start drone bombing city blocks or something like that. Like, no, you don't get to just like.
Look, this is hilarious. Look, you can't win here. He's saying, okay, we can't just drone city blocks, but then to go in and have an occupation where we're going to go do it how we do it here, we're going to round them up as criminals and incarcerate them. Well, we can't do that either.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Dave, make up your mind, okay? You want us to go in and do it nice and just go for the criminals and try to eliminate collateral damage, try to get people oriented towards the side of safety and security, and you're going to cast that as the boot on their neck. How do we do this and we satisfy Dave? I mean, the real answer is fuck Dave. Nobody gives a fuck what Dave thinks. And we just ignore Dave.
Rob millions of people of their most basic fundamental human rights because you're worried about a problem that might arise in the future. You know, if Israel returned to 60.
Oh my God.
It might.
It has arisen again and again and again and again. It's not a problem that might arise in the future. It's a problem that arose in the past. There are probably guys still alive that committed atrocities on October 7th. They have fucking hostages, 20 of them left.
Listen.
What the fuck?
It's
not about this isn't pre-crime, you idiot. This happened 2 years ago.
They might, Adam. They might. The ideology that's based around a suicidal death cult, it might just, change its ways. It might be nice. Just give them what they want.
They've turned over a new leaf, right? Oh my God. Dave is just... I hope he's making a lot of money off of this grift, because this is just, I mean, talk about selling your soul. I hope Dave has a Chappelle moment sometime in the near future here where he's like, oh my God, I completely turned on my people. The fuck was I thinking?
7 borders, and they allowed a government to be created in the West Bank, and that government attacked Israel. We're having a new conversation there, and that would be a conversation where Israel might be able to win over.
How is that not what happened with Gaza? I mean, wasn't Hamas voted into office? Hasn't this movie already played out? What is he talking about? He's like, if the West Bank got a government, and then we'd be in a different conversation.
Support around the world again, because they could go, look, we took our boot off the neck, and look, we got proven right, or something like that.
What the fuck? Sitch, I'm gonna have an aneurysm here. What the fuck? We've been having this conversation for 2 years. They pulled out of Gaza. Gaza elected maniacs to govern. They pulled on October 7th. We're in that place that he's saying we'd be in a new place, but he's not acknowledging it.
So I wouldn't advise Israel to put their guns down. I wouldn't advise Israel to open their borders. But yeah, they could end this occupation. That's their choice.
Yeah, so I mean, I fear we're going in circles here, but...
You are, yes.
That is what an Israeli would say they did in 2005. Like we left Gaza, we left Lebanon, and where are the places we're getting attacked from most? Not the West Bank, not the place we're occupying, but the places we left.
Thank you. There is a God. There is actually a God, and he's working for us now. Thank you, Colman Hughes.
Including the places like Lebanon, where they're not even Palestinian, right? They're not even Palestinian. They're not even Sunni. They have their land. We don't want their land. And so if I were living there, I would say, okay, Dave Smith is telling me that if we withdraw from the West Bank, if we end the occupation, we'll have a much lower chance of terror than if we keep the occupation. But the evidence of my eyes and ears and everything around me is that we are getting attacked precisely from the places that we leave and less so from the places that we're occupying. And if I put myself in those shoes, I say, well, why should I buy this guy's theory? This guy, this guy, he may thinks he understands the psychology of the enemy we're facing, but all of the evidence points in the opposite direction. And why, with all the marbles, with my family security on the line, would I gamble on getting a little bit more sympathy from the world that seems pretty unsympathetic, frankly? Like more UN resolutions against Israel than every country. Like that seems a little bit of a signal of where world opinion is coming from. Why would I gamble my family's life on whether some Westerners like me a little more when the consequence of a war with an independent West Bank could be catastrophic? And so in every other situation, such as with Sudan, these things come in the form of peace treaties. They come in the form of peace treaties, not unilateral decisions, because that has the best chance of creating a stable peace. And you can't have a peace treaty if one of the belligerents, for ideological reasons, can't agree to a peace treaty.
Okay, fine. But even if look, again, I could put myself in the perspective of that Israeli, and sure, I could feel the way. No, we're not going to let him go because I have too many security concerns. And then I can also put myself in the perspective of a Palestinian who goes, oh, so it's the status quo and I just have to watch my family get slaughtered. I'm going to grab a gun and go kill everything that moves. Yes, I can put myself in all of the...
I guess it would be, it'd be, you have to have a government or ruling body that accepts defeat as much as people don't want to accept that. The reality of the situation is that Israel won. They won in the 40s and they won every war after that.
Yeah.
They won.
They're still winning.
Then yes, they won. The other side was defeated. You might think that was unfair. You might think that was horrible. And maybe it was. But at some point, you have to say, okay, we lost and we have to move on.
Yep.
We cannot be stuck in this forever, being the human shields of these despicable people. We cannot be stuck in this forever war, never allowed to essentially lose. Maybe that's the problem, is that they never were allowed to actually lose.
Yeah, they've always been used as some sort of political pawn in other people's ongoing struggles. Yeah.
The Palestinian people, have lived
they're a meal ticket.
Horrible existence of always being someone's political pawn, whether it was the surrounding Arab countries, whether it was even Israel's. They've always just been this political pawn, but then now it's like, okay, well, you're the political pawn of Hamas. And it's hyper, mega, ultra fucked up.
Now they're the political pawn of Dave Smith over in America, who's like making money on his YouTube channel.
But just this idea that you're just going to be like, okay, well, we're just going to throw our hands up in the air and say, peace now. And that would have stopped October 7th from happening is retarded.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's fucking retarded.
That's the part that I'm completely objecting to, that he continues to just make it seem like, oh, if we just did it this way, everything would be hunky-dory.
If
hearts and rainbows.
If in 2022, okay, so a year before, of October 7th, 2022, Israel said, we will lift all, border control and we will lift all embargo on the West Bank.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, these people think like, oh, well, then October 7th wouldn't have happened a year later. They actually think that.
No, they would have been better armed.
Right. No, they would have been better armed. They had so many of the people that were engaged in October 7th were people who Israel agreed to have work permits in Israel. And Israeli citizens agreed because they thought we should give a lot of, Palestinians a chance because we don't like what's going on there. So just the idea that you would just remove all these restrictions and everything, they would just be so peaceful, so stupid. It's so when there's zero incentive, there's literally zero incentive for Hamas as an organization to ever be peaceful, ever.
Yeah, they didn't do October 7th because of the blockade. They did October 7th because Israel even exists.
Yes.
So if they ended the blockade, is that going to satiate their bloodthirsty desires? No, of course not.
And why would it?
Oh my God. my God. Hassan Piker's on Fox News now. Hassan Piker appears to abuse his dog during a live stream.
Oh, that's there. Are you talking about the
Holy shit.
You talking about the Greg Gutfeld clip?
I guess. I just saw the screen cap of it.
That's pretty funny.
We have to watch that after this. Oh my God. Oh my God. I hope they're running it 24/7 on Fox News. Every boomer in America needs to know. I guarantee you conservatives are a dog-loving lot. And they vote.
True.
Anyway.
Perspectives. I'm not in any of their perspectives. I'm an American who's the one who's forced to pay for this whole thing. So to that Israeli who says, why do I care what an American thinks of me? Fine.
Dave, you don't pay shit, okay? I'm sure your taxes go to something else. None of your money goes to Israel, okay? All your money goes to education. Let's just say. Let's say it all goes to the Department of Education. They run out of money.
Well,
they run out of your money before they ever get to Israel.
Dave wouldn't want that to go to the Department of Education.
I know, that's why I tried to
want
pick
any taxes to go to anyone.
I've tried to pick something that he wouldn't want. So,
right.
But
yeah,
just not Israel, obviously.
I don't know if there's a single thing he'd want.
So he could stop complaining.
Right.
His money goes to pay for Doge. That's where his money goes. His money goes to Big Ball's paycheck.
Don't care what an American thinks of me. Stop taking our money and support. Can I ask you, Colman, like, honestly, what do you think would happen if America cut off all support for Israel? And I mean all support. I mean, when the rockets come flying at you, you want to bomb Iran, and then there's hundreds of rockets flying back at you? Shoot them down yourself. We're not figuring that out for you. The billions of dollars that you get every year.
I wish you would just think about this for 5 seconds. Okay? We withdraw all support. They don't have Iron Dome. Quick, Sitch, what are they going to do?
Well, they're going to nuke them.
They're going to fucking nuke them all. Exactly. It's going to be like, okay, mushroom cloud time.
Right. It's insane. It's so stupid. This is the most obvious thing on the planet. Like, yes, we're going to take away Israel's ability to defend itself. So then they have to go scorched earth.
Exactly.
All right. Great idea.
Exactly. Yeah. They're going to go in with fucking hazmat suits and Geiger counters, you idiot. You fucking idiot.
Yep.
Here, you're not getting any of that anymore. The weapons that you get every year, you're not getting any of that anymore. The intelligence sharing, all of this stuff.
I don't have any problem with that.
No, well, what do you think would happen to Israel if America just didn't support them at all?
I'm not sure. I think
we're not vetoing resolutions at the UN for you.
Are
anymore.
you asking me? Or
yeah. No, I was just adding another element. We're not going to veto resolutions at the UN. Like literally no support from America.
My guess is what would happen is they would survive as a state. They'd figure it out, and they'd be in a less advantageous negotiating position, and the conflict would last a much longer time because the Palestinians would say, our strategy is working. The terrorism is working. Look, we got America to disengage. Full steam ahead, boys.
So it would last a longer time. It's lasted since the creation of Israel so far.
No, I know, but look, Sudan was at war for 55 years, and then they had a peace treaty. Let's not act like this has no possible horizon of solution. I mean,
I agree. I agree with that.
My point is simply on the margin. If America disengages, Israel will survive. They'll figure it out. America didn't give them a penny in the 1948 war, and they won. And I'm not at all opposed.
I mean, this is the Hamas strategy. This is literally the Hamas strategy.
Yeah.
Is to just say, we're going to keep doing horrible things and use the Palestinian people as human shields so that America and other countries disengage and give us whatever we want. That is the strategy. That is literally the strategy. Yes.
They're not going to get whatever they want, though. That's just ridiculous.
No, they're not. It's also just retarded because if people thought Israel was scorched earth now,
oh, I know.
If they were alone, like if they had nothing to lose, like what do you mean? I don't know.
Yeah, right now they're like Edge of Tomorrow style.
Yeah.
If they only get the one life, they're like, okay, holy shit.
Yeah.
We got to make this shit count.
Opposed to stopping aid. But I think on balance, that would send a signal to Hamas that the terrorism strategy is working. Exhibit A, we got America to disengage by this strategy, so let's keep on doing it. We're pushing in the right direction, which would have an effect to prolong the conflict rather than by making it seem like they have more leverage in their own mind. So I don't think that would necessarily be a good thing for all the people living there, but if that answer unreasonable?
Yeah,
to you?
no, I think it's a reasonable answer. I was just curious, like, what your take is. I think Israel, as it exists, like I think you're probably right. I think Israel probably survives, but I think that what you say as they would have a less advantageous negotiating position, I think means like they'd have to just make a deal. They'd have to finally make a deal and not be able to continue the status quo. Look, if you're gonna say,
well, what would the deal be?
I think the deal would be that
you mean like a two-state deal?
Something like that, ending the occupation, some type of compromise. I think if you're going to say that which essentially, correct me if I'm wrong, but if I'm understanding your point correctly, you're going to say that.
Wait, how does this make any sense? Okay, so we have 2025. This is hypothetical. 2025. Tomorrow, Donald Trump says, America withdraws all support from Israel. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And let's just say like every other country just does or whatever the hypothetical would be. The idea that Israel is then going to turn around and be like, okay, we're going to give Hamas the 1967 borders. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to say, you guys win. Your October 7th strategy and then using Palestinians in Gaza was so successful.
Yeah, human shields.
That we're now going to give you the 1967 borders, and presumably that would include Israel would have to forcibly withdraw all settlers from the West Bank too, in order to have that deal even come into fruition. How is that not just sending the signal to Hamas of like, wow, we just need to do a bigger October 7th to get more of Israel?
Yeah, that's exactly what message it would send.
It 100% worked.
Terrorist one.
Yep.
Look, so your response to me is that like, okay, yes, technically Israel could just stop occupying, but like Israel could just themselves retreat to 67 borders and stop occupying Palestinian territory, but it would be a better, more long-term peace if there was also a partner for peace who goes, okay, we're also on board with this deal and we make guarantees that we won't attack you and stuff like that. I don't
understand. It is fundamentally despicable and disgusting to me and insane to me that Dave Smith is like, Israel they just need to stop. They should just stop. And he gets very emotional and energized for this, which I understand because lots of people are dying, and that's fine. But the fact that he's like, when it comes to Israel, he has this visceral emotion. Israel just needs to stop. It doesn't matter if they suffer violence or some negative outcome. They just have to stop. I've never heard a single millimeter of that anger or that emotion directed towards Russia, who doesn't even have a legitimate security concern of some sort of like Ukrainian October 7th reprisal at all.
Yeah.
What is the fucking disconnect here? It is insane to me. How could you
Russia
not say,
just needs
Russia
to stop? Yeah.
Should just stop. They should just stop. Who cares if there's some they're so afraid of some hypothetical, highly unlikely NATO attack. It's like 10,000 times more likely that Israel is going to be attacked by Hamas than NATO is going to fucking attack Russia. And yet for some reason on that issue, there's no animating energy behind Dave Smith on this.
He runs with the NATO narrative too. He constantly talks about the NATO narrative. Oh yeah, NATO, Russia's afraid of us. We said Ukraine could join NATO. We started the war.
I wish if I had known, if Sitch from the future could communicate, be like, listen, Sitch, you just need to tell Dave Smith, fuck Russia. It doesn't matter if Dave Smith thinks they have a security concern. Just tell them to stop. They just have to stop. It doesn't matter. Just tell him to stop, because that's his fucking argument.
This just stop bullshit is just ridiculous.
Just stop.
There's a market for this. People want to hear this. So that's why Dave is out there selling it.
Maybe.
People want to hear the just stop. It's so easy, just stop.
Just stop.
It's like when Hassan says, you know how you deal with the homeless problem? There's all these empty houses. You just give them a house.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Never mind that those houses belong to people.
You know how you stop thieves? You just give them money.
Oh, yeah. You just give them all your stuff.
Just give them money. Oh.
I can roughly, I think, accept that like, yeah, it would be better off if you had but okay, so let's say I grant that you don't have that partner on the other side. So now the choice is between you ending the occupation or continuing this indefinitely. And I think that, like, for all the time we put ourselves in the Israeli perspectives, if you just for a second put yourself in the Palestinian perspective, you could see how unreasonable it is to expect them to accept that you got to stop first. Like, you can't ever violently resist, even though you're violently occupied by a brutal foreign army. Or in the case of Gaza, just having the destruction of the whole strip. I just think, like, out of those two options, one is so obviously preferable and morally superior to the other.
No,
they weren't occupied in Gaza, though. It's just factually incorrect. So.
Well,
see, I actually disagree.
Dave has moved from the Gaza as an open air prison to, he said multiple times that they are the slaves of Israel, which I don't know how you, I don't know how you come up with that, but.
Right. Yeah.
I agree with this because, and this is good, that this is part of the crux of maybe my disagreement. So I'll give an analogy, and I hope it doesn't seem too glib, but I'm half Puerto Rican. Puerto Rican is the oldest. Sorry?
No, sorry. I just thought it'd be funny if you go, I'm half Puerto Rican. You go, I don't talk to Puerto Ricans. And I just left. Like, that was my line. No one told me. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so Puerto Rico is the oldest.
That was hilarious.
That we had a joke. There it goes. There was your joke.
What? I don't talk to Puerto Ricans. Okay. Funny.
Long-standing colony in the world. They don't vote for president.
Right.
There was terrorism for a while, and then it went away. And Puerto Ricans asked for independence in the 1910s. America said no, and eventually, slowly, Puerto Ricans warmed up to the idea that actually, all things considered, it was better to have an American passport and American citizenship than it was to have independence. Even though there's no lack of pride, there's no lack of, America banned the Puerto Rican flag in the 1940s and 50s. Like, there was no lack of boot on the throat in the colonizing, but there was a decision made after a certain point that actually, you know what? Shit, we're doing better than Cuba. We're doing better than Dominican Republic. Matter of fact, we're doing better than every island in the Caribbean. And the bread and butter kitchen table issue, we're never going to get attacked because we've got a military base here, even though the military base was also like giving some of them cancer. So again, these are the trade-offs that real people living through real history make.
Totally.
Forget independence. We'll screw it. We'll be a colony and we'll call it a commonwealth to kind of swallow our pride a little bit. But that's why I'm in front of you today. That's why my grandparents were able to even move to this country. And so if I'm thinking, what would I think if I lived right now in the West Bank? And obviously, far be it from me or you to truly speculate what folks over there are thinking. But insofar as I could put myself in anyone's shoes, I would think that, hey, I'm looking at my co-ethnic Palestinians in Gaza. I'm looking at people living in South Lebanon, and I'm saying, well, yeah, we don't have our independence. We don't have pride without getting the Israeli boot off of our throat. But all things considered, the situation I'm in right now is one of humiliation, but no war. Relative to Gaza. If Israel withdraws, I know very well Hamas it's going to be a civil war. It's going to be a civil war where I live that could kill me or my children. And then there's pretty solid odds that it would become a war with Israel. And so you have like a forced choice between two dog shit alternatives. And it would not surprise me one bit if Palestinians in the West Bank took the opposite side of that choice that you're assuming they would take.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. They're like, bring in the occupation. I don't want to be killed in the Civil War. Bring in the occupation. Bring in the security forces. I don't care if they're Israeli.
Okay, so give them the choice then.
Because that is the choice that Puerto Ricans made in the longest standing colony in the world. You know what I mean? So that's why I use that example.
Yeah, I understand your point. And so, like, yeah, if you want to, like, if there was...
David's like, we're going to have the election. We're going to have an election for occupation. Of course, Hamas is going to run the election and they have all the guns. But look, I'm sure it'll be a fair and free election.
Occupation... if you want to call that.
Well, that's what happened the last election. There's a dispute between the PA and Hamas took over Gaza and killed the PA people in the area.
No more elections.
Yes.
You know, exactly. I don't know if you call it an occupation of Puerto Rico, but if there was an occupation that was not brutal and that increased the standard of living amongst the people.
And that's another thing that we haven't really talked about was in the past, every time there was a close push between Hamas and the PA, the Palestinian Authority, to have elections, to unify the West Bank and Gaza, again, Hamas would shoot rockets at Israel to elicit a response.
Totally.
And push back the whole, we can't vote, or try to garner support because like, oh, look, we're fighting Israel.
Like, yeah, there probably would be less resistance to it. But if you're going to say that, like, the people in the West Bank might choose to live under Israeli occupation, like, okay, let's give them that choice. I don't think they're going to.
Not choose on a menu of great alternatives. Choose between a forced choice and that and civil war.
I'm saying, well, yes, but you've baked your conclusion, into that. Like, it's not a guarantee that this would be a civil war. Why don't we give them a choice? Why don't we hold a referendum? Would you like to be an independent state, or would you like to remain militarily occupied by Israel? And if you suspect that maybe they would vote remaining occupied, I'd happily eat crow on that if the referendum came back in your favor, but it won't. It will come back overwhelmingly that they want to be independent.
Fair, but democracies make terrible decisions all the time. So,
amen, brother. We can agree on that.
Last topic before we wrap. I have to wrap within the next 10 minutes, I'm told. Otherwise, I would go for longer. Maybe we'll do it again at another point.
Absolutely.
I just want to get you on Iran. So what is your argument against, because a lot of, you're an anti-war guy, which I get. You're against civilian casualties, which I really get. But then we have an example where we bomb Iran's nuclear facility, prevent this regime from getting nukes, which I would think an anti-war guy would be totally for, with no casualties that I have seen reported. 0 casualties. And yet you still seem to be against it. So what's your view on that?
Well, there weren't 0 casualties in what's now being called the 12-day war. I think you're referring to the American bombings.
Correct.
Like the bunker buster bombings had 0 casualties, but there were Iranian and Israeli casualties in that war, which is tragic. I think we've lived through such a period of catastrophic wars that it's almost like that. I don't know. That's just like not thought of as very meaningful because the numbers weren't like alarmingly high. But there's real people and real family members who lost people they loved over that.
Specifically the strike on the nuclear facilities that had no casualties. That's what I'm asking you.
Sure. But I mean, look, the thing happened in the context of this 12-day war. So, but specifically about the strikes on the nuclear facilities, I mean, look, it does not. Joseph Stalin developed nuclear weapons, and America knew that he was developing them. Mao Zedong, the worst man who's ever lived, developed nuclear weapons, and America knew they were developing. We didn't launch an aggressive, preemptive war over it. And so, no, I don't think it would. And the other thing is that, first of all, Iran had not developed nuclear weapons, and they were at the negotiating table. And so you've got them at the negotiating table, specifically negotiating. You know, everybody was making such a big deal out of this 60% enriched uranium. They weren't enriching up to that percentage until Obama walked away from the JCPOA. They were at the negotiating table, specifically negotiating, getting back into that deal, which we already know the Iranians agreed to just a few years ago, right? Or I guess I'm old, a little more than a few years ago, but back in the Obama administration. And so, no, the obvious move there was to pursue this diplomatic strategy, and we could have avoided a nuclear Iran without having to go to war. And my argument at the time, and I think my argument continues to be, well, first of all, we really don't know, like, whether we're at halftime of this thing. It certainly, you know, every comment from Benjamin Netanyahu about it so far has left the door wide open. And in fact, when he was on, I believe it was when he was being interviewed by Patrick Bet-David, and he was not talking about how you know, like the first day, it's so weird the way the war stuff works, but like after the first Israeli strike, the Israeli government and all the pro-Israeli people on Twitter are bragging about how Israel just totally dismantled Iran's nuclear program, and they didn't even need American help. Then 2 days later, it's like, well, we actually need these bunker busters. Then everybody's bragging about how they've been totally decimated their nuclear program. As soon as Benjamin Netanyahu was on Patrick Bet-David, it's like a few weeks after the thing. Then he's like, oh no, they're still developing intercontinental ballistic missiles. Their nuclear program is they're still going to get that up and running. He started talking about how they can strike Florida, which I've never heard anyone claim, but okay. And so who knows what's going to come of this? You know, like this might still turn into something really bad.
Can I say something?
Let me this will be my last point on it. But my argument was always that you really risk catastrophe every time you do one of these things. You know, these wars can escalate very easily. And what happened was Iran, for obvious self-preservation interests, essentially gave like advance notice and made sure that no Americans were killed in their retaliation. If they had not done that, I think there's really no question. Like if they had killed, which every military expert I've heard talk about this has always said, Iran has the capability of touching American military bases all over the region. If they had done that, I think Trump would have, at that point, had no choice but to respond with a much bigger response. And this could have spiraled into a regime change, which, going back to the beginning portion of the show, is something that I believe that a whole lot of powerful people, including neoconservatives and Benjamin Netanyahu, have wanted in that country for quite a long time.
Okay. I do find it interesting that 3 or 4 times during this conversation, you have dismissed my arguments as counterfactuals that didn't actually happen or projections into the future that are speculative. Yet your argument against Iran is a counterfactual could have been a lot worse if they had done this, if they had zigged instead of zagged, and speculative into the future, it could get a lot worse. So I think that's an inconsistency in your case. But I'd like to ask you a question. I mean, like we can argue till the cows come home about whether is Iran negotiating in good faith or are they not. But how I think as like a Bayesian is like, we've got 20 countries or so in the history of the world that have enriched uranium to various percentages for various different purposes, right? So if we're trying to divine Iran's intentions, can you name me a single country in the history of nuclear proliferation that has enriched kilograms of uranium to 60%? And then not gone on to create a bomb? And if you can answer that for me, I'm on your side of this.
Ooh. Okay, well, I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head.
Zero.
Yeah, okay, so you got me on that. I'm not claiming...
You're asking me to believe that something which has never happened before in the history of nuclear proliferation is being done right now in Iran by the same regime that supports Hezbollah that used to fly parades with mushroom clouds. And I say to you, like, I wasn't born yesterday. I don't buy it. There's nothing in the history of geopolitics and nuclear proliferation that leads me to your faith in that they are negotiating in good faith. Not to mention the fact that the international body, whose job it is to keep tabs on this, formally condemned them last year and just before the war and over and over and over again.
Okay, so I have zero faith in the Iranian regime, and none of my arguments are based off of faith. In fact, I think I had a lot less faith in the regime, and that's why I was concerned that they would strike back and touch Americans after this, or kill Americans, I should say. As far as your first point, it's like, yes, I guess it is true that, like, I criticize some of your points for being unfalsifiable hypotheticals or counterfactuals rather, but I don't know. It's a little different to say that, like, oh, if America pulled back, then China takes over the world or something like that, than to say, like, hey, look, there was this Iranian response that was very obviously intentionally designed so that it wouldn't escalate the war, that it wouldn't kill Americans and then get their regime overthrown. I think to say, imagine they didn't do that, things could be worse, is not that crazy of a counterfactual. So I guess to my argument is not that counterfactuals may never, ever once be uttered. I'm just saying that, like, I don't know, there's kind of a lot of times you can make wild assumptions off unfalsifiable counterfactuals. And then other times there are counterfactuals that are like, hey, just imagine they did this instead of that. This thing could have gotten a lot worse.
Translation, my counterfactuals are based and yours are soy. Your counterfactuals suck.
Again, to the point, none of this is happening in a vacuum. And the fact is that you can't ignore the fact that after 9/11, George W. Bush puts Iran on the axis of evil list, even though they had absolutely nothing to do with 9/11, and then invades their two next door neighbor countries and destroys them. Okay? Like, that is a big part of what's at play here in the Iranian mindset. And so it's not crazy that as a response to this, both North Korea and Iran have been looking for a nuke. I mean, or flirting with the idea of nuclearizing, or at least, well, I would say certainly, look, I'm not even like, certainly letting the world know that we could go nuclear. We have that option. Like, that is clearly what Iran has been doing this whole time. The point is that I'm not having faith in the Iranian regime. I'm saying that they were in negotiations. They had already agreed to the JCPOA under Obama and had drastically lowered their enrichment levels were drastically lower than they are now. And they're at the negotiating table. Negotiations hadn't even fallen apart. They had another meeting scheduled for, like, within the next 24 or 48 hours when Israel first attacked them. So if the big concern is, which we all forget whether you call yourself anti-war or not, everybody ought to be anti-war as their default position. Like, you ought to try to avoid a war if it's possible. If the concern is they're going nuclear, is that you think they're going to develop nuclear weapons, they're at the negotiating table right now. And I got to say, I also just find, which, you know, it was a little bit weird because there were kind of like mixed signals out of the Trump administration. You know, there was different reporting about exactly what happened, but Donald Trump essentially said that, like, yeah, we used the negotiations as a ruse to let Israel go launch this strike when they wouldn't suspect it. And I do just find that to be disgustingly dishonorable for the way you would want your country to act. No, there's, again, I'm not relying on a crazy unfalsifiable counterfactual. I'm saying that launching a war can turn into a catastrophe. We've seen that 7 times in the last 25 years, and this was a dangerous move to do against a country that did not have nuclear weapons, that, according at least to the annual threat assessment from earlier in the year, had not even made the political decision to acquire nuclear weapons, and was at the negotiating table negotiating this issue, negotiating the level of enriched uranium. It was a crazy move to me to just launch a war in that situation. And it should also be pointed out that Israel, after America dropped those bunker bombs, Israel just started bombing regime targets. It had nothing to do with their nuclear capabilities. And also Israel called up and threatened all the generals and their families. Like, it did sure seem like they were hoping to get a regime change there. And maybe I'd ask you this. Like, do you think if Netanyahu had his way, which again, actually kind of proves your point from earlier in a sense that I agree with, that I do think people who, like, on broadly speaking, my side of this issue, overstate the case a lot. It's not that Israel owns our government or has full control. I know that's not true for a fact because I know we would have overthrown the regime in Iran if Netanyahu had full control of our government. But like if Donald Trump, remember he had that vague tweet about regime change in the middle of the war.
They're almost done and he's finally admitting, oh, Israel doesn't have anything to do with it. Israel's not completely pulling the strings of America.
Mm-hmm. He had just gone all in and said, you know what, we're overthrowing the regime there. Do you think Netanyahu would have gone along with that? You think he would have been happy? I sure do.
Presumably.
So I think there are a lot of people.
But what's the point?
The point is that there are a lot of people, powerful people, who would be quite happy to see America get bogged down in yet another regime change catastrophe in the Middle East. And I'm against that passionately.
Yeah. Okay. So I don't want to go in circles.
He's just so
Dave Smith, thank you for doing this. Maybe we'll do this again. And there's a lot more to talk about. People can follow you at Comic Dave Smith on Twitter/X. Your podcast is called Part of the Problem. Yep. And do you have anything else to plug?
No, that's fine. I will say that I really appreciate you having me on. I appreciate the nature in which you conduct these conversations. And so let me know. Happy to do it again.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Dave.
All right. Thanks, Colman. Have a good one.
There you go.
Fucking awful. Oh my God. So much pain. So there's seven new videos.
Yeah.
7 new videos released of Hassan shocking the shit out of his dog. Evidently, he's been shocking this dog regularly. And nobody noticed until the dog finally got the yelp.
I've only seen 3 videos. I've seen the original video. I saw the one the 10-second one, which to me is super damning, which you can bring up. But I haven't seen and I saw one that was like an older video, but I haven't seen the other 4 that people keep talking about. What?
Did you see the tweet? The tweet I shared? Someone did an AI of Barron looking over Trump's shoulder as he's tweeting.
Yeah, I retweeted it.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Nice. Barron, I'm up 90,000 on that. Or Barron saying, I'm up 90,000 on that short. Time to go long. Can you tweet again?
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry about China. It'll be fine. He just had a bad moment. I knew this was going to happen. I knew on Friday, I was like, oh, I hope this is like the opportunity. Did Sammy get her Tesla stock? This is the time to buy.
There you go.
Here.
There you go.
Well, I'm looking at the market tomorrow and it's up huge already.
Mm-hmm.
Stock futures rebound from Friday's rout after Trump says China's situation will be fine.
So funny.
Trump is like, there's got to be someone. Who is insider? I mean, they all probably are.
There's got to be mass insider trading going on.
Yeah, but look, you can get in on it if you know that.
Right.
Right?
I guess.
I mean, I knew. I was like, okay, well, it's going to be down today, but Trump is, can you imagine? The stock market is so safe right now because, I mean, Trump would do anything to keep the stock market from going down. Like if the stock market dropped 20%, it would be a gift because Trump is going to come right out and talk that motherfucker right back up again.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, enough about the taco trade.
Yeah.
Sitch, you need to get involved in the taco trade. You need to make a little extra money on the side. This would really, I mean, you'd start to love Trump. It's impossible.
Mm-hmm.
It's impossible to be against Trump if you're in on the taco trade. You're like, oh well, the guys look. I can't stand it. All this crypto shit is corrupt as can be. What? He hired a guy that took $50,000 from the FBI in some sting operation. Corruption.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, he is making me rich.
He's making me money, so who cares, right?
No, look, just the way you said that made me feel bad. You have a way. You have a way. Sitch has a way about him that's like, this is not the right way to do it. This is wrong.
I'm glad you appreciate that. I'm glad you appreciate my tone. Nuh-uh.
Oh God. I wish I should have forced you harder when the original dip happened, the big dip.
You should have.
Because we're up like 30% from that bottom.
Right.
How long has it been? It's been like when was that?
Half a year?
Yeah. So 6 months ago. 6 months ago I was DMing Sitch saying, this is the bottom. Fucking buy. Buy now. Buy now.
You did. That's true, everybody.
Yeah.
We have the receipts.
We're up 30% from there. So
I didn't do it like a fool. I did not do it.
Yeah. You'd make $300 for every 1,000 you put in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I feel bad because I think Sammy was talking about buying Tesla stock, and I was saying, well, don't buy Tesla stock right now. But like it would have been fine.
That's true. Well, don't worry. She did not buy any stock on your accounting. So
okay.
Don't feel bad.
I thought you were gonna say, well, don't worry. She said, fuck you, and bought a bunch of Tesla. I was gonna say, well, good.
Mm-hmm. No.
Anyway, there was something I wanted to watch, but I can't remember what it was now.
You should. Oh, the Fox News covering Hassan.
Oh yeah. Let's see if I can find that.
Throw that in there. No, but you should bring up that 10-second clip because it is. I haven't
seen
seen
it to me on Twitter.
Okay.
Is it?
There's
or people said, is it in the Tectone ones?
There's
7
it is,
clips
but I can
here.
send you the individual one because it's easier than trying to.
Well, just tell me which of the 4 it is, and I'll just click on it.
Yeah, I just
already
sent
got it right here. Too late. I already put the Tectone one in. Which one is it?
The 10-second one.
I can't see the time on 3 of them.
It's the top. It's the second one, the top right one.
A commemorative mug I got from England. A commemorative mug I got
I mean, I also
from
just sent
England.
it to you individually because I figured it'd be kind of
commemorative mug I got from England.
goofy.
It's so fucking obvious. Oh God, it's obvious. These people. I mean, you have to be deep inside of Hassan's asshole.
Mm-hmm.
if you don't believe this, he's shocking this dog.
Yeah.
I mean, you live way up inside Hassan's colon.
You have the dog is looks like he's sleeping, or at least lay down. Not
he's
really
totally
moving.
Here, I'm going to do it again. Okay, 3, 2, 1. You see the dog over here? This doggo?
Mm-hmm.
I'll make it a little bigger for you guys. Okay, see this doggo over here? Well, he's on way out of frame over here. He's almost underneath Hassan's desk is almost eclipsing the doggo. Well, that's not good. Okay, 3, 2, 1, play.
A commemorative mug I got from England.
Ooh,
commemorative mug I got from England specifically for a commemorative mug I got.
The second he reaches over,
he repeats himself. Yeah.
The dog suddenly gets up,
jolts
moves, up. Yeah. Shifts its position to be in the proper frame.
He grabs the button. He shocks the dog. I mean, the dog is just almost passed out. Then he's like, "Oh fuck!" I can't stand this guy.
I know.
This is so fucking cruel. He's like, "Okay, gotta get in the real spot. I'm over here. Look, Hassan is a real human being. I swear, I'm his lovable pet."
Yep.
Oh, he loves me. He loves me so insane. Much.
You know, you have, I mean, I guess I get, there's a lot of people are just going to be like hyper dishonestly defend Hassan, where he knew the story went viral. He refused to show the caller the day of. He only shows it the next day. And it's, you can bring up the clip and you turn on the brightness. It's like super ultra mega clear that there's black tape like covering the middle part.
He like filed down the plastic. So
I don't even know if he filed it down or if he just put tape over it and you can't really see because he like flashes it. If this is what kid's saying, like you're in this viral controversy about how you put a shot call on your dog. Okay.
Oh, I'm getting a close up with my phone.
Right. Yeah. Assume hypothetically that you're innocent. You would be like, I'm going to show this collar in every possible angle that is even feasible. Hyper zoomed in HD. I'm going to bring up the product page. I'm going to really show that like I'm completely innocent of this. I'm not going to flash it like by having my hand cover. I'm going to flash on the screen for a 10-second interval and then never show you it ever again. It's insane. And then people are like, okay, well, obviously, like the serial number is covered. Why is the serial number covered? Oh, because there's a piece of black tape across of it. And the fact that he thought he could get away with, I mean, I guess he did get away with it, his fans. You just have to give some paper thin lie and your fans will just eat this shit up.
Yeah, they're in there defending. I've been retweeting some of these and they're in there defending.
Oh, yeah.
Like, motherfucker, come here.
Oh my God.
Of course.
What is wrong with people?
It's depressing.
The thing is, he's going to have to get rid of that dog, which is super sad. Well, no, it's probably good for the dog. The dog's probably going to go to a better home. He's like, all the investment I've done in gaslighting these people into thinking I'm an actual human being is falling apart in front of me.
Right.
Because of this dog situation.
Yeah.
Oh.
I just like it. People are like, look, there's a video of Hassan being happy with his dog. So obviously he doesn't do this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what every wife beater does. They're like, look at the huge birthday party I had for my wife.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like she's kind of got a black eye there. Shut up! Right?
Yeah.
What's going on with her? Or that makeup caked over her black eye.
Right. And then even Hassan put out, he's like, he's trying to frame it as the whole, the only people that are criticizing him for the dog are doing it at the behest of Israel.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Is real, huh? Okay.
He's using the dead bodies of the Palestinians to throw in front of, the dog. How dare you?
This is a guy that shocks his dog 15 times a day just to keep it in frame. Of course he's going to throw the Palestinian people under the bus.
Right.
Of course he's using the dog as a pawn.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, dog? Why stop at dog? Where are the human pawns?
Right.
It's very sad. This is, oh, look. One of the responses. One of the responses is, congratulations, you retard. To me. Because I actually believe that he shocks his dog. I'm the retard.
Yes. Yes, Adam.
Okay.
Because you don't buy the most obvious like bullshit. You're retarded.
God, I love their responses that are, oh yeah, you're a retard. Okay, buddy.
I mean, there's not really any actual way you could defend any of this stuff at all.
Oh, they're doing it though.
Well, that's why they have to just be like, oh, you're stupid. You're a retard.
My God, here's one. Oh, wait. I don't know if that is a little unclear. I don't know if he's against me or Hassan. Oh, yeah. So I guess we could start a betting pool on how long the dog lasts. The dog is going to.
Yeah,
because,
I don't know.
Look, I don't think he can use the shock collar anymore, right? So that's going to really fuck up his shit. And that dog is like, I mean, he's like I've been oppressed. I've had the boot on my neck for a year, 2 years now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, finally the boot is going to come off the neck, and that dog is like revenge.
From the bed to the tree.
Yeah, that dog is going to be planning his October 7th over there with Hassan.
There you go. Yes.
With the fucking shock master. Yeah.
Someone's gonna wake up. The shock collar's on his neck.
Yeah, exactly.
Dog's gonna be like looking at him like,
buddy,
pushing the button every time he tries to get out of bed.
Yeah, see? So Hassan is going to be frustrated that he can no longer subjugate the dog with his shock collar. So obviously he's already thinking, oh, I need to get rid of this dog. This dog has outlived its usefulness.
Well, he's already created a good propaganda lie, because you'd say, okay, the issue would be he's going to take the collar off the dog, and then you're going to see that now from now on the dog is going to not stay on the bed, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that would be
more interesting than his commentary by a long shot,
right?
it?
And so that would be proof of the shock collar, but then he's already created the excuse of like, well, somehow the internet backlash has somehow ruined his training of the dog, which doesn't really make sense.
Oh yeah, so he's got to get rid of it. That's the out he's creating.
Yes, and this, yeah, so maybe he'll say, well, because of all of that stuff, I just can't keep the dog because, she's gonna lay on the floor and she's gonna hurt her little bones. That's, it's just so dramatic, so troubling to me. I just had to, get rid of her completely.
He's gonna be like, I had to put her down. What? You maniac. I'm not going to let someone else have my $10,000 dog.
No.
I couldn't see her going to a loving home.
Mm-hmm.
No one would pay me for her, so I put her down.
People do that.
Oh, yeah, I know. Fucking
People do
pieces of shit. People would love to have that dog.
There was another video, I don't know if you saw, that was like, the dog wasn't being shocked, but it like keeps standing up and like looking at the water bowl, and it looks at Hassan, it looks at the water bowl, and it keeps like waiting for permission, the freedom to get the water bowl, and Hassan just never gives it to him.
No way.
I could send it to you.
Dick. What a dick.
Oh.
You're gonna have me crying on stream, Sitch. I don't know if I can take this.
There you go. I sent it to you.
The poor dog,
yes,
looking at the water bowl and not being able to.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you can turn the volume down on it, because not really. Hassan just ranting.
Nothing really going on.
Yeah. But I'll read, because it'll text when you press it. I'll read it.
Oh, it's going. It's a 2-minute video.
Yeah. See the top left, looks at the water bowl, licks lips, looks at Hassan, looks at water bowl.
Insane shit. No exit.
Hassan's drinking water himself.
Oh my God, he is drinking water. What a fucking dick. Oh my God, what a dick. And the dog's, oh my God, the poor dog.
Poor doggo.
He's like pouring him out a big glass of water.
Yeah.
And the dog is like, oh, I'm so thirsty. I'm done. Oh, he's licking his lips. Hassan looks at the dog and is like, what the fuck? Sit down, bitch. The dog is like, I'm just over here dying of thirst.
It also is weird. If you see it, I don't know, like around the 1 minute 59 second mark, Hassan finally like looks at the dog standing, or not even standing, but like positioning itself, and you can see he reaches over the right, the magic whatever's over on the right, and then he looks at the dog and he's like down.
Does he click the button?
I don't know.
Well,
you see, as soon as he says down, and this is what's interesting. He reaches over the right, he says down, as soon as he says down and the dog goes down, he moves away. He moves his hand from whatever he was holding.
Mm.
Isn't that interesting? Isn't that fascinating?
Yeah, he's got his little button over there.
Yeah.
This little dog clicker.
Why didn't Hassan show the button element? He said it was a vibration collar, right? Why didn't he show the button of the vibration collar? Like the little clicky part, the remote. No one
it's so weird.
Pointed that out.
It's so weird because, yeah, of course, he should have immediately showed that.
Yeah. Is it because the model of the remote for the vibrating collar is very different than the model of the remote for the electric collar?
The whole stream, it's like a video game for him to keep the dog in a certain place.
Yeah. It's
I can't imagine spending the whole stream devoted to like trying to keep some dog in the background of my. That's why I just always assumed that the dog just got up and did whatever the fuck it wanted.
Well, it is also, yeah, completely insane. You're right that he's dedicating this much energy, mental energy, to maintaining the dog's position on stream.
Yeah.
As opposed to just letting it wander around the room.
Yeah, what that just makes me think, oh my God, he is super fixated on optics.
Right.
Like he is like the guy in the white van. He's like,
yes.
Look, I have a cute little puppy over here, boys and girls. Don't you want to come closer? Come closer. Come get into my van. Come learn about communism.
Mm-hmm. You don't want to learn about communism, Adam?
Yeah.
Why don't you want to learn about communism?
If I can pet that cute dog, I'll learn about anything. Mister, let me pet your dog.
Mm-hmm.
So is this going away? Is this Hassan's worst catastrophe in his internet career? I kind of want to see the piece on Fox News. That's what I want to see.
I didn't see it on YouTube, so I don't know where it was.
Oh, really?
I saw an X clip of it, maybe.
I just saw a screen cap of it.
It was Greg Gutfeld was like making fun of it. Oh, there's multiple segments on it.
Yeah, look, I think Fox News should be running this 24/7. I think they should really be lighting up. They should be like, Joe Rogan of the left shocks his dog. Joe Rogan of the left, animal abuser.
Yeah, I sent you the two clips I saw about it.
Here we go. Greg Gutfeld. I don't find Greg Gutfeld funny, even though he's supposed to be Fox News' comedy guy.
I mean, I think he comes off as personable. I think charismatic. He's like a nice guy.
I mean, I didn't hear the word funny.
It's like he's not doing a
personable.
I mean, he's not doing like he tells like jokes to some extent. He's not doing like a Jon Stewart, comedy show bit.
It's like he's a comedian. Well, he has a great personality. Oh, okay. I thought. Well,
I think he can be fine. I think he's fine.
Okay, good.
He gets Sitch's seal of approval, at least in terms of personality, not in terms of beliefs or anything. I don't sign off on any of that.
We have 55 seconds here.
Yeah.
Going straight into the veins of boomer conservative America.
Yes.
3, 2, 1, go.
Streamer Hassan Piker, who's being accused of shocking his dog on a live stream.
It's the same reason as to why America, Kaya, please just stop.
Oh, look at this.
I know. Let's see it one more time.
Yes. It's the same reason as to why America, Kaya, please just just stop.
Oh, God.
So what did he just do to that dog? And for what? Just standing up? And that's the Democrats' new model for liberal male masculinity? A guy who treats his dog the way Hunter Biden treats his penis? I mean, I don't know if he shocks his penis, but I'm assuming. Who wouldn't? If I had the options, streamer.
Greg Gutfeld is admitting to wanting to shock his penis, but being too afraid to try it. Is that what?
Listen, it's a comedy show, Adam. All right, I don't know what
the comedy bit is.
The comedy show, all right.
Sitch, have you ever shocked your penis? Is that something people do now?
Who among us?
Hook up the old battery terminals, and
who among us, Adam, hasn't given the old Willie a little zip?
You hook the tens up,
a little zippy zap, right?
You go for maximum voltage.
Yeah, who among us hasn't done that? Okay, get a little beep. You know, sometimes you just need to,
little zippity zap,
little zippity zoop, right?
What? Oh man, what is that supposed to do? You're in bad shape.
What?
What do you get, like a taser or something? How do you do it?
I mean, listen, you've got outlets all over the house. They've got holes.
I got it. You just put you wrap one end of the copper around your pee-pee.
Yeah.
And you shove the other end into
Yes. Yes. What's the problem? Come on. Yeah. If you were too judgmental, all right?
I think so too.
Yeah.
I like this response. Here's an idea. Let her walk the fuck around.
Right.
There you go. Problem solved. That's exactly right.
Michael for $20. Thanks so much. I don't have anything to add here. Colman Hughes is owning. I just want to say that 18 may reign supreme and that S-Class is the best class.
Look at that.
Thank you.
Perfect centrism. All right, we got to go to some super chats here.
Yes.
Frugus has a lot to say.
First, let me read the Streamlabs, actually. Boom.
Oh, yeah.
Dr.
Diddler.
Diddler.
Streamlabs. We're reading first, right?
Yes. Dr. Diddler for $2 says the secret to libertarianism is promoting authoritarian governments and advocating the military takeover of sovereign powers because, well, I don't like this other country. Dr. Diddler for another $3 says, I find that people with generally stupid ideas that people don't support, ranging from veganism to zoophilia, will generally hyper specialize in obscure topics and then bash you over the head with the garbage you haven't read. That is true.
Oh, yeah.
Dr. There's another $3 says the military industrial complex market cap is $1.6 trillion, give or take. It's not bad. Silicon Valley's is $40 trillion. What's Dave's little chimp brain spit out regarding why the U.S. government dumps money into the less profitable endeavor doesn't make sense. True.
Of course not.
Dr. for $3 says there's a piece of memo that I saw from Donald Trump that said the FBI is feeding money to Dave Smith to say incredibly stupid shit for their amusement. Don't ask me the specifics of this memo. Trust me, bro. Dr. for $2 says for members of Dave's audience, weather patterns predict that the water table in Arizona will rise soon, submerging lower laying areas and presenting an opportunity. How would you like to buy some oceanfront property? Yes. Bondu for $6 says, but if Dave Smith gave his house to an indigenous family, they'd have to live in New Jersey, Adam. That's why he doesn't want to do that. That's why they wouldn't accept that. So
I saw that, but I was like, what's wrong with New Jersey?
What isn't wrong with New Jersey? Does anyone like New Jersey? Do people from New Jersey even like New Jersey? Dr. Fernando $2 says the Mexican-American War is an interesting analog because it started over the southern border in Texas and Polk sent a legitimate offer to buy it. When the Mexican government considered the offer over war, it was overthrown. Dr. Fernando $2 says this guy is willing to argue until he's blue in the face about layered hypotheticals on a hyper-segregated U.S. to protect my culture. I can't think of a single reason Israel needs to keep a presence in Gaza. What a joke. Manu for $10 says, also keep in mind that the Hamas strategy would also be used around the world. Remember, leftists' response October 7th was to say, quote, what did you think liberation looked like? Yes. Selfridge says, I sent you a DM of a former porn star and streamer, Sasha Grey, calling Hassan's critics Islamophobic and homophobic, and that good dog training involves ignoring their yelps. Well, you know, if a former porn star is defending, is defending it, then that's a good source, right?
Some might argue that that's not actually a good source. They would argue against it.
Right. Shocking that she's like, is Islamic phobic? How is it homophobic? Actually, wait. Now I'm confused. How is it homophobic? Hassan isn't gay, at least that I'm aware of. What does it have to do? What? Now, I would agree conceptually, because I have heard this is true, that if you have a dog that is yapping about, stupid shit, that you're not supposed to react to it, right? It's kind of the same way with a kid. You're not supposed, like, if a kid falls down and then they like scrape their knee, if you run over and go, oh, my baby, right? You're kind of like incentivizing the behavior.
Yeah, because you're showing them the attention that they're dying to get.
Yes. And and I'm sure it's the same thing with the dog, but that's very, very different than the whole, I'm shocking the dog and then it's yipping. That's why, because he knew why it yipped. And also, like, if this was the situation, because that dog's on stream all the time, and I haven't really seen clips of it yipping. I've never heard of it yip. If this was some yippy dog, then you say, okay, well, it's just, ignore it, right? That's the only time I think people even pointed out that they ever heard it make that sound. And if you have a dog and it doesn't normally make that sound and then it makes that sound, you're not conditioning it poorly. If you're like, oh, I've never heard it make that sound. Why did it all of a sudden do that?
Did it because you upped the voltage.
Right. Hassan is spiritually gay. Okay, that makes sense. PC for $5 says Dave Smith stand up, more like Dave Smith sit down, please.
Yes, I like that one.
There you go. Potato for 50 knock knocks says I've never seen the clips of Hassan using it other than the one time. Is there a compilation video to check it, or would I have to go to his stream to check? Well, I've seen there's the one that we just showed. There's another one that I think I saw Hutch pointed out to where it looks kind of similar. I haven't seen the other four because I know Tectone said that there were 7. I don't know what the 7 that he's talking about are. What's up with Ian for $5? Says thank you. Says Dave knows he lost the debate because he was crashing out on Twitter just like after he debated Douglas Murray.
Oh, was he really?
I didn't see that. Yeah.
But everyone seemed to think he won the debate with Douglas Murray. So
right. The dog clearly got used to the lower setting and he cranked it up. Yeah, maybe.
That's what I think happened. That's exactly what I think happened.
Yeah. It is interesting. Whenever I've seen a Dave Smith clip after the Douglas Murray debate, I've never seen him not bring it up every stream. Like, I don't know if it's just, I just happen to see the clips where it gets brought up, but I feel like it's just something, every time I see a Dave Smith clip after that conversation, it seems like it gets brought up just nonstop.
Because everyone thought he wanted it. It was really just that inarticulate thing that Douglas Murray said about, right. Oh, you haven't been to Gaza? It was spun as an elitist thing to say.
Yeah.
And I mean, I guess a lot of people want to think they're experts, even though they've never been any place or really investigated a topic. So
Right.
it really plays into people's desires.
Drunk Hammer, thanks so much for 16 months. Just equals freedom, says Adam. You should have a la carte glasses. That'd be cool.
I wish. I mean, I only have these glasses because they were with the program that I downloaded that's now debunked, and I can't really get any new filters or anything like that. So,
I would imagine there's some other filters that that exist, right?
I kind of looked, and there wasn't really a good option. There's a bunch of YouTube videos on how to kind of hack this program to make it still work.
Mm-hmm.
And I just used one of those programs to make it still work.
Now you could buy actual physical a la carte glasses, but then everything would be orange, which would probably get annoying.
Yeah, that would be super annoying.
Yeah.
I mean, I would not want to wear sunglasses on stream. I think a lot of people do wear sunglasses on stream, and I always think, how the fuck do they handle that? That's got to be annoying. But I got my regular glasses. Everything looks great.
Have you seen his recent stream on Douglas Murray? He brings it up, but he also talks about some email leaks that Murray was involved writing speeches or something. I have not, no. Speeches for who?
Trump?
Potato,
IDF?
thanks so much for joining outside the simulation. Look at that. Top
Did he
tier
really?
Potato.
Wow.
Yeah.
Fuck,
Thank
nice.
you so much.
Very sweet, Potato. That's nice of you.
The Oceanist for $10 says, I don't like America doing lots of intervention, but let's not pretend that the guys we fight are good actors in the world. Most of the guys we fight were commies, fascists, and religious extremists. Exactly.
True. Yeah.
Yep. Noel screaming in the void for $2. Thank you. Says libertarians today are just potheads, not polistas. There you go.
I think that's like Ron Paul listas.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah. You know, I thought that, I don't know why, but when I hear like a lot of the lefty America bad crowd, I was like, these are the worst. But I feel like the right America bad crowd is more annoying. I don't really know why, but it seems more annoying. I didn't think it was possible, but like the right America bad crowd is more annoying than the left America.
That's like
crowd.
Candace Owens and who else?
Yeah, I mean Candace Owens, number one. Dave Smith's in there. Tucker's like kind of in there a lot of times.
Oh yeah.
Academic Agent is definitely in there.
Right, yeah.
I think
he's not American. It makes sense for him.
I know he's not American. You're right, but I think it's just maybe because like the right has sort of been associated with patriotism for so long, it's like more jarring. You kind of expect the left to be kind of America bad to some extent.
Right.
AI for 2 Canadians says Dave Smith always gave me commie vibes. Look at that.
Oh, big time.
Lethal Train for $5 says, did he forget that the Libyans killed Doc Brown and Marty had to go back in time to save him? Yeah, Jesus, Dave, come on.
They killed it was Doc the Brown. Libyans, wasn't it?
Okay, yeah.
Good catch.
Terrorist attack.
I forgot about that. That was back when you could make the Libyans the bad guys.
Now, why did the Libyans
straight white male?
Why did the Libyans have plutonium?
Oh yeah.
What were they doing with the plutonium? Dave Smith. What do you think? Huh?
Trying to build.
Were they enriching it? Cameron 502 for $5 says, don't zap your dog in Minecraft. And happy news, anyone else fighting for individual freedom in Battlefield 6? Not me.
Is that a good game? Should I be fighting for individual freedom in there?
I don't know. Is it good? AI for 5 Canadian says, also, liberalism is poisoned by political parties that call themselves liberal, then take away rights like here in Canada. Yeah, that's a good point.
Unfortunate.
Mr. Baker for $10 says, what do you think Dave's favorite flavor of window cleaner is?
What were the responses here? Original, citrus, Mazza. What's Mazza?
I thought
he made his
I would
own
say,
by combining all.
I would say Russian dressing is obviously his favorite flavor of window cleaner.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Messy Tenant for $5 says, real question, why shouldn't the U.S. not extract all the resources in the Middle East? We in the U.S. could use those resources. The Middle East is NMP.
I don't know what NMP
I don't know what
means,
that stands
but
for, yeah.
I mean, it would be
McGore for,
better to do it through trade than just brute force. So,
of course.
Yeah.
McGore for 32 months says, I'd be curious to hear your thoughts on the IRS CIO interview on Chris Williamson's channel, aside from, oh no, he's afraid of the national debt. Sure. Check it out. Adam can check it out.
I'll check it out.
He
I like
likes all
Chris
that
Williams' channel.
boring economics gobbledygook.
IRS CIO. Huh? I'll look it up now. I'm
Is
always
it just
interested in
Inside
that
Doge, the IRS, and how to scam the U.S. government with Sam McCrockos?
Sounds interesting.
Squeeze Louise for $5 says, they say Roman conquered the world in self-defense. Therefore, annexing Canada doesn't actually violate the non-aggressive principle. Checkmate, Dave. That's true. Ladante Latranta for $10 says, I'm Gen Z, 26-year-old. I like what Trump is doing. The economy is terrible to me. I can't imagine owning a home or even a car. I work 8 hours, 5 days, live in a small town, population 5,000. I live alone. Wow. That's crazy. In a town that small. Yeah, that's why I don't understand what's going on economically. It seems so bizarre to me. Because it seems like there's so many indicators that it should be doing bad. And then I keep being told that all the indicators say it's doing good. And it's hard for me to sort of wrap my mind about what's actually going on.
Yeah. That's not a comfortable situation. A town of 5,000. Wow. I've lived in small towns, but never a town that small.
Yeah. I've never lived in a town that small. Careman52 for $2 says, Milosevic, Slobodan Milosevic wasn't convicted because he died during the trial. That was the president of Serbia. Or was it Yugoslavia? Serbia? I don't know. Both of those things. Max Attack for $5 New Zealand says, pray for my brother who is a Hassan defender. I hoped Collargate would free him from his spell, but I was mistaken. Oh no. Oh no. So sad.
Wow. You actually know somebody. I don't.
There you go.
I mean, I don't really know anyone. Maybe
Madney 85 for $5 says,
can we get your brother on the show? Would they come talk to us? I'm just dying to know what the type of person who listens to Hassan is really, what makes him tick.
Mm-hmm. Madney 85 for $5 says, I stubbed my toe this morning. Did Mossad move my end table to make it happen? I don't know. I'm just asking questions. What's wrong with that? Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It was Mossad.
Dave said, Kyle sternly ignores. Thanks so much for the 5 Aussie bucks. Says, Dave said he supported the War of 1812 as a purely defensive war, but it was America that declared war, invaded Canada to attempt to annex it. Oh, Dave fell for the propaganda. Tallybots, hey Tallybots for $5 says WWFSGWCD. What would 4-star General Wesley Clark do?
Is that what it is?
Yes. Jeff McIntyre for 2 months. Thanks so much. Says, what point during this conversation do you think Dave realized he's out of his depth? Or you think he's another narcissist who thinks he's doing great? There are a lot of times where he would bring up a lot of talking points and Colman would be like, hold on, you're not telling the full story. And he would add a bunch of stuff and then would completely reverse it. I think when Dave Smith fell back on the whole just read Mishmeyer's book, he's the expert and I'm a dumbass on the internet, I think that's when he realized he was out of his depth. He soldiered on, so you got to give him some credit, I guess. Well, maybe not, because he soldiered on to stupidity, so you don't get points for that. Wind Traveler for 28 months says, thank you. Says, imagine letting your elephant convince you that you can never trust government officials except when they say something that supports your narrative. True.
Hey, if any of you guys are struggling financially, I don't want you to give money to us. I just want that to be clear. I don't want you to be super chatting us. I don't want you to be spending money on memberships or anything like that.
100%.
You agree with that, Sitch, right?
1000%.
I feel bad for Landuff up here, which I mean, I'm glad you're letting us know that your situation on the economy, but you're sending us like a $10 super chat, and I see that you're a member. Maybe someone gifted you a membership, which is fine, but I just want to make that clear. Like, you are welcome here. You don't have to pay for super chats or anything like that. So,
%.
Yeah. All right, let us continue.
Afro Quick for $5 says a black man giving the best defense of Israel since the Iron Dome. Nick Fuentes must be seething. Yes.
Yeah,
pretty good.
Yeah, definitely.
What's up with Ian for 5 Canadian says, quote, I'm not a historian. I'm just a podcaster. Clown nose on, cloud nose off. Yeah, exactly.
I hate that. We used to get accused of that a lot, but we haven't really been accused of it lately. So,
well,
maybe more.
I mean, I always said the whole "it's a comedy show" was making fun of that concept.
Well, and I mean, we obviously want to have a fun show. We want people to have a good time. We don't want to be totally dour and serious, and the world is coming to an end like a lot of these shows are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but at the same time, we don't want to spread any misinformation. If we get something wrong, we're the first to say it. We don't want to say, "Oh, well, look, we got that totally wrong." But
it's just a comedy show.
Yeah, exactly. So we've never hid behind that or tried to say some mistake that we made. Use that as an excuse for some mistake that we made. So, but that's usually the accusation. You're not going to admit that I am correct. You're just going to say it's a comedy show. Well, no, you're incorrect. Fuck you. Go away.
Ace for $5 says, how can people say Dave Smith isn't funny when he does a great impression of knowing what the fuck he's talking about?
That is the funniest part.
There you go. That's pretty funny. And while screaming to the void for $2 says, Adam, take a poll. Is Dave funny?
We took that poll and Dave lost. He wasn't funny at all. None of you thought he was funny.
So here's the poll question. Is Candace Owens insane? For the winning choice, 60% said yes, Candace is bonkers. The next highest choice was no, Candace is a lying grifter with 29%.
She's not insane, but
yes. Well, first of all, I'm proud of our chat. Okay. The 89% of our chat is in the Candace bad camp. So good on you guys. 7% of the chat said no, Candace is a genius. And 4% said shut up, I love Candace.
4% did. They gotta be trolling us.
Yeah, maybe. It's possible. It's possible.
That's okay.
Yeah. No, Risuno Kairu for 2 months of This One Equals Freedom says, Adam, where
is Blunty? Right here. It's right here.
Was Buntyfly gone for some period?
No, he's been here the whole time.
No.
Just chilling.
I noticed you changed his fire. You made it cooler.
Yeah, you like that?
Right, that's new. That hasn't always been that way, right?
Oh no, I like to mix things up.
Okay.
Look, we got the perfect pick of Colman Hughes. Bro, with his blunt. With his bro blunt.
That's racist, Adam.
It's perfect. What are you talking about?
How dare
I said he was cool. Okay. That's not like a euphemism for black.
Okay. Drugs are bad, Adam.
Depends upon how much you do. Really does.
MA566 for $5 says, you guys are watching the wrong video. You were supposed to watch Dave Smith versus Fuentes. No, that video is not. I don't think it's really worth watching.
Oh, really?
Except there might be a couple of clips that are worth engaging with or talking about. But
I want to see Dave Smith saying, oh, man, we have all the same fans now.
Right. Fruges for,
yeah, here we go.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that would be what? 4,000 yen?
Yes.
I don't know how much 4,000 yen translates into American dollars, but I'll read them all. I'm assuming they're all together, so I'll read them. Fruges says, Adam, you've really shaped how I think about morality as a set of rules that binds people into cooperative groups and how different moral sets compete. It's a view that avoids, yes, it's a view that avoids moral relativism while still letting us call things like female genital mutilation evil, since one rule set can be judged better than another. It also shows why veganism fails as morality. Animals can't join moral communities, and the ideology divides humans instead of uniting them. That said, lately it's been frustrating. The old joke that Adam's rider is another elephant feels true again in your outrage against the left. You rage when Lindsay Ellis edits Trump, which is fair, but when Charlie Kirk lies about Haitian immigrants, moral outrage disappears. Then when Hassan's shocking his dog, you jump to he beats the shit out of his dog. That's as wild as saying Trump assaults kids. If you can downplay meat industry cruelty since animals aren't moral agents, why so much fury here? It feels inconsistent and emotional. I get that you're human, but stronger moral reasoning needs consistent outrage. That's what made your earlier takes so compelling to me.
The whole thing. Yes, Lindsay Ellis is on the left. Yes, Hassan is on the left. But I'm not judging the entire left by the actions of Lindsay Ellis or the actions of Hassan. I think Hassan is a fucking piece of shit. And I think he does. I think he would beat the shit out of that dog with no hesitation. Look, Anna Kasparian's on the left. I don't think Anna Kasparian beats her dog, right? Well, I don't think Cenk would beat his dog, and he's on the left. So how is me talking about why do I have to extend charity to Hassan Piker, who's a total fucking dirtbag piece of shit, because he's on the left, and because I'm unwilling to do that because of this person, this individual person, that is somehow me railing categorically against the left. That doesn't seem remotely fair to me. And Lindsay Ellis, I don't get the sense that Lindsay Ellis is an honest person. In the situation with her, we looked at the clip and it seems impossible for Lindsay Ellis to not know that she is 100% lying to her audience. And the type of person that's going to do that, I mean, it's not a question of left or right for me. It's that person. So do we generally cover people on the left that I would consider like good people? I mean, we have. I mean, we've covered Anna, we've covered Cenk, and I think I've been fair with them. I don't know, Sitch, what's your take? Look, if I am biased, I'd like to know about it, but I don't think this attack here is particularly fair.
Has there been a time, I'm trying to remember, has there been a time on stream or even off stream that Trump did something that like you raged out at? You're like, oh my God, this is terrible.
I mean, the thing that bothers me most about Trump is like the crypto shit. What does Trump do that really bothers me? I guess not really. It's not really much.
So I guess the question would be like, this would not be like anyone's right or wrong. It'd just be like a reflective question because everyone, I react to things. Some things, prick me emotionally, and sometimes I know why, and sometimes I don't. It's the same thing with you. Like that tweet I sent you today, which I thought was pretty crazy, where Trump tweeted out or True Social posted out that he said that the Biden FBI placed 274 agents into the crowd on January 6th, which is, first of all,
impossible. So
yeah, well, first, this is a lie that's insane for two purposes. Number one, Donald Trump was literally the president on January the 6th. So I don't know what fucking Biden FBI he's even talking about. This is like hyper insane.
I know. I looked at this and then I was like, and what a scam! Who is he telling to do something?
Well, yeah. Well, hold on. We'll get to there, right?
Okay.
So we have he's blaming the FBI under him as the Biden FBI. then he's repeating the complete lie about the 274 agents, which we went over on a stream a few weeks ago or whenever that accusation, came out. And Donald Trump is like the kind of person where once he learns something that he thinks like goes in his favor, I don't think his brain will ever let it go. And then the post continues saying, if this is so, which it is, a lot of very good people will be owed big apologies. What a scam. Do something.
Yeah, who is the do something aimed at?
I don't know. What does that mean? That's a weird comment, right?
Yeah. So I do think the difference is whether or not you believe Donald Trump is knowingly lying about the election stuff. If he knows he lost the election and is lying.
Well, he knows he was president on January 6th. Like, what does that mean?
This look, I don't even really know how to respond to this. I have no idea what the fuck is going on. Is this like a targeted lie, or is this just like, I don't know. His limitless pills didn't kick in this morning. Like, what the fuck is this shit?
Right.
So, but look, in the situation of Hassan, like, I think Hassan gets a shock collar. He goes on and he knows. He's like, I know I'm lying. Obviously, I've been pressing the button for fucking months now. He knows he's lying, right? Mm-hmm. I 100%, there's no question in my mind that Hassan knows he's lying. If I had that same kind of certainty with Donald Trump, that Donald Trump knew he was lying, then I would be just as angry about the Donald Trump shit. But I think Donald Trump, and look, maybe this is bias, but I do think Donald Trump actually believes he won the 2020 election.
Yeah, I guess it's strange to me why, if someone is so, I don't know what you would call
delusional. Yeah, it's delusional. Yeah.
Or willfully ignorant of reality, that they convince themselves of something. Like, why does it matter whether they know they're lying or not at that point?
I think it's categorically different. Like, Hassan is like, okay, obviously I've been using a shock collar on my dog for months. I know. But he's saying, look, I know better than everyone else, and I'm going to go lie to their faces.
Well, yeah,
I don't think Donald Trump's in that situation. He's not going, look, I'm going to go lie to everyone's face about the 2020 election. I'm all riled up over. He's like, I lost the election. Oh my God, the fucking I got robbed.
With the shock collar stuff, yeah, that's just straight up. I think though, with like Lindsay Ellis and all these other people who clip things dishonestly, I think those people, just like Trump, delude themselves into saying, well, this is what the person really meant, or I'm really showing what they meant without their, dishonest covering, and then they clip it. I think people lie to themselves and tell themselves that.
I think there's maybe some validity to that argument with Lindsay Ellis.
Right.
And maybe I should be viewing Lindsay Ellis the same way. She's just delusional.
Mm-hmm.
I do think there are lots of people that I do view. Look, we had that conversation with Soy Pill, right? And I didn't rage out at Soy Pill. I actually thought Soy Pill is delusional in the same way that Donald Trump is delusional. Like,
right.
Soy Pill actually literally believes we're living under fascism and is acting accordingly. Just like Donald Trump literally believes that the 2020 election was stolen from him and is acting accordingly. Okay. Unfortunately, Donald Trump has far more power than Soy Pill, right?
Well, that's
so he can create far more chaos,
right?
And he should be more sensible about his behavior because of that, because of his enormous amount of power.
Mm-hmm. So I found another Trump post. Maybe this is who, when he says do something, maybe he's talking to Pam Bondi.
Was this another he was supposed to be DMing, but
I don't know.
Does he include President Donald J. Trump in his DMs?
You would think not, right? It's kind of weird. But so he posted, I think it was before that post. He says, The Ukraine impeachment of me. I like that he says the Ukraine impeachment parentheses of me, in case you didn't know. Like who's talking. Why did you just say my impeachment? But whatever. The Ukraine impeachment.
How did Ukraine impeach him? I didn't know he was
Right. I'm sorry. He says
president of
the
Ukraine.
He didn't say the Ukrainian. He said the Ukraine impeachment. Whatever. The Ukraine impeachment of me scam was a far bigger illegal hoax than Watergate. So what is he saying? Wait a minute. I'm now confused. Is he saying that Watergate was the scandal, or is he saying going after Watergate was a hoax?
Watergate was a scandal.
Yeah, but he said the Ukraine impeachment of me scam was a far bigger illegal hoax than Watergate. But what he didn't say it was a far greater.
That's a little strange.
Watergate. I'm like, I'm confused. Is he saying that like Watergate was like just a bad illegal thing, or is he saying it was a hoax? I don't know. It's unclear. Anyway. I sincerely hope the necessary authorities, including Congress, are looking into this. Adam Shifty Schiff was so dishonest and corrupt. So many laws and protocols were violated and just plain broken. So I don't know. It sounds like he's mad that Pam Bondi's not going after Shifty Schiff. He's like, Congress, you need to go after Shifty Schiff.
Has Shifty Schiff have a mortgage? Oh God.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, I'll be right back. I have to run to the bath.
Oh God. That's the question. Antonio Cunningham for $10 says, I'm so happy I'll cover this video while I'm on 18 when it comes to reacting videos. When it comes to conversation with class, S-Class is the best class. Well, thank you. Camera 502 for $2 says, what about the right to return, Dave? Yeah, exactly. Messi 10 for $2 says, I think the people in Gaza want Hamas, so who cares? Actual Justice Warrior, hey Sean, for $5 says Schrodinger's Palestine, too young to have elected Hamas, yet old enough to still be upset about losing a war in 1948 to the Jews. It's a good point. The Oceanist for $10 says when the Zionists first came to the Ottoman territory of Palestine, they bought the land. Everything else was a result of Arabs starting wars and losing. That is true. RBGH fan for $5 says, you all should have invited Anna on. This is like the pro-Israel circle jerk in here. Well, I mean, if we invited Anna on, I think we would still be arguing and we would have got through like a quarter of the video. So
if we invited who on?
Anna on.
Oh, was she in the chat?
I don't think so, but
you are 100% certain that Donald Trump is lying, though. You believe that. Just about like the election, about all kinds of shit. You think he?
No, I think he's delusional about the election.
Okay, but look, I agree that he probably lies about some shit.
Yeah.
Like he's no saint.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Like, I'm sure there have been things that I'm like, yes, he is 100% lying here. When it comes to like whether he won, I think he's 100% deluding himself about winning the election.
Right.
In 2020. But to me, I don't. If I see someone is like willfully lying or deluding themselves against all of reality, in my mind I weigh that as the same. I don't care.
Right.
Doesn't matter.
That's different than me. Obviously, yeah. I try to have some more grace for the delusional.
No.
I guess it really depends on how bad the delusion is going to hurt everything. Right. Like if it's a gender delusion, I'm like, no mercy. Well, because kids are on the line. It's so fucked up. And there's so many people that don't give a fuck about any of the kids. I feel so bad for those people.
The Oceanist for $5 says, you think Dave the Libertarian would like that the Zionists bought the land? That's a good point. The Oceanist for $5 says, the last show I asked about having Yarn Brook on sometime, he said he would come on if invited. There you go.
I sent him an email.
Cool.
Maybe we'll talk to him on Tuesday. I don't know what he wants to talk about or what you guys want us to talk about, but we'll talk about whatever. He seems like a nice enough guy. I tried to get a debate going between him and Warren Mosler, but Yarn didn't had a bunch of stuff going on, so he wasn't able to do it. It kind of sucked, but
maybe we can
good for him. Yeah. I don't know if Warren wants to do it. Warren kind of seems like he's on to move on, but
Squeeze Louise for $5 says aliens contact Earth and we have to pick one person to negotiate on our behalf. Your choices are Trump, Hassan, or Kanye manic episode. Who are you choosing?
the Trump. I mean, that's
Yeah, well,
easily
obvious. Come on, what is
Yeah.
that? It's like there's no even options there.
Trump, the master negotiator.
Yes, unfortunately, you have to go Trump in that one. Saw it for $2. Says Olmert called Bibi a war criminal on Piers Morgan.
Oh, really?
PC for $5 says Dave, I agree. Hamas is a death cult. Colman. So what happens when Hamas eventually does death culty things? Dave, I don't engage in hypotheticals.
So true.
I'm sorry, I kind of butchered that. It was Dave. I agree. Hamas is a death cult. Coleman. So what happens when Hamas eventually does death culty things? Dave. I don't engage in hypotheticals. Yeah.
I figured it out. It was fine.
That's very true. Yeah. The Oceanist for $5 says Hamas accepted the treaty because Qatar and Turkey threatened to not protect them anymore. Yeah, that was my understanding of what I heard too. And I guess, but my question was, how come no one ever was able to put pressure on Qatar or Turkey before
sooner
to do that? Yes.
Turkey is protecting them. I know Qatar is protecting them. I thought Turkey was against them.
I'm not familiar, but Solid for $10 says, I understand they might need to occupy them for security reasons, but the analog of comparing occupying Palestine to imprisoning criminals is bad since they're not all violent.
Yeah, I mean, you would think the occupation, though, is really just a security force. Like, the occupation is not going to be a big headache for people who are nonviolent, right? I guess they have to deal with the security checkpoints and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Which
I mean, it depends how it's run, too. It could be very corrupt or it could be not corrupt. So,
yeah.
Hard to say.
Come on, it's Israel. It's going to not be corrupt, right? It's a democracy.
I mean,
of course, these people don't have a vote, so obviously it could
hopes.
easily be corrupt.
Yeah. It's not like there was not a lot of abuses going on.
Well, and
Israeli prisons.
I'm sure there are a lot of people who were like, these are the people that did the October 7th. And
yeah.
I mean, we had a lot of people like that sign up after 9/11. They were like, fuck these people. They killed 3,000 Americans.
Damon Chad said, Sitch's girlfriend, I hear your Trump arguments, but I think Trump is cute and therefore he may be excused for January 6th. A woo-woo. Sitch, kill me. That's an actual argument.
Really?
That is Sam's, that is an actual position Sam has. Trump is cute, so therefore.
Really? No, get out of here.
She says Trump is cute and funny. And therefore it's hard to imagine that he's really bad because he's funny.
Yeah. I read some book from one of his detractors.
Was Hitler funny, Adam? Did Hitler tell jokes?
Hitler was not funny. Famously very unfunny.
Well, there you go. Proof.
That's the first thing that goes in the genocide is comedy.
Right. The comedy.
Yeah. And everyone's afraid to make any jokes. They're like, I'll be next.
Mm-hmm.
So I was reading some book by one of Trump's detractors, and Trump said to her once, and this really got under her skin, you could tell. Trump said, you know what your problem is? You're too honest.
Who did he say that to?
I can't remember the book. It was some woman that worked for him. Just manage as like a project manager for different stuff.
Right.
She was a big wig in the Trump organization. She got super chapped because there was some deal on some building and they wanted to get a certain price and she thought that they were way undershooting. She thought they could get it for way more. They could get the deal, the renovation deal or whatever it was, for way more money. And so she told Trump that she would get it for twice as much or 3 times. I can't remember, but it was significantly more than anyone thought that they could get it. And they're like, oh yeah, right. Okay. You're on. We'll give you a huge bonus if you can do that. That's like Mount Everest. You'll never get it done. And sure enough, she got it done. She got the deal done. And Trump never gave her the bonus. She was super chapped about it. Yeah.
What the fuck?
He was like, that's my money, bitch.
That's terrible.
The whole time I'm reading this, I'm thinking, oh, Sitch would, if he saw this, oh my God.
I mean, that just is like, this
infuriating.
That's exactly, it's not infuriating. It's just like, to me, I'm just like, yeah, obviously that's the MO of Trump, isn't it? To just consistently screw people over in that exact way.
Yeah, I mean, when you can get away with it, when no one's going to find out about it. I mean, I found out about it. She talked about it in her book and stuff. So
right.
This was what this this was what gave me, this book gave me the information that Trump knew something about construction, because a lot of the stuff that was going on, he would take a particular interest in. Obviously, with like the different marbles for the exterior and the different interior stuff, he would totally be involved in, almost to the point of micromanaging stuff. And she would get super upset because Trump would order a bunch of shit and he would see it one way in his head, but the stuff would show up and it wouldn't work, and he'd be totally pissed and he would blame everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
Be like, why'd you order this crap? Wait, you ordered this crap. I never ordered this crap. He wouldn't take responsibility for anything.
So I found something interesting because I typed in Trump too honest because I was trying to figure out like Trump says you're too honest because I was trying to figure out like who that woman was.
Who the book is. If you name the name of the book, I'll be able to tell you if it is.
Well, that's not coming up. Some other interaction where Trump told someone that they were too honest came up instead.
Okay.
Which now has made me rethink something I just said 5 minutes ago.
He probably says this all the time.
Mike Pence says
that he said it to Mike Pence.
Yes. That when Trump was berating him about overturning the election results in 2020, that he berated Mike Pence, including saying, you're too honest. Which that would imply that Trump understands he's doing something that's not honest by asking him to do that action.
So maybe he could still think that he won the 2020 election and be like, this is the only way we can keep democracy. It's like democracy's on the line.
Oh, no, it's weird to say he's too honest then. Ben said, Trump.
The book is Tower of Lies: What My 18 Years of Working with Donald Trump Reveals About Him, by Barbara A. Ress. There you go. You'll love this book. She fucking hates Trump. Oh my God.
Pence claims that Trump berated him, saying, quote, you're too honest, and hundreds of thousands are going to hate your guts, and people are going to think you're stupid.
Well, he was correct about that.
He was correct. He might have been correct about all three of those things.
That he's too honest? Come on, you can't be too honest.
Well, he didn't go along with the electors game, so.
Yeah, but I mean, he did the right thing.
That's right. Yeah, that's interesting. I wonder if there's a common thing Trump says, or he calls it. I mean, if that is a common thing that Trump says, that you're too honest, that doesn't look good.
No, it looks
delusion
terrible.
Versus dishonesty version of events here.
I don't remember reading this. The Despot's Apprentice, Donald Trump's Attack on Democracy. It says I finished it, though. I don't remember anything of this book. Brian Klass.
The Oceanist for $5 says, guys, there's a resistance. That means they are the good guys, like how the Confederacy resisted against the US. Clearly, they weren't evil. Clearly.
Yeah, that's the implication. I don't like it.
Skinnerian. Thanks so much for the 42 months, Skinnerian. Says, hey, Sitch and Adam, don't often catch you live, but thanks for getting me through my commute every day. P.S. Thanks for getting How to Kill a Franchise onto YouTube Music.
Oh, okay. It is on there. Nice.
Well, thanks for 42
We
months.
didn't do anything. They just, I guess,
I worked very hard for that.
Sitch, you're too dishonest. Be honest now. Come on.
It's so funny. It's a comedy show.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, now after I say, we never hide behind it's a comedy show.
Comedy show. Yeah.
We never lie and hide behind it's a comedy show.
Right.
Here he is. Lying and hiding behind it being a comedy show.
What is this chat going on?
What? Something's going on in the chat?
So Armana is accusing us of misleading our audience.
Who is?
Okay. Armana in the chat.
I have the super chats up, so
I don't know
have
who
the
that
chat
is.
up.
This is a normal chat.
Yeah, that's what I figured, but I can't see it because
okay. We're misleading our audience. Okay.
Well, how so?
I don't know. Because it's something to do with the elector scheme, I guess.
They must be a Destiny fan.
Well, no, they're defending Trump's actions.
Oh, they are?
Yes.
Oh, misleading as in it was the alternate electors. It wasn't an elector scheme. When you say scheme, it triggers people. So you should really say the alternate elector scheme.
Oh, okay. There you go.
You should say the alternate elector plan.
The alternate electors. See, even calling it the alternate electors that gives like like some level of legitimacy to something.
The fake electors.
Yeah, the fake electors. Yes, thank you.
The fake elector scam.
Oh, I totally forgot. I should have responded. I saw Mr. Ubercross want to come on and argue with me about that.
The fake elector scam? Let's do it on Tuesday.
If you're listening, Mr. Ubercross, sure.
DM him back. Or here, I'll DM him.
Yes.
Never mind.
Yes.
You suck.
Yes.
Never mind.
Sure.
I'll DM him.
Okay.
It's too late. I already DM'd him.
Okay. We both DM'd him. It's fine.
Did you really?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to DM him then.
Oh, you lied to look at it. You guys just saw it. Adam lied to me right now in front of everyone. Do you see that?
I made it up.
Totally lied to me.
I did shock him, and he fucking deserved it.
He just lied to my face. Okay.
I did shock the dog.
Can you believe that? Loki VT says, Sitch and Adam, how dare you mislead the audience and give any doubt that Hassan did not Palpatine his dog? That's a good point.
Oh, he totally Palpatine that dog.
Yeah.
That was the other poll I did. How many times a day does Hassan shock that dog?
Mm-hmm.
It was like 5 zaps, 5 to 10 jolts, 10 to 100.
Like there was no 0 at all.
Plus 100 lightning strikes.
Right.
And it was like unanimous. Plus 100 lightning strikes.
Now, Fast and Bulbous, thanks so much for the $5. Says, I have to give ICE a win. They're finally going after the enemy from within, as the president would say. They peppered balled a priest in the dome. God, really? I didn't see that.
Really? Wow.
That's not good. That's not good.
Notice that enemy from within.
See, this is a problem. Armand says, because Sammy G said, I'm good faith. And he says, Is he good faith? He didn't answer any merits and chose one bad comment that he could misrepresent. I know he saw the actual merits of the argument, but painted it in one way. I just randomly looked at chat and I saw Sammy responding to you, and I just looked up and I saw you complaining that we were being dishonest. You think I like pulled up your entire chat log to see the whole? I assume you've been going back and forth to look at your entire argument, and then I just decided like I'm not actually going to read this. I'm just going to read one part of it.
You don't pull up the channel activity?
No.
Oh man, that's great.
The only time I pull up people's channel activity is if I'm deciding whether to ban them or not. So that would be like, is this a person who just all they do is like say fucked up shit?
Terrible.
I know. Ace for $10 says, look up the betting controversy with Hank Green. And that alone will explain why Tates and Fuentes are popular with young men. The angry knitter are like Goldberg in The Fly, but they got fused with a cow. I don't know what that last part means.
Translate that for me.
Yeah. When you said betting controversy, or is it betting with a T? Because it comes as betting like BEDD. I assume you mean like a betting. Is that right? Or was there an actual, what is a betting controversy?
Is he betting? Did he go to bed with Hank Green?
Betting controversy, Hank Green, Tates. I don't know what that means. What's that? Hank Green's video on knitting sparks controversy for dismissing knitter's knowledge and framing it as a simple hobby before science got involved. What? Maybe you actually did mean betting. Okay, I don't really watch a lot of Hank Green content, but this I'll have to check this out. The knitting controversy.
Sounds interesting.
Okay. Interesting.
I got to admit.
Yeah.
Send me a link.
I'm curious. I'm interested.
Oh, look, I forgot to proofread the last super chat. Look up Hank Green controversy about knitting. Those mad at Green are like Jeff Goldberg from The Fly, but they are fused with a cow instead of a fly. Okay.
That makes more sense.
Part cow.
That makes more sense.
Thank you, Ace.
The Hank Green knitting controversy. All right. Ace for $10 says, having a fucked up sleep schedule will do wonders to your writing ability. Another great leftoid video you guys can react to claims the state stopping domestic violence is fascist.
Oh, really? That's horrible.
What is the video, Ace?
It's horrible that they claim it's fascist, but
how do we find this video?
Just look up fascist domestic violence or stopping domestic violence is fascist.
Right.
Sell it for $5.
Did not bring
Years ago, I saw a bumper sticker in a record store that read, liberals treat dogs like people. Conservatives treat dogs like dogs.
No.
Or conservatives treat people like dogs.
Yeah.
Okay. That is very appropriate here. I kept thinking, Hassan treats his dogs like shit. Is that the progressive way?
Yes. AKA Batosai for $5 says, a group I was with watched The Gorge. About 10 minutes on, we couldn't resist but to riff on it. Mystery Science Theater 3000 style. It was hilarious.
That movie is perfect for ripping on. Have you seen The Gorge, Sitch?
I've not seen The Gorge, no.
It's absolutely ridiculous. It's totally fucking ridiculous.
Oh, wait. That's the movie with the two people in the tower over the gorge.
So it's a love story. It's basically like a Russian woman on one side and an American guy on the other side, and they're hired as elite snipers.
Yes.
So that they can kill anything that comes out of the gorge, and there's a bunch of like weird mutant type people that come up out of the gorge. So, but the guy this is a perfect Adam storyline, right? The guy's peeking through his binoculars and he's like, boy, I want to fuck this chick. He figures out how to get across the gorge so he can go have a one night fling with this woman. It's pretty funny. So It's just the whole situation is goofy as fuck.
I think I saw, didn't Critical Drinker do a review of it or something? I saw
I
someone
think so. Yeah.
I saw someone do a review of it, and it looked like just trash.
I mean, I might have saw it because of Critical Drinker. I was like, oh, this movie sounds kind of interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, I love sci-fi, so, but it is a trashy movie that makes no sense. And the things that people do in the movie, it's filled with so many moments, like those moments you have in horror movies when you're like, oh, don't do that. Don't do that. What are you doing? I hate that.
Right.
They just need to make a horror movie where people are like, are drug into things. They're not willfully jumping into things head first that are completely ridiculous mistakes.
Amaran says Sitch refuses to acknowledge institutional capture and paints the right as uniquely corrupt. Never addresses actual merit. Well, first of all, how many years has me and Adam talked about institutional capture by the left on this channel? Like, I don't even know how you could say that. We've talked about institutional capture for years on this channel. That's like a very reoccurring theme. And when have I ever painted the right as uniquely corrupt?
I mean, I think he's got a point, Sitch.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kidding.
No, I know you're kidding, but like, how does it even make sense that we spend so much time criticizing the left, and they're like, well, you guys think the right is uniquely corrupt. You spend all this time criticizing the left, but the right is uniquely corrupt. I don't understand how you can even come to that conclusion. Doesn't even make sense.
Everyone accuses me of going super easy on the right.
Mm-hmm.
Which I'm not going to go hard on the center right, on the moderate right. And I do think a lot of people on the left, they have this conflation game that they want to play with the moderate right being neo-Nazis and shit. I would go a lot harder on the neo-Nazi component if I thought that they had any sort of power or sway or even could have any political power. I think we're pretty far from that. I do think the fucking radical left could easily have power. You have this whole Mondani thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Imagine if a card-carrying white supremacist was running for the mayor of, I don't know, fucking Dallas. What the fuck? I can't imagine that universe ever existing. Could that exist? No.
Yes.
Never mind. No, it couldn't. Get out of here.
Of course it could. What do you mean?
Yeah, look in a sci-fi movie.
Andrew says, Sitch, you did spend a long time deflecting and dismissing FBI corruption and conspiracies. Well, if someone comes up and they accuse the FBI or any organization of doing something, and I look into it and say, okay, this sounds like bullshit, I'm going to dismiss it. What do you mean?
You acknowledge that there have been moments in our history when various institutions have been more or less corrupt, right?
The FBI used to be one of the most corrupt institutions in America.
There you go. Yes, right there.
Under Hoover.
Yes.
It was insanely corrupt. Yes.
There you go.
Right.
I think the problem is a lot of people think once corrupt, always corrupt. They think institutions are like fixed.
I think it's more along the lines of when my team criticizes this institution, I get to point to these historical instances of corruption as evidence that they're acting corruptly now.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yes.
But that's not fair.
Right.
It's like all the people who were in that institution are retired or dead now.
Yeah.
It's not even the same institution. That's right, Adam. It's worse.
Mona says, you didn't answer, still didn't address my arguments. What were your arguments? I just read what you just fucking said. You said that we don't acknowledge institutional capture, something we've done all the time, and we paint the right as I paint the right as uniquely corrupt, which I don't even know what that would even mean in this conversation or any conversation. How can the FBI entrap people with Whitmer plant pipe bombs but not infiltrate a single leftist group? I don't know if that's even true. If you want to say that, I think this is a good point. I'm pretty sure I even said this on stream in the past, that the FBI in the past definitely seemed to be far more fixated on right-wing extremist groups and was ignoring, at least it seems like from our perspective, our knowledge of the situation was definitely seeming like it was ignoring left-wing extremist groups in Antifa. Because I did see someone on X, I think I even retweeted this, because I think it was a very good point, was to say, how is it, they said kind of the same point, maybe this is where you got the point that you're saying. How is it that the FBI, in 2020 and all that time period, they weren't really able to, entrap or even just infiltrate a lot of these leftist groups, and get them arrested? And that's a totally good question. It's a fair question. And it could be very possible that the FBI or a lot of these other institutions were completely, for corrupt reasons or for ideological reasons, biased to ignoring the extremists on the left. And that's part of what I think a lot of the problems that have been going on in our institutions for the last 20 years is that they've been completely blind to the extremists on the left. And that's what allowed all this institutional capture on the left to take hold. I don't know why you would expect me to not have that position, considering all the other positions I've had that have completely aligned with that for the entirety of the history of this channel. But okay.
I looked up the channel activity. You think this is aimed at me? It's Armana, right?
Yeah.
Amarna? No, we understand Christianity more than weed smoking atheists.
Okay. Interesting.
You think that's aimed at me?
Well, it wasn't aimed at me, so, because I don't do either of those. I'm not an atheist or smoking weed, but.
Here's another one.
Okay.
Anti-Semitism doesn't really exist on the right in a meaningful way. It is less than the far left and low info center. If you have an X, I could give you actual hard data.
That sounds retarded. I don't even know how you could even say that.
Oh, really?
Are you denying the anti-Semitism of the entire Graeber movement is just a fiction? I see on X myself, I see some X post from a far-right person every day who's complaining about the Jews, and it's got like 10 to 50,000 likes on it.
That's so disheartening.
Okay, well, I'm going to stop because I think you're engaging in delusion here. You're just so biased. You're engaging in delusion if you're going to pretend like there's not some anti-Semitism on the far right problem. It's not real, but okay.
But I like it that people,
insane.
I like when people kind of push in that delusional direction. I mean, it does give them, unfortunately, an out to not really push back against it.
I don't, because I understand your argument that it's good if there's a meme that's created that's like, if you're on some political side, you shouldn't be anti-Semitic. I understand that argument. That never actually seems like it ever turns out that way.
No,
it seems like all it does is it just allows the extremists to grow and to fester and to grow and to fester because there's this like this willful blindness towards what's actually happening.
It's the same on the left with the left is like, we're the party of science.
Yeah, and then it's like, oh, whoops.
Men and
now
women.
When it comes to sex or gender, that all goes out the window.
Of course, yeah.
Right.
They just believe the meme, even though it's not completely untrue. Yeah, okay, yeah. Maybe fuck that.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Ladante.
I love this. Thank you for another $5 that you shouldn't have sent us.
Ladante Latranta for $5 says, my financial decisions are questionable. Thank you. But my choice of entertainment is exceptional. Don't worry, guys. I'll be okay. Thanks. A-Team reigns supreme.
Well,
There you
good.
go.
I'm glad.
Thank you for that.
Yes, and I thanks a lot for the super chat. It does mean a lot coming from someone who doesn't really have a lot. So, thank you.
I saw Ace was going back and forth with Sammy. Now I see why. Ace for $5 says calling Trump cute or funny is analogous to viewing brain cancer as healthy. That's pretty funny.
Look, as long as Ace is going after Sammy, I like that.
Right. Now I happen to agree with Ace here.
Oh man, that's horrible.
Well, I thought Tiger for 26 months says Happy Thanksgiving from Canada.
Oh, right.
Canadian.
They have Thanksgiving early. Jeez.
Right.
My wife already took me out to look at all the Halloween stuff. I'm like, baby, it's like 3 weeks away. And chill out.
What even is Canadian Thanksgiving?
They give thanks.
What the fuck? They didn't have Thanksgiving story, did they? They're all gonna die, and then Native Americans saved them or something. That didn't happen.
I don't know. I think it's cool. We share a Thanksgiving.
Why don't they do it on the same day?
Holiday. I don't know.
How do they do it a month before?
Yeah, around Halloween.
They're just copying us. You motherfuckers are just copying us. Okay. Motherfuckers.
Kick
Nastanza for $2 says
$2.
Do we acknowledge Trump second's insane corruption? I mean, I do.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where Adam's on the insane corruption level, but
I mean, I acknowledge there's insane insider trading going on and stuff like that. I mean, that is corruption, I think.
Yeah. For all the endless complaining about Nancy Pelosi's insider trading and
I
Hunter
kind of
Biden,
hoped
all that stuff.
I kind of hoped that Trump would make it illegal for the Congress to do the insider trading stocks and whatnot. I think he said he was tweeting at him saying something about it.
Well, there was some bill, I think that was getting floated around. What they should have done, what the Democrats should have done was they should have tacked onto that bill that includes crypto trading.
Right.
for White House staff. See what happens. So
easily the most corrupt presidency.
It's funny.
Didn't Nixon say if the president doesn't, it's not illegal? I don't know how you could.
Well, I don't know if he was doing financial, like in terms of like making money. I don't know if Nixon was doing something like that. I don't know if you saw Ann Coulter. I think she's talking to the trigonometry guys or something. It was interesting because even though she was like, oh yeah, I'm like really in favor of Trump doing all the immigration stuff, she's like super rah that. She's like, well, I do acknowledge that he's probably the most corrupt president in my lifetime when it comes to like making money and stuff and profiting off the presidency. And I was like, wow, I don't really like Ann Coulter, but I have to give her credit for being able to hold both those opinions at the same time.
I do think that is the exchange people make in their minds. I mean, it's the same kind of thing Dave Smith was pitching with the Gazans, right? They're like, this shitty option or this shitty option.
I think most people don't. Well, I think it's two things. I think most people don't acknowledge that to themselves, and then even if they do, they're not brave enough to say it out loud. So, WTF
most corrupt presidents in U.S. history ranked number one.
Nice.
Donald Trump.
Oh, really? There's a list.
This website I went. Yeah. I guess it's ranker.com, but oh my god, there's like 300 ads on this page.
Oh my god.
Where number 2, Richard Nixon. Okay, so look. I knew that tricky dick Richard Nixon would be on this list.
But they're talking about the Watergate stuff. They're not talking about financially corrupt.
Warren G. Harding, numerous scandals uncovered
Oh,
during the
Mr.
president's.
Teapot Dome himself.
Oh yeah, what's that all about? Teapot Dome scandal.
I don't even know.
It's nice that you knew that. Or
I
did you
don't
just
remember
look
what it was
up?
even about. I just remember the Teapot Dome scandal.
He tried to put a teapot on his shrub.
On a dome, and everyone hated it. Yes. I don't even know. I don't know what even happened.
Andrew Johnson. God, this guy just looks corrupt. Holy shit. 1868.
Look at Adam judging a man by his looks.
The first time in history of the United States a president impeachment was initiated. Oh, wow. He was the first impeachment. High crimes and misdemeanors. What the fuck did he do?
The Teapot Dome scandal involved the Secretary of the Interior, Albert B. Fall, what a name, secretly leasing federal oil reserves to private oil companies in exchange for bribes.
Oh, so he was taking bribes.
Right.
He should have set up some crypto. Then it would have been totally fine to take those bribes. What a dumbass.
Did you see Nate the lawyer's video on Tom Human?
Yeah, I did. Yes, I did.
That was great. Like, I was completely in the dark.
Did you see JD Vance's interview today? Oh my god.
Oh my god, that was embarrassing.
Did you? So you did see it?
I did see it. Yes.
He was like, did he? He kept switching it to bribe. No, he didn't take a bribe. He took $50,000, but it wasn't a bribe.
That was insane.
I didn't know story straight.
Like, that whole situation, the Tom Human thing, has made me like worry, because whenever I've seen Tom Human or Human, I always want to say Tom Human. How do you say his name?
Homan.
Tom Homan.
Oh man, he likes hoes.
He likes hoes. When I've seen Tom Homan, who is like the immigration czar guy, or the border czar, as they say.
Yeah, he took over for Kamala Harris.
He took over for Kamala, yeah, right. Even though I've had problems.
She was the border czar. Oh my God. You're denying that?
Well, no, I mean, he wasn't the vice president, is what I'm saying.
Right.
Like you say, he took over as a border czar. Like, well, he was the vice president.
Tom Homan was the border czar.
No, Tom Homan is the border czar.
Yeah.
Or something, yeah. I thought he had a more official position, but he's some position regarding immigration. So, and even though I don't like a lot of the way that the Trump administration has been handling some of the immigration stuff, whenever I've heard Tom Homan give interviews, I've always viewed him, like, he always comes off as like very honest to me. I always thought like, okay, like this is a guy who, like, even if I disagree with him, he's just like ideological. Like he just has a different like view of the world than me. He seems like a real straight shooter. And then I find out this like insane thing that he took $50,000 bribe. And it's not even, no, he's not.
Sitch, how dare you?
He's not denying it. He's not denying it. It was
a small loan.
JD Vance is not denying it. No one's denying it. Everyone's acknowledging.
Everyone's like, "Where's the money?"
A $50,000 bribe.
Well, he spent the money. Fuck, he had bills to pay. Jesus,
this kind of shook me because I'm like, I thought this guy was like, I would watch this guy talk, and I thought he was pretty, seemed like a straight shooter. So I'm like, oh my god, I guess I just can't. I can't really pull the liars out now, because that guy's fucking not corrupt. That guy's like hyper corrupt. So,
how many people did he take money from that wasn't a FBI sting though?
That's
what I'm.
Well, I will never.
I'm like, how many $50,000 bags were there?
Yeah.
Is that the only one?
I don't know. The only one they know about.
I want to know what the FBI was offering him too, like what they wanted government contracts to do. Was it just feeding people?
Border fences, feeding people.
Was it a craft services?
I don't know.
Yeah. Was it materials? Was it?
Yeah, if you haven't heard
Blackwater.
I sent you the clip if you want to bring it up, the interview.
With JD Vance? Put it in the watch together.
It was a Twitter clip. I don't know. I guess it's probably on YouTube somewhere.
It's totally on YouTube. I saw it on YouTube.
Okay. Well, do you have it in your history?
Yeah, I'll get it.
Okay. Yeah, there was Tom Homan was approached. Here's the FBI only caring about the right again. by an undercover FBI sting where they were pretending to essentially want to be a private company that would be doing something related to border security. They didn't say what exactly, but they wanted a bid on a government contract.
You're
And
too honest, Sitch.
he accepted $50,000 with the idea that, okay, he was then going to go to the Trump administration and get them to accept whatever this private company's contract was.
They don't, there's not, I mean, those details.
Yeah, we don't know what we don't know what the exact offer was in terms of what the contract was supposed to be for.
Right, but you're adding stuff that I've never really read in any report. Oh, well, maybe you've read more stuff on it than
they
me.
would. They were no. What I saw, the
articles.
article I saw said that they were pretending to be a private company that wanted some kind of contract with the Trump administration regarding border security.
Yes,
and that they were bribing him. They were paying him $50,000 to guarantee some kind of government contract. And then the defense is, well, he wasn't technically part of the government at the time of the fake bribe, so it's totally fine. And then also because, Trump controls the Justice Department and the FBI right now, so they're obviously not going to go after Tom Homan.
Which is kind of dumb on their part because he has to actually give them something for them to be able to prosecute. So they do the sting, basically getting the goods on him.
Mm-hmm.
And now they're like, okay, well, now we have to get him to follow through. Well, the only way he can possibly follow through is if he joins the Trump administration, which if he joins the Trump administration, they're obviously going to drop whatever case the FBI is going. So nice move, dumbasses.
Yeah. Dumb FBI. Okay, ready?
Yeah.
Of America.
The White House border czar Tom Homan was recorded on an FBI surveillance tape in September 2024, accepting $50,000 in cash. Did he keep that money or give it back?
George, you've covered the story ad nauseum. Tom Homan did not take a bribe. It's a ridiculous smear. And the reason you guys are going after Tom Homan so aggressively is because he's doing the job of enforcing the law. I think it's really preposterous. I know Tom. I think that he's a good man. He gets death threats. He gets attacked. He gets constantly threatened by people because he has the audacity to want to enforce the country's immigration laws. I think that it would be a much more interesting story about why is it that Tom Homan, who is simply enforcing Americans' immigration laws, is getting constantly harassed and threatened to the point of death threats. That's a much more interesting question that I think journalists should focus on. We can agree to disagree on that question.
Let's just take a moment to realize what a smooth operator this motherfucker is.
Well, you see, he didn't take a bribe. I mean, he took $50,000 from the FBI, but it wasn't a bribe. Okay,
well, the question was, what happened to the money, right?
Yeah, it was a gift. It was just the FBI was like, "Listen, Tom, we happen to like the cut of your jib. We like your outfit, so here's 50 grand for no reason whatsoever."
Well, look, I could see where Tom Homan is running some sort of security outfit, and this is like, oh yeah, we'll consider you for these contracts. I mean, I really want to know the details.
Right.
I really want to know the details.
You're never going to know the details. You're never going to release the information. It
sucks. It does. Yeah. It really sucks. Yeah. Because it does seem like maybe there was a little bit of a there. All right. He's going to ask a follow-up, right? He's going to get another chance here.
Yeah.
You said he didn't take a bribe, but I'm not sure you answered the question. Are you saying that he did not accept the $50,000?
George, this story has been covered ad nauseum. He did not take a bribe. Did he accept $50,000? I'm sure that in the course of Tom Homan's life, he has been paid more than $50,000 for services. The question is, did he do something illegal?
What's that? Wait.
What is that? So good at this. This man is going to be president.
Did he take $50,000 from an FBI undercover sting? Well, I'm sure it's throughout the course of his life, he's taken $50,000 for doing services. What kind of what? Wait, we were talking about like knowing you're lying. right? This is high on the knowing you're lying scale, right?
Well, look, obviously it could never happen with the FBI guys because it's a sting. This
Yes.
is set up so they're not actually capable of fulfilling any government contract.
Right.
This is definitely not the way to award government contracts.
Well, it's this textbook corruption. Definitionally, is pay a private company paying a government official money so that they will select them for a government contract.
I know.
That is just classic textbook 101 government corruption.
It makes me wonder how much this stuff actually does happen, though.
I'm sure it happens constantly.
Which is fucking
Yes.
Look. That's totally insane.
Yes.
I'm just saying. But this
is
the whole idea behind the Halliburton no bid contracts in Iraq.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah. Which I'm sure was insanely highly corrupt, which people were losing their mind over at the time too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I'm just saying in terms of like JD Vance 100% knows he's framing this as dishonestly as humanly possible.
I think obviously JD Vance is a master dodgeball player. This is like,
yeah.
His deflection is flawless. You gotta at least like.
Well, I disagree.
Admire the game here.
I disagree.
I think most got game.
I think most politicians would never. They would just keep repeating that he didn't take a bribe. They would never say. They would never repeat the whole $50,000 money thing like that. Those words would never leave their lips.
Really?
So I think I take points off for that. Yeah.
No, but it gives it the appearance that he's actually answering the question. I give him.
Does
points
it
for that.
when someone says,
does.
I'm sure they've taken $50,000 in the course of their lifetime. That's like that's an insane.
He's saying, look, of course he took the $50,000, bitch. It wasn't a bribe. Shut the fuck up.
I mean, you can read it that way, I guess.
That's the way.
Yes.
That's the way you said it. That's the way you're supposed to read it.
That's not the way he said it, but yeah, okay.
And there's absolutely no evidence that Tom Homan has ever taken a bribe
or done anything illegal,
I'm asking you, which is why he's working in the administration.
I'm asking you, did he accept the $50,000 that was caught on the surveillance tape? Did he accept that $50,000 or not?
George, I don't know what you're talking about. Did he accept $50,000 for what?
He was recorded.
Okay, come on. This is obviously lying. I don't know what you're talking about. Of course he knows what he's talking about. He just said the story's been covered to death. Now he's like, well, I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean?
Well, look, I don't think it was clear what he was getting the $50,000 for.
Okay.
I mean, it's
like, you've covered this story to death. I don't know what you're talking about. What you just said, we've covered it to death. What are you talking about?
It was obvious it was for some sort of government contracts, but it wasn't clear what the government contracts were. No specifics were negotiated.
Oh, okay.
Well, maybe they were. That's why I want to know. I fucking want to know. I wish I could go through the FBI file and take a look at this.
There's this X post that keeps getting reposted, and I think it's actually very good or very correct. Even though I'm pretty sure the guy who said it is like fucking very extreme. But they said, it's amazing how much leftist discourse is just them pretending not to understand things, thus making discourse impossible.
Mm-hmm.
And that's 100% true. We've interacted with a lot of lefties, not even leftists, a lot of lefties that come on the channel and they just pretend they don't understand like something. And I just thought it was funny to see JD Vance do the exact same maneuver. Yes, yes.
On the surveillance tape, did he accept that $50,000 or not?
George, I don't know what you're talking about. Did he accept $50,000 for what?
He was recorded on an audio tape in September 2024, an FBI surveillance tape, accepting $50,000 in cash. Did he keep that money?
Accepting $50,000 for doing what, George? I'm not even sure I understand the question. Is it illegal to take a payment for doing services? The FBI has not prosecuted him. I've never seen any evidence that he's engaged in criminal wrongdoing. Nobody has accused Tom of violating a crime, even the far left media like yourself. So I'm actually not sure what the precise question is. Did he accept $50,000? Honestly, George, I don't know the answer to that question. What I do...
Wait, look, this is like, okay, I disagree. This is a horrible answer. He said, wait, let's go. Wait, I want you to listen to the last 20 seconds. This is crazy.
Services. The FBI has not prosecuted him. I've never seen any evidence that he's engaged in criminal wrongdoing. Nobody has accused Tom of violating a crime, even the far left media like yourself. So I'm actually not sure what the precise question is.
So he says, I'm not sure what the precise question is, even though the precise question was asked 3 times. Did he accept the money from the FBI? So now he says, I don't know what the precise question is.
Did he accept $50,000? Honestly, George.
Then he says what the precise question is. He says, I don't know what the precise question is. And then he says what the precise question is immediately afterwards. That's a terrible answer.
Yeah, that's a little off. Did he accept $50,000?
I don't know what the question is.
I don't know.
I'll say what the question is. I don't know. It's not a good. This is not good. He needs to work. Listen, Vance needs to learn from Trump how to answer these questions better. Okay.
I like the meme Vance better.
This is bad. Have you said thank? He should have asked George. Have you said thank you? Have you said thank you to Tom Human for fixing the borders? Have you said thank you yet?
Yeah, he should do that.
George, I don't know the answer to that question. What I do know is that he didn't violate a crime.
So you don't, what was caught on the tape, you're saying right now you don't know whether or not he kept that money?
I don't know what tape you're referring to, George. I saw media reports that Tom Homan accepted a bribe. There's no evidence of that. And here's, George, why fewer and fewer people watch your program and why you're losing credibility. Because you're talking for now 5 minutes with the Vice President of the United States about this story regarding Tom Homan, a story that I've read about, but I don't even know the video that you're talking about. Meanwhile,
so it's...
He totally pulls rank on him.
But with this argument, you're embarrassing because there's some major scandal accusation where a guy was caught on video accepting a bribe, or what could be a bribe, an undercover sting bribe. But I haven't seen that video, and that's your fault because I don't know what you're talking about, even though I'm the vice fucking president.
Probably.
Okay.
It's probably Trump's fault. He hasn't seen the video.
It's a bold strategy. It's a bold strategy. Sure.
Low-income women can't get food because the Democrats and Chuck Schumer have shut down the government.
Man, it's
right
the
now,
mamas.
we're trying to figure out how to pay our troops because Chuck Schumer has shut down the government.
This is so weird. This is like the weirdest, like, reverse deja vu, because it used to always be the Democrats complaining that the Republicans are shutting down the government and how we can't pay for all these things, and the Republicans saying "fuck you." This is interesting.
Focused on a bogus story, you're insinuating criminal wrongdoing against a guy who has done nothing wrong instead of focusing on the fact that our country is struggling because our government's shut down. Let's talk about the real issues, George. I think the American people would benefit much more from that than from you going down some...
Government corruption, not a real issue, Sitch. Let's not talk about that.
Wasn't that what the entirety of Doge was about?
Oh, of course.
Well, not the entire. I guess it was... waste and fraud, right? Waste and abuse and fraud. So
I just like Tom Homan has been their go-to guy on mass deportation.
Because exactly what I said. He's good.
Kind of like irreplaceable.
He's very good at communicating. He would come on and he'd seem very authentic. And then you find out this, I'm like, oh God.
Who are they going to replace him with?
Yeah.
That's the problem. So right now they're like, maybe we take the 50,000 bribe man and just try to get this shit done.
Mm-hmm.
Weird left-wing rabbit hole where the facts clearly show that Tom Homan didn't engage in any criminal wrongdoing.
It's not a weird left-wing rabbit hole. I didn't insinuate anything. I asked you whether Tom Homan accepted $50,000, as was heard on an audio tape recorded by the FBI in September 2024, and you did not answer the question. Thank you for your time this morning.
Totally fucking sit down, bitch. And you didn't answer the question.
Now, as bad as that answer was, it was only the second worst answer from a government official this week.
Well, I do think we can assume Tom Homan kept the money.
Yeah, 100%. But the first worst answer of this week was like that Katie Porter interview.
Oh my God. Oh,
that
my
was
God.
Like insane.
Oh my God.
But
I can't. She's gonna be my governor now.
No, did you see she like fucking tanked in the polls after that aired.
Oh, did she really?
Yeah.
Nice.
Which, yeah, obviously.
She seems like a little Hitler. I was like, oh my God.
But
if she's having a bad day, California's going to end up falling into the ocean.
That was insane. To go back to that, it was also like really weird for Vance or anyone to be like, well, the FBI dropped the case. Really? The FBI
Trump's
under the Trump
FBI?
administration dropped the case to a Trump official? Oh,
Kash
shocking.
Patel said, "Oh, well, let's not pursue this case."
Right.
Honest Abe, Kash Patel.
There you go. Interesting.
He's like, "Look, we don't have permission to go into this airspace.
I would be.
We can't take this case."
Right. The thing, part of what I'd be interested in, and I don't think we'll ever find the answer to this because I think the Trump administration is going to bury this and burn everything related to this. I'd be curious as to why did the FBI
Chicago,
even
and he says,
set this up in the first place? Like, was it a fishing expedition and they just got insanely lucky? Or did they have some information where they're like, oh, there was some evidence or some belief that Homan had done something like this in the past. So that's like what set them on the trail. Because they don't have the resources to just like randomly do these to everyone.
Yeah, they lost 50 grand too. Jeez. I thought these institutions were on strict budgets, right? These government institutions.
That's why you need Doge, okay? You have the FBI just giving out bags of $50,000 in sting operations and they're not even pressing charges.
Right. They could have at least used counterfeit money or something.
The first red flag is apparent enough. Mr. Homan, the White House, gave inconsistent responses to the allegations. Carolyn Levitt, the White House press secretary, told reporters that Mr. Homan never took the money, a flat categorical denial. But Mr. Homan has said only that he did nothing wrong and nothing illegal, which is a different statement to say. Okay.
So who said that he didn't take the money?
Carolyn Levitt, the press secretary, said that. Yeah. But I think,
and then they were like, "Oh, he didn't take the money."
Right. I mean, it wasn't a bribe, but he it wasn't a bribe. At some point, he took $50,000 his entire life, his entire adult life. He, at some point, received $50,000. Yes, George. Okay. There's a genocide. That's what JD Vance said. He said there's a genocide. There was a genocide going on, and Donald Trump stopped it. Why are you not talking about this? You should have gone with that.
Did someone tip him off? Was he taking payments from other potential government contractors?
Right. I would wonder.
And somebody said, "Oh, I know this is going on," and they were like, "Oh, really? Interesting. Yeah. Let's do a little government sting here."
It says at the time that Trump was elected, obviously, Mr. Homan was under FBI investigation for bribery charges. Shocking. That ended very quickly.
It's got to be. I don't know that you have a wealth of Tom Homans, right?
Well, I don't know what he does from like a policy side. I don't know what he does.
Well, he's a go-to guy for mass deportation. Like you're like, okay, we want to do mass deportation. We need.
Like, is he the logistics guy? Like,
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Okay, right.
He's the logistics guy.
Yeah, maybe.
He seems like every time he talks, he seems like he knows a lot about it. He seems pretty experienced on the logistics of coordinating various law enforcement agencies. So maybe there's 10 guys like that, though. I don't know. I don't travel in these circles. Maybe he's the least dirty of all of them, and they all take bribes. He's like the least dirty cop out there.
Right. You need me on that wall. That border wall.
This definitely has the flavor of that. It really does.
Yes.
You can't handle the truth.
Yeah.
We all take bribes.
Yes.
My God, America has fallen.
Oh, this is a good point. They're saying another issue is, did the FBI check his taxes? Did he
report the bribe? Yeah, he filled it in, bribe money
on his taxes. It's a great question. Because it was $50,000 in cash, mind you. They handed him a literal bag of cash.
Look, if you report a cash payment of $50,000 to the IRS, you
From a
are an
bribe.
idiot. You are an idiot.
How would you even report it? What would you say it was?
Bribe money.
It's a consulting fee. $50,000.
Yeah, no, consulting fee. Consulting fee is what they all do.
Right, right.
Yeah.
What did you consult on for this bag of cash?
So much of these players, it is really it's all consulting fees, right? I'm sure Dick Cheney got a shitload of money in consulting fees, right? Halliburton's no bid contracts all over Iraq.
Has anyone ever gotten a bag of cash for a legitimate, like a giant bag of cash for some legitimate purpose?
No.
That ever happened?
Nobody goes to the bank and says, "Give me 50,000 cash.
Yeah.
I have to pay my consultant."
It says the $50,000 was stuffed in a bag from Kava. Do you know? I've never been to Kava. Now I'm curious.
I've been to Kava.
How is it?
Mediterranean food.
Yeah, it's like a Mediterranean bowl place.
Yeah.
How is it?
It's not very good. No.
Really?
I would.
Oh, it looks good.
Hummus Republic is like way better.
Hummus Republic?
Yeah. Hummus Republic is like, that is the bomb Mediterranean food.
I don't know if they have any of those near me.
Sitch is already looking.
Typing it up. I'm curious. I like Mediterranean food. Oh, there's one. That's not super close. But
I think it's a franchise, yeah.
Hummus Republic looks kind of sketchy.
Like
I think this is, I don't know if this
is better than Kava.
Really?
Oh, yeah. It's not even close. They're worlds apart.
Interesting. I mean, there's a Mediterranean place nearby that's just pretty good. It's not a chain or anything. So.
Wouldn't Galaxies Apart be more? I mean, that would be further than Worlds Apart, right?
Yes, Galaxies Apart would be significantly larger.
Universes Apart.
Well, now we're in the multiverse.
Oh, you're right. Never mind.
Right.
If it's multiverse, it could be close, right? Just in a different dimension.
A different spatial dimension. I guess it
be
depends
right
on
next to you.
Yeah, it could be right on top.
I'm going to go with Galaxies Apart.
Well, no, you could say it's so far, even though it's close, it's so far apart you can't even interact with it. It's on a different vibrational frequency of a universe. So
it's close, but it's in a higher dimension.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm sure.
Look, Holman is doing a good job. I say we look the other way until.
Okay. Right. Yeah, as long as the bag they handed Holman, it wasn't like a giant. Should have been like a giant burlap sack with like like a money sign on it. And the guy should have been dressed up as the Monopoly man when he did it. It's like, is this an FBI sting? And he's like, oh, what? I can't hear you. And he like bends over. He's got like a big like flower lapel. What did you say? An FBI sting? I can't hear what you're saying.
God, what I would give. I wish the FBI could come out and report what happened here. This is bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
The fact that they're not coming out and the fact that they're not claiming like this is the weaponization of the justice system just makes it seem like, yeah, there's a lot of there that we're never going to get any information on. I guess they really need, that's the thing that makes me think they really need this Holman guy. Like this Holman guy is the fucking shit. Like he's going to do the shit no one's got the stomach for. They are terrified that they would get someone in there and they'd be like, slow down the deportations.
Right.
Did you see the Joe Rogan clip where Joe Rogan is talking about the mass deportations being?
No, I saw people talking about it, but I didn't actually see the clip.
I saw the clip. Yeah.
What did he say?
He's just saying it has a bad look about it and it's turning off voters.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. WTF.
We'll find out in the midterms.
WTF1A1A for $2 says, Happy Christopher Columbus Day, folks.
Was that today?
It was.
I went out today and there was.
I never remember. For some reason, I always think Christopher Columbus Day is like in spring. I never remember that it's in October.
Is it really today?
Oh, it is today. It's this Monday. Are we gonna get now? We're gonna get the whole.
I thought it was today, Sunday.
No, it's today, Monday. Well, it's not today for you yet, but it's today for me. We're gonna get the whole Christopher Columbus is evil, and it should be Native American Day or whatever, Indigenous Peoples Day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we're fighting back against that, right?
Right. I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty sure I assume Christopher Columbus wasn't the nicest fellow in the world.
Right.
Andrew Bear for $2 says Ace is a duplicitous liar who should be ignored. Wow, look, Andrew come out hard against Ace. A duplicitous liar.
Mm-hmm.
That's, duplicitous is like a great word.
We don't use it enough.
I don't use it because I
don't know what it means.
No, I do know what it means. But it's one of those words that doesn't sound at all. It's one of those words that does not sound like what you would think it would mean. Mm-hmm. You say duplicitous, people think it has something to do with duplication, right? They don't know it has anything to do with lying. And so it's just,
it means you're ignoring, like you're complicit, right? It's like,
no, it means you're being deceitful.
Oh, is that what it means?
It means you're being deceptive. Yeah. But it's one of those words that just, it's a good word. I always like it. I always like saying it. I'm curious to like the etymology of duplicitous. Ace for $5 says, I think the stream should have a rule where anyone talking ill of another should either be banned or have the spine to debate the person on stream. Well, hey, if Andrew and Ace, you guys want to come on and debate each other at some point? I don't know if we're going to do it tonight, but you guys want to go debate each other about whatever? That could be fun. Oh, look at this. Duplicitous comes from the Latin word meaning double. So it has to do with duplicate.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
That's interesting. The double or because it's double like twofold.
Yeah, it's like a fraud.
Oh, interesting. It's like you're two-faced.
Yeah, well, you're a deceptive facsimile of the truth.
Right. Fascinating.
You're a double.
Right,
you're a doppelganger.
Right. Okay. Well, there you go. It does actually have to do with like
big,
duplicate.
Fat, fraudy doppelganger.
Right. Ace for $5 says Adam looked at the word Dunning-Kruger and saw it as a guide on how to act instead of an insult on what not to be. What?
Wow.
What was that even in reference to?
Now he's coming after me.
He is. What was that even in reference to?
I'm not sure.
Sammy G for $10 says, I think Ace is a fun character. He never stops to amaze me with his takes. He would probably explode if we debated like how I debate with Sitch. That's true. Listen, it takes me a lot to not explode myself. So yeah, That's a good point. That's true.
Don't ever get angry with Sammy like you get angry with me, Sitch. It's not worth it.
No, you know what? That's good advice. It's great advice. That is true. That's true.
Sometimes it's more important to be liked than right.
Sammy, where's my dinner? Where's my nuggies? I've been streaming all day and I want to come out and the nuggies gotta be done.
These nuggies are cold.
What? They're cold? No, don't microwave them. That makes them soggy. They gotta come out crispy from the oven. What are you doing? Get the air fryer.
You don't have the air fryer? I was gonna say. What the
fuck? Do you have a good air fryer? We've been looking to get an air fryer.
We have a little air fryer, but we just got a new stove that has a built-in air fryer.
Built-in air fryer. Oh,
that I have not tried yet. It's like the big shebang air fryer.
Wow.
Yeah. Which
fancy.
I'm anxious to give it a whirl. So.
Well, anyone in the chat knows a good air fryer, let me or Sammy know because we're trying to figure out one to get.
All right, turns out our gas stove was like leaking into the house. I was wondering why I was getting migraines for like 8 months, but
was that really the cause?
I'm just kidding.
That's insane.
I'm kidding.
Okay.
I don't think it was leaking in the house for very long.
Okay.
There was like a spike in our gas bill.
Did it have a smell Or was it odorless?
No, it does. It didn't really have a smell, which I thought, what the fuck? How is that?
Well, they add. I don't think gas naturally doesn't have smell, right? They add the smell.
No, they
Or is
add
that,
the smell. Yeah,
I'm thinking propane, or I don't
you have
know.
like
One
a
of them.
rotten egg smell.
What?
But there wasn't
Yeah.
a really bad smell. But I noticed because I went outside and the meter was just like spinning.
And you're like, wait a minute.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck?
Well, it's a good thing no one lit a doobie.
Mm-hmm. Well, I did. I mean, I was blazing up right next to it, but luckily it didn't catch fire. Of
WTF
course.
1A for $10 says, Adam, how do we know you don't force the blunt onto the fly, which is why you call him Blunty Fly?
Oh, yeah.
True.
Nah, he enjoys it.
Sitch, have you read the Bell Hooks book on teaching yet, or do I got to ship the book to you? Do not ship the book to me. I'm pretty sure I could find it online. And I'm pretty sure I'm not going to read it. But thank you. But I'm sure it'd be a horror to slog through. So
what a terrible read, right?
Yeah. Anyways.
All right, we're good here. Look at this. We made it to the end. This was a fun stream.
Yes.
We got to make fun of some Dave Smith, which is always fun.
We did.
What a fucking loser.
What a loser. You know what I think? I think America has never done anything wrong in its entire life, ever. Everything that America has ever done has been correct and based, and everything an organization or institution that's been part of America, therefore, has also never, ever made a mistake or done anything wrong or corrupt ever in its entire life.
Certainly, you're being hyperbolic.
Because America is just amazing. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. You who made it in the show, you are the true heroes. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true isekai protagonists. You are the true individuals who would never, ever, ever accept a $50,000 bribe, not bribe, in a kava bag from an FBI undercover sting, because you would make sure that you're actually getting money from an actual private business person and not the stinky old gross government. Like, see, that's a rookie behavior. Holman should be in trouble for being a fucking rookie. That's the real thing.
Doesn't he know the rule? You ask him, are you a cop?
Yes.
They have to answer.
They have to tell you if they're a cop. Okay?
What a fucking idiot. He's in law enforcement. He should know this.
I want to see the video just so if we can see if it was like that guy was a glowy from a mile away and everyone would have known it. Because if Tom Holman can't see a glowy from a mile away, how do we think he can see a Mexican jumping the fence right next to him? That's my question. That's the real answer. Okay. Anyway, we'll see you all on Tuesday.
Bye-bye. Have a good night, everyone.
Seriously, if you can't tell a Fed, how's he going to know